There are seasons in life when the weight of debt feels like a chain locked tight around your soul. It makes no difference whether that debt is financial, emotional, spiritual, or simply the burden of regret. You sense it pressing hard against your shoulders, as though it will never let go. You wake up with it on your mind. You lie down at night hearing it echo in your thoughts. You begin to believe this is the sentence you must endure for years, maybe even for the rest of your life. But I am here to speak with authority, with conviction, and with the assurance of the Almighty Himself. God is about to cancel a debt you thought you would carry forever. He is about to lift from you what no human could ever lift. He is about to erase what you believe could never be erased. He is about to release you from what has held you prisoner far too long. Do not mistake what I am saying for mere optimism or shallow encouragement. This is not about positive thinking. This is about the sovereign hand of God moving on your behalf. When God declares something finished, no man, no system, no circumstance, no memory, and no mistake can keep it alive. If He says a debt is canceled, it does not matter who signed the papers, who wrote the terms, who established the interest, or who predicted your failure. God's cancellation overrides every earthly condition. You may think you are too far behind, too broken, too guilty, or too weak to ever see freedom. But God's mercy does not measure you by your ability. God's power is not limited by your resources. God's decision is not bound by your past. When He speaks, chains break. When He moves, debts vanish. When He acts, burdens dissolve like smoke in the wind. I want you to feel this truth with every fiber of your being. You are not destined to remain under the weight that has suffocated you. You are not condemned to drag chains for decades until your strength gives out. God is about to intervene in a way you did not anticipate. He is about to open a door you could not force. He is about to set in motion events that will leave you speechless. Some of you have prayed for years for this day to come. Others have silently resigned, believing there was no point in hoping anymore. But God does not need your timetable to align with His. He is not bound by calendars, by contracts, or by human authority. He steps in at the hour no one expects. And when He does, what seemed impossible suddenly becomes undeniable reality. Think about the way a storm can rage for days. Winds tearing through and rain flooding every street, clouds hiding the sky, and then, in a single moment, the sun breaks through. What seemed endless is cut short. What seemed permanent disappears. That is what God is about to do for you. That is how God cancels a debt. He doesn't negotiate it down. He doesn't restructure it. He wipes it out with the force of His will. He erases it with the authority of His word. He makes it as though it never existed. And when He does, you will not only be free from what held you, you will stand as a testimony that God still delivers in ways human logic cannot explain. I know there are some listening right now who feel unworthy of such freedom. You think about the mistakes you made, the choices that got you into this mess, the people you hurt along the way. You feel as though the debt is deserved, as though you should suffer under it. But hear me, God's mercy is not given because you deserve it. God's mercy is given because He is merciful. His deliverance is not earned by your perfection. It is released by His compassion. You do not have to earn your way into His cancellation. You simply have to believe that He is able to do what no one else can. When you place your trust in Him, when you stand on the truth that He is greater than the weight pressing you down, you position yourself for a freedom that no one can steal. There are some who have carried debt for so long that it has become part of their identity. You don't even know who you are without it. You've introduced yourself to life as the one who struggles, the one who fails, the one who never gets ahead, the one who always owes. That lie has wrapped itself around your spirit like a garment you think you cannot remove. But God is about to strip it away. He is about to clothe you in freedom, in dignity, in strength, in abundance. You are not defined by the debt. You are defined by the one who cancels debt. You are not labeled by the chains. You are labeled by the God who shatters chains. The world may call you bound, but God calls you free. Do not underestimate what God is able to do. The same God who lifts oceans and carves valleys, who lights the stars and commands the seasons, is the one who sees you at this very moment. He is not distant from your struggle. He is not deaf to your cry. He is not blind to your pain. He has watched every tear fall. He has measured every sleepless night. He has heard every whispered prayer. And now He is saying, enough. Enough of the years wasted in bondage. Enough of the nights consumed by worry. Enough of the days spent wondering if life would ever change. God is about to cancel a debt you thought you'd carry for years. And when He does, it will not be by chance. It will not be by luck. It will be by His deliberate hand. There are people under the sound of my voice who have been living with an invisible debt they dare not mention to anyone. It may not show up on a ledger. It may not be stamped in a bank account, but it is written on the walls of their hearts. It is the debt of shame. It is the debt of words they cannot take back, actions they cannot undo, regrets they cannot erase. They smile in public, but they collapse in private under the weight of it. They live outwardly functioning, but inwardly broken, and they think this debt is their fate. Yet I tell you today, God is not only the canceller of financial debts. He is the deliverer from the debts of shame, guilt, and regret. When He decides that enough is enough, when He says the page is wiped clean, no voice of the accuser can speak against His decree. Do not think that God overlooks your pain. Do not imagine for a second that He has forgotten you. He is the one who knows how many hairs are on your head. He is the one who watches the sparrow fall and notices. Do you not believe He has noticed your struggle, your tears, your weariness? He has recorded every sigh, every whispered prayer that no one else heard. And He is not indifferent. He has not allowed this season of heaviness to define you. It has been permitted only long enough to prepare you for the magnitude of the freedom He is about to bring. The debt is about to be canceled, not because you are strong enough, but because God is faithful enough. The systems of this world are built to keep you enslaved to debt. They are designed to make you believe that you must spend your lifetime paying, struggling, owing, and never arriving. But God is not bound by systems. He is not restrained by institutions. He is not limited by contracts or documents. God is the author of all laws. And when He decides to overrule, every human law bends to His command. That is why some of you are about to walk into a miracle so radical that even those closest to you will not believe it until they see it. You will try to explain it, but you will not find words big enough to capture it. The only thing you will be able to say with certainty is God did it. Some of you have been working so hard to climb out of debt that you are exhausted in every sense of the word. You have fought, sacrificed, and struggled, and yet the mountain seems as tall as ever. You feel like the more you pay, the more it multiplies. The more you give, the more it demands. But hear this truth. God does not require you to climb the mountain in your own strength when He has the power to move the mountain altogether. What would take you 10 years of striving can vanish in one act of God's favor. What you thought would require your lifetime can be overturned in a single moment. God does not need time to accomplish what He has already willed. Time bows to Him. Circumstances submit to Him. Debts dissolve before Him. The debt you thought would be your identity will not survive the presence of God's command. And when He cancels it, He does not simply leave you empty. He fills you with abundance. He does not merely take away the burden, He replaces it with blessing. He does not only free you from chains, He positions you to walk in fields of opportunity you never imagined. That is the nature of God. He is not a God of halfway deliverance. He is not a God of partial blessing. When He moves, He does so fully, completely, decisively, leaving no trace of the bondage behind. But hear me carefully. God cancels debts not only for your benefit, but for His glory. The world is watching how you endure. Your family is watching how you walk through this trial. Your community is listening to the words you speak while under pressure. And when God cancels what you thought you would carry for years, it will be a sign not just to you, but to all who witness it, that God is real, that God is powerful, that God is faithful. Your deliverance is not just your story, it is His testimony through you. Do not be surprised if the release comes in ways you did not predict. You may have been expecting God to move through a promotion, but He might move through an opportunity you never saw coming. You may have thought the relief would come gradually, but it may come suddenly without warning. You may have expected to work for it, but you will discover it arrives by sheer grace. That is the beauty of God's power. He rarely moves in ways you can anticipate, because if you could predict it, you would give the crap to man. He acts in ways that leave no room for doubt about who made it happen. And when He cancels your debt, remember this: it is not just to remove a burden, but to teach you to trust Him on a deeper level. Many of you have prayed for relief, but God wants to give you more than relief. He wants to give you revelation. He wants you to know that He alone is your source. Not your employer, not your bank, not your abilities, not your network. God alone is the one who provides, sustains, and delivers. Once you see Him cancel what you could not cancel, once you watch Him lift what you could not lift, you will walk differently. You will speak differently. You will believe differently. This is why you must not grow weary and waiting. Sometimes God allows the wait to remain just long enough so that when He cancels it, you know beyond a shadow of doubt that it was Him. He allows the night to stretch on so that when dawn breaks, the light is blinding in its beauty. He permits the storm to rage so that when the calm arrives, it is undeniable that it was not by chance. If you had been delivered earlier, you might have thought it was your doing. But because the timing is so precise, because the breakthrough is so dramatic, you will know with certainty it was God. I tell you with all the fire in my spirit, God is about to cancel a debt you thought you'd carry for years. And when He does, you will not just walk away lighter. You will walk away wiser. You will not just be free from a burden. You will be filled with boldness. You will not just be released from something, you will be launched into something greater. Because when God takes away, He also gives. When He removes, He also replaces. When He cancels, He also creates. He is not just the God of subtraction, He is the God of multiplication. There is a holy urgency in this message, because God is not a God who delays without purpose. When He allows you to carry a weight for a season, it is never because He has forgotten you. It is because He is shaping you, refining you, deepening you, and preparing you for the weight of the blessing that follows. A canceled debt is not merely the removal of something. It is the introduction of something greater. When God cancels a debt, He not only erases what was owed, He opens space for abundance that could never have been received while you were still chained. The very pressure that threatened to break you becomes the stage upon which God reveals His delivering power. The very tears you cried in private become the rain that watered the soil for a harvest you will soon reap in public. I want you to recognize this truth. Debts are not only measured in money or contracts. They are measured in the heavy yokes people carry in silence. There are those who live every day with the crushing debt of fear. They walk into opportunities but sabotage themselves because they owe loyalty to the voice of doubt that whispers in their ear. There are others who live with the debt of bitterness. Someone wronged them, someone betrayed them, someone abandoned them, and they owe every tomorrow to the pain of yesterday. They cannot see forward because they are enslaved to the chains of the past. And then there are those who carry the debt of hopelessness. They live as if they owe the world their surrender. They have resigned to the idea life will always be heavy, always be dark, always be small. But listen to me with all the conviction in my heart. God is about to cancel debts you did not even realize were ruling your life. He is about to silence the debt of fear by filling you with courage you never knew you had. He is about to erase the debt of bitterness by flooding your heart with a peace that no wound can outlast. He is about to destroy the debt of hopelessness by giving you a vision so bright you will wonder how you ever lived without it. Do not think for a moment that God's cancellation is limited to papers signed and numbers tallied. His cancellation reaches the invisible, the internal, the unspoken. He knows the debts that have lived in the secret chambers of your soul, and He is declaring them void. When God moves to cancel, He does not consult your enemy. He does not ask permission from the systems of the world. He does not need to gather votes from men. He speaks and it is done. His word is not a suggestion. His decree is not up for debate. When He says the debt is canceled, it is canceled. The world may argue, people may resist, circumstances may look unchanged at first. But hold your ground, for God's decree cannot be overturned. The same God who spoke the earth into existence, the same God who separated light from darkness, is the same God who will speak cancellation over your life, and His word does not return empty. Some of you are standing on the edge of your breakthrough, but you do not even realize it. You have been carrying the weight so long that you think it is permanent. You have learned to live with it, to normalize it, to expect it. But God never designed you to live under the tyranny of perpetual debt. He designed you to walk in freedom. You were created to breathe deeply without chains pressing on your chest. You were created to walk upright, not bowed down by the burdens of yesterday. And that is why He is about to step into your situation and do what you could never do in your own strength. I must tell you something critical. When God cancels a debt, it is not only to liberate you, it is to remind you of who He is. It is so that you will never again doubt His ability to intervene. Too often we limit God by the size of our imagination. We tell ourselves, if only this happened, maybe I could breathe again. If only that person stepped in, maybe I could survive. Yet God's imagination is never limited by ours. He can work in ways you've never imagined, open doors you didn't even know existed, and send help from places you never thought possible. When you think there is no solution, He is already moving behind the scenes. When you believe there is no escape, He has already prepared a way out. And when you expect nothing will ever change, He is already setting up the moment that will transform everything. This is the greatness of God. He cancels debts not only to remove what binds you, but to reveal that He alone is worthy of your trust. He cancels debts to draw your heart closer, to show you that He is faithful, and to remind you that His hand is always stronger than the chains of this world. You may feel forgotten, but you are remembered. You may feel overlooked, but you are seen. You may feel condemned, but you are forgiven. You may feel bound, but you are already marked for freedom. And when your freedom comes, and it will not just arrive quietly, it will thunder across your life with a force you cannot mistake. You will look back on the nights of worry and realize they were the prelude to the song of victory. You will look back on the seasons of despair and realize they were the foundation upon which your testimony now stands. You will look back on the years of waiting and realize they were not wasted. For God was preparing you all along. Do not lose heart. Do not give up. Do not silence your faith just because the burden feels heavy. God is nearer than you realize. The release is closer than you think. The cancellation is already written in the heavens. All you must do is keep standing, keep trusting, keep believing that the God who has never failed will not fail you now. For in His timing, in His wisdom, and in His power, He is about to cancel a debt you thought you'd carry for years. And when He does, the world will know that God still moves in glory today. There are seasons when life itself seems to hold its breath, when you feel as though the weight of your burden has silenced even your own prayers. You wonder if God hears, if God sees, if God truly knows the crushing load you have carried for years. And yet it is often in those silent seasons when you feel forgotten that God is preparing the greatest release. He has been working in ways you cannot see, orchestrating events beyond your awareness, aligning people, circumstances, and opportunities so that when the moment of cancellation arrives, it is undeniable that only God could have done it. The debt you thought would shadow your life forever is no match for the authority of God's Word. You may have lived under the sentence of debt for so long that you believe freedom is a dream reserved for others, not for you. But I tell you with every ounce of conviction within me, when God decides to cancel what has bound you, He does not ask your past for permission. He does not consult your failures. He does not review the mistakes you made to determine if you are worthy of release. He cancels because He is God and because His mercy flows from His nature, not from your perfection. Consider how God works in patterns of transformation. He does not simply take away chains. He transforms slaves into free men and women. He does not simply break bonds. He redefines identities. The one who was once labeled as bound becomes the testimony of freedom. The one who was once known as in debt becomes the one who carries abundance. And it is not just about the outward situation. It is about the inward renewal. God cancels the outer debt to reveal that He has also freed you within, so that no shadow of guilt or fear has the right to live in your spirit anymore. Let me speak plainly. Some of you are living as though the dead is greater than God. You believe in His existence. You acknowledge His power. But when it comes to your own life, you live as though your chains are stronger than His hand. That is a lie that must be cast down. God is greater than every creditor. God is greater than every mistake. God is greater than every system that has conspired to keep you locked down. The same God who speaks to the seas and they obey, who commands the heavens and they respond, is the one who is about to declare freedom over your life. Do not shrink Him down to the size of your problem. Elevate your vision until you see your problem shrink, beneath the majesty of God. And I must warn you, when God cancels your debt, it is not for you to run back into bondage. Freedom is not given so you can return to slavery. It is given so you can walk into the life He designed for you. Some will be tempted to misuse their freedom, to waste it, squander it, forgetting the weight from which they were delivered. But true gratitude will anchor you when you remember the nights you thought you would break, the mornings you wondered if you could go on, and then you see that lifted by God's hand, you will not dare treat freedom lightly. You will walk with reverence, with responsibility, with thanksgiving. There are debts passed down through families, cycles of struggle repeated across generations. A grandfather bound by poverty, a father bound by failure, and now the children believing they too must carry the same chains. But hear this with authority. God is not only canceling your debt, He is canceling generational debts. He is breaking cycles that you thought would never end. He is declaring that what bound your family will not bind you. The poverty, the addiction, the fear, the shame, it ends when God speaks. You will be the one who carries a new inheritance, not of debt, but of blessing. You will be the one who stands as proof that cycles are broken not by human willpower alone, but by the intervention of Almighty God. And when He delivers you, He will place within you the courage to walk boldly into new territory. Too long you have measured your future by your past, expecting only to repeat what has always been. But when God cancels debt, He is not just setting you free from what was, He is launching you into what can be. He does not simply remove the old, He makes room for the new. He does not just strip away chains, He equips you with wings. This is not only about subtraction, it is about transformation. Do not despise the years you carried the debt, for they have prepared you to carry the blessing. If you had never known the weight of chains, you would not value the gift of freedom. If you had never known the taste of struggle, you would not appreciate the sweetness of abundance. God has allowed you to endure, not to destroy you, but to teach you, to strengthen you, to mature you. And now that the cancellation is near, you will carry it with the depth of someone who truly understands its worth. Lift up your head, for God is not finished with you. The debt is not the end of your story. The burden is not the final chapter. You are on the brink of a divine reversal. And when it comes, it will not come quietly. It will come like a flood breaking through a dam, like light piercing the darkest night, like a trumpet sounding across the silence. Everyone who thought you would live bound will see you stand free. Everyone who assumed the debt would crush you will witness the power of God to lift you. Everyone who doubted your story would change will hear you testify that it was God and God alone who canceled what you could never cancel. There are times when the very weight you thought would bury you becomes the very proof that God is alive and active in your story. The human heart is fragile when it carries burdens too long, but the spirit ignited by God becomes unbreakable. And some of you are about to discover that the years of heaviness were only the backdrop for a testimony so powerful it will shake others awake. God is about to cancel a debt so deeply rooted in your life that you had almost made peace with it. You thought you would carry it to your grave. You thought it would define your destiny. But God is saying, today I have measured your tears. I have counted your nights. I have heard your groaning. And now the season of carrying is over. The season of cancellation has come. What does it mean when God cancels? It means He removes every legal right the enemy had to hold you bound. It means He shatters the accusations that have followed you. It means He reverses verdicts spoken against you in silence and in secret. It means the very thing you thought you would owe forever suddenly has no voice, no power, no hold. And when He cancels, it is not with a pencil that fades, not with ink that smudges, but with a decree sealed in eternity. What God cancels cannot be reinstated by man. What God erases cannot be rewritten by your enemies. What God removes cannot return to enslave you again unless you hand it back with unbelief. I want to speak to the one who has lived under financial strain so long that you have equated money with misery. Every bill has been a reminder of your insufficiency. Every deadline a mark of your weakness. You have thought, this is my story, I will never escape. But hear me clearly. God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. The gold and the silver belong to Him, and He does not lack supply. He is able to provide streams and deserts, bread and famine, light and darkness, an opportunity where there seemed to be no door. You may think your economy decides your destiny, but it is God who holds your times in His hands. When He cancels, He will not only relieve the weight of debt, but will open your eyes to resources you never saw before, to paths you never considered, to provision that flows directly from His hand. I also want to speak to the one whose debt is hidden in the soul, the debt of guilt and self-condemnation. You have lived replaying mistakes, convincing yourself that you deserve to remain under this sentence. Every success feels counterfeit because the voice in your head reminds you of what you did, what you failed to do, where you fell short. You live as though you owe the world an apology. You can never finish giving. But let me tell you something powerful. When God cancels, He cancels even the voice of shame. He silences the accuser. He removes the stain that you thought was permanent. And when He says you are free, no inner critic, no memory, no haunting thought has the authority to chain you again. There are also those carrying the debt of delay. You expected life to be further along by now. You thought by this age you would be in another place, but everything feels late, postponed, behind schedule. You feel as though time itself is against you, and you live every day with the debt of lost years. But God is not only the one who cancels, He is the Redeemer of time. What you thought was wasted, He can multiply. What you thought was lost, He can restore. One moment of God's favor can accomplish more than decades of striving. One act of His hand can accelerate you beyond every delay. And when He does it, you will not walk in bitterness over what was lost, but in joy over what was gained. Let me take you deeper. When God cancels a debt, He also cancels the power of those who profited from your bondage. There are people, systems, and even thoughts that have benefited from keeping you low, from keeping you dependent, from keeping you afraid. But when God steps in, He not only breaks your chains, He dismantles the power structures that thrived on your captivity. The same God who breaks the snare also ensures that the snare cannot be rebuilt. The same God who silences the oppressor ensures that their words carry no weight over you again. Your freedom will not only be personal, it will shift the very environment around you. And when you walk free, you will not walk empty-handed. God never calls someone out of bondage without giving them the resources to build a new life. The freedom you are about to experience will not only remove the weight, it will equip you to stand, to flourish, to help others. Your testimony will not only be survival, it will be transformation. You will speak with an authority you never had before because you will know by experience that God cancels debts no one else could touch. And those who hear you will find hope in your story, courage in your freedom, and faith in your declaration. There are moments when life presses you so heavily that you feel you cannot breathe. When the burden of debt, whether financial, emotional, or spiritual, sits on your shoulders like a mountain that will never move. But hear this truth. God never designed you to be crushed by the weight of debt. God never created you to live chained to what happened yesterday, to what you owe in guilt and shame or even in finances. When God speaks of freedom, He does not speak of a small partial release. He speaks of chains being shattered, doors swinging wide open, and burdens being lifted so completely that you walk out lighter than you ever believed possible. God is about to cancel a debt you thought you would carry for years. And when He does, you will look back and wonder why you ever doubted His power in the first place. There is no weight too heavy for God to remove. There is no debt so large that it intimidates the Creator of heaven and earth. People may tell you it will take years to rebuild, years to repay, years to restore. But God is not bound by human timelines. God does not need to consult the calendar or the economy before He moves on your behalf. When He chooses to cancel what has been holding you, it happens suddenly, decisively, and without explanation. Others may not understand it, but you will know it was the hand of God because the freedom will be undeniable. I want you to consider the many who have walked before you, those who thought their mistakes had doomed them, those who believed their debts of failure, regret, or loss would never be erased. Yet when they humbled themselves before God, when they placed their trust in Him, they saw doors open that no human could have forced. They witnessed debts forgiven, mistakes redeemed, and broken pieces rebuilt into something stronger than before. God has never abandoned the one who cries out to Him, and He will not abandon you now. Debt is not just a matter of money. It is the weight of words you regret, the heaviness of time you feel you wasted, the bitterness of opportunities you think you missed. But God is saying to you, what you thought was wasted, I will redeem. What you thought was lost, I will restore. What you thought would bind you for life, I will break off in a moment. God is not just a counselor of numbers. He is the canceller of shame, of guilt, of bondage, of cycles that repeat in your family line. When God cancels a debt, He rewrites the story of your life so thoroughly that no one can connect you to the chains you once carried. You must understand that when God moves, He does not need the approval of banks, governments, or even the people around you. He does not wait for perfect conditions to set you free. He works in the middle of storms, in the heat of battle, in the places where you least expect His hand to show up. And when He shows up, the debt that seemed immovable suddenly loses its power. God has a way of not only removing what you owe, but also replacing it with blessings so abundant that it makes no sense except to give Him the glory. The enemy of your soul wants you to believe you will always carry this weight, that you will always live under this shadow. He whispers that you are too far gone, too buried, too chained to ever be free. But God declares something different over you. God says, I am your Redeemer, I am your provider, I am the one who lifts the heavy burden and breaks the yoke from your shoulders. When God speaks, every lie is silenced. Every debt loses its grip. Every fear is stripped of its voice. God is reminding you today that He has the final word. Not your debt, not your past, not your mistakes, not your circumstances. Sometimes God allows you to feel the full weight of a burden so that when He cancels it, you will never forget who delivered you. He allows you to walk through nights of weeping so that when the morning of freedom comes, your joy will be unshakable. He lets you reach the end of your strength so that you will know it was not your effort, not your wisdom, not your plan, but His hand alone that turned your story around. And when that moment comes, you will not boast in yourself, but you will lift your hands to heaven and say, "It was God who set me free." Think of this. God has been moving behind the scenes, orchestrating what you cannot see. While you have been worrying about how the debt will ever be lifted, God has already written the end of the story. While you were trying to calculate, God was already creating. While you were counting the years, God was preparing the moment. He does not operate on delay. He operates on divine timing, and His timing is perfect. When He chooses to cancel what has bound you, He does it at the very moment it will bring Him the most glory and you the greatest freedom. But you must also prepare your heart for freedom. Some people grow so used to carrying their debt, their shame, their weight, that they do not know how to live without it. They have become identified with their chains. Yet God is saying to you today, do not settle for bondage. Do not adjust to slavery. Do not make peace with the debt. Stand in faith, for I am about to set you free. Freedom requires faith. Freedom requires courage. Freedom requires you to believe that God is greater than the mountain in front of you. The question is not whether God can cancel your debt, but whether you will trust Him enough to let Him do it. Will you keep holding on to fear, or will you surrender it to God? Will you keep rehearsing the lies, or will you declare the truth that God is your deliverer? Will you keep measuring the size of your problem, or will you lift your eyes to the size of your God? He is not asking you to figure out how it will happen. He is asking you to believe that it will happen. He is asking you to trust Him even when you cannot see the path forward, because He has already prepared the way. And when the debt is canceled, when the burden is lifted, do not forget to use your freedom for God's glory. Do not waste the new life He has given you. Walk boldly, live gratefully, serve faithfully, and testify openly, because your story will not just be about what was canceled, it will be about who canceled it. And that testimony will give hope to others who are still carrying their weight, still living under the shadow of debt, still waiting for their breakthrough. God has not brought you this far to leave you in chains. He has not allowed you to walk through the valley only to abandon you there. He is bringing you to the mountain of freedom, to the place where debts are canceled, where burdens are lifted, where hope is restored, and where His power is undeniable. And He is about to do it in your life in ways you could not have imagined, so that when it happens, you will know beyond any doubt, it was God and God alone who set you free. My beloved, hear me with the full weight of truth burning in my spirit. The debt that has pressed upon your life, whether it's in your finances, your thoughts, or your heart, carries an expiration date. And that date is not set by this world, but by the mighty hand of God. Do not tremble at what tomorrow might bring, for the one who holds tomorrow has already written your freedom into the story. The chains you believed would cling to you for years are about to break apart. The heavy load you thought you'd carry until your final breath is being lifted even now. God Himself declares over you, enough. The debt is canceled. Lift your eyes, for the darkness is fading and the dawn of freedom has begun to rise. Stand firm in faith, because the same God who created the heavens and the earth is fighting on your behalf. Trust Him, for He has never failed and He never will. Step forward not with fear, but with confidence, for God has already gone before you. Doors are opening. Chains are breaking. The weight is being lifted. Your freedom is here. Now walk in it. Live in it. And give all the glory to God. For He alone has done this great thing. My friend, I want you to take this in with every part of your being, because it is no accident that you are hearing these words right now. There are seasons in life when it feels as though the very walls are pressing in on you. When the weight of your burden sits so heavy on your chest that drawing a breath feels impossible. When every door slams shut and every road ends in a wall, you look around and see nothing but impossibility. Yet in that very place of stillness, when your strength is gone and your hope feels like it is slipping away, that is exactly when God begins to act. God is about to turn things in your favor. And all He asks of you is this: be still. We live in a world that shouts at us to hurry, to force our own way, to push until we make something happen. But God does not move according to the noise of men. He moves in silence and stillness, working in ways you cannot see. And when He decides to move, no power on earth and no plan of hell can withstand Him. That is why, no matter how chaotic your life may seem, and no matter how loud the storms roar, you must hold to this truth: God is about to turn it all around. Do you not know that the darkest hour is always just before dawn? Have you not seen how the night reaches its deepest blackness only moments before the first light pierces the horizon? Your life may feel surrounded by midnight right now, but God has already written your sunrise. He has already declared that what was meant for harm shall be used for good, that what was designed to break you will be the very thing that lifts you higher. And so I tell you again with all the urgency of my soul, be still. Do not fight with your own might. Do not struggle with your own strength. Simply stand in faith, for God is about to turn things in your favor. There comes a time when every human being faces the silence of God, when prayers seem unanswered, when the heavens feel closed, when you wonder if God has forgotten you, but He has not. His silence does not mean His absence. His stillness does not mean His weakness. His delay does not mean His denial. It means He is working in ways that you cannot yet see. And if you could pull back the veil for just one moment, you would be astonished at how God has been aligning every detail, every step, every person, every circumstance to bring you to the place He has prepared for you. You must understand that when God moves, He does not do it halfway. He does not do it partially. He does not leave the job unfinished. When He turns things in your favor, He does it with completeness, with power, with authority. He does not ask permission from your enemies. He does not wait for the approval of men. He speaks, and it is done. He commands, and it stands fast. His word never returns void. That is why you can trust Him even in the silence. That is why you can rest even in the waiting. Because when God acts, your whole life will shift in a single moment. Think about the river that flows quietly for miles, hidden under the cover of trees, barely noticed by anyone. But eventually it reaches the cliff, and there in one thunderous crash, it becomes a mighty waterfall. Your life may feel like that quiet, unnoticed stream right now, but God has already determined the moment when the breakthrough will come, when the quiet flow will become a rushing surge of His blessing, His provision, His favor. You will not see it coming, but when it happens, nothing will be able to stop it. Be still and do not let fear rule you. Fear will always whisper that nothing is changing, that the silence means defeat, that the waiting means abandonment. But fear is a liar, and God is faithful. God never abandons the soul that trusts in Him. God never forgets the one who calls upon Him. God never turns His face from those who wait patiently. And if you can hold steady, if you can resist the urge to panic, if you can quiet your heart in the stillness of faith, you will witness the hand of God do what your own strength could never accomplish. I know there are some of you right now who feel that you have been waiting too long. You have prayed until your words ran dry. You have cried until there were no more tears. You have fought until you had no strength left. And you wonder, how much longer must I wait? My friend, I cannot tell you the number of days, but I can tell you this: your waiting is not wasted. Every moment you have endured has been preparing you. Every tear you have shed has been watering the seed of your future harvest. Every prayer you have prayed has been stored before God, and not a single one has been forgotten. There is coming a moment when God will release it all. And when that moment arrives, you will look back and realize that the waiting was necessary. For the waiting forged your faith. The waiting purified your motives. The waiting stripped away your pride. The waiting taught you to lean on God alone. And when the answer comes, when the breakthrough arrives, you will not boast in yourself. You will know without a shadow of a doubt that it was God and God alone who turned it in your favor. Now, some of you are restless. You want to force the door open. You want to make things happen in your own power. But hear me, what you build with your own strength, you must sustain with your own strength. And sooner or later, your strength will run out. But what God builds, He sustains. What God establishes, no man can overthrow. That is why it is far better to wait on God's timing than to rush with your own. For one moment of His favor is worth more than a lifetime of human effort. Do not despise the stillness. Do not despise the waiting. It is in the stillness that God refines you, strengthens you, and prepares you. The caterpillar must remain hidden in the cocoon until its appointed time. If it breaks free too early, it will never fly. But if it waits, if it endures the darkness, if it remains still, it will emerge transformed, radiant, free. And so it is with you. If you can be still, if you can endure the darkness, if you can hold your peace and trust God, you will emerge into a season where everything is turned in your favor. My friend, do not underestimate the stillness of God, for it is in that stillness that the greatest miracles are being prepared. When you feel surrounded by silence, it is not the silence of abandonment. It is the silence of strategy. God is positioning you, and He is positioning the world around you. What you cannot yet see with your eyes is already set in motion by His hand. Just as the roots of a tree grow deep in the unseen soil long before the fruit ever appears on its branches, so God works in the unseen long before His blessing becomes visible in your life. Do you not see that it is often the silence that makes the sound more powerful? When an orchestra pauses before the climax of its music, the silence makes the crescendo all the more magnificent. God has written the symphony of your life. And though you may be sitting in the quiet pause, the rise of His music is coming. Your heart will know that God alone was the conductor and every note was perfectly arranged. There are those who believe that being still means doing nothing, but stillness in God is not idleness. It is trust. It is a strength greater than striving. For it declares, I do not need to force my own way, because God Himself is fighting for me. Do you not know that God can do more in 1 second of His favor than you could accomplish in 1,000 years of labor? Do you not understand that what seems impossible to men but a whisper to the power of God? That is why you must not fear the silence, nor despise the waiting, nor abandon the stillness. For in it God is preparing to turn things in your favor in a way that will leave no doubt of His hand. I say to you, be careful not to confuse delay with denial. The human heart grows restless when answers do not come quickly, and the world around you may mock your faith, telling you that nothing is changing, but God is not bound by the clock on your wall. His timing is not delayed. It is perfect. The seed that is planted does not bear fruit the same day it goes into the ground. The rain must fall. The sun must shine. The seasons must shift. And then in due time the harvest appears. So it is with God's plan for your life. Though it feels long, though it seems quiet, though the soil of your circumstance looks barren, the harvest is coming. God has already appointed the season when the soil will break open and the fruit will rise. Some of you have been tested almost beyond what you can bear. You have walked through fire that should have consumed you and floods that should have drowned you. Yet here you are still standing. Do you not see that even in the fire God preserved you? Do you not understand that even in the flood God carried you? And if He has kept you this far, why would He abandon you now? God does not bring you to the edge of breakthrough only to push you back into despair. He brings you to the edge to show you the waters parting before your very eyes. And when He turns things in your favor, you will walk on dry ground where once there was nothing but impossibility. There will always be voices that try to distract you from being still. The voices of doubt, the voices of fear, the voices of those who do not understand your faith. But you must hold steady. Silence those voices in your heart and listen instead for the whisper of God. For when He speaks, it cuts through the noise of the world. When He commands, every opposition must bow. When He decides and the outcome is sealed, and I tell you with conviction, God has already decided to turn it in your favor. Look at your life not as it is today, but as God sees it tomorrow. Where you see defeat, He sees victory. Where you see loss, He sees restoration. Where you see despair, He sees joy unspeakable. God does not see you as broken beyond repair. He sees you as a vessel being remade, stronger, purer, more radiant than before. The potter does not discard the clay that is marred in his hands. He reshapes it, remolds it, and fashions it into something greater. And so it is with you. Be still, for the hands of God are shaping your tomorrow. And when He is finished, your life will be a testimony that no man can deny. Do not measure your future by the shadows of your past, the mistakes you made, the failures you endured, the losses you suffered. None of these can chain the hand of God. When He chooses to turn things in your favor, the past loses its power, the pain loses its grip, and the sorrow loses its sting. God does not consult your history to decide your destiny. He does not ask the opinion of your enemies before lifting you up. He does not weigh your worthiness by the standards of men. He alone is God, and when He decrees a thing, it shall come to pass. And so I plead with you, do not let despair steal your stillness. Do not let fear rob you of your faith. The silence you endure is not a sign of defeat, but the prelude to victory. The waiting you carry not a waste of time, but the building of your testimony. The stillness you keep is not emptiness, but preparation for the hand of God to move. And when He moves, the world will see it. Your doubters will see it. Your enemies will see it. And you yourself will fall on your knees in awe. For you will know that only God could have turned it around. Consider the mountain that blocks your path. To you it seems immovable, unshakable, insurmountable. But to God it is but dust before His breath. You do not need to climb it in your own strength. You do not need to push it with your own might. You need only to be still and trust the God who can level mountains with a word. He is the one who makes a way where there is no way, who opens doors that no man can shut, who raises valleys and lowers hills until the path before you is straight. He is not intimidated by the size of your problem, nor is He limited by the power of your enemies. He is God, and He is about to turn things in your favor. My heart burns with urgency to tell you this. What God is preparing for you will not only bless your present, it will redeem your past and secure your future. He wastes nothing. Every pain you endured, every season of waiting, every tear that fell, He will weave into the tapestry of His plan until you look back and say, "It was worth it all, for this is what God had prepared." You may not understand it now, but you will. And when you do, you will not regret a single moment of stillness, for it will have led you to a victory beyond your imagination. There are moments when the stillness feels unbearable, when every fiber of your being longs to move, to speak, to fix what seems broken. Yet, it is in that unbearable silence that God is perfecting the lesson you need most. The lesson of surrender. For as long as you cling to your own strength, you will never see the fullness of God's strength. As long as you are fighting to control, you will never know the power of being carried. But when you finally release your grip and let God take hold, you will discover that His way is not only higher than yours, it is perfect. Do not believe that the silence of God is the absence of His hand. His hand is never idle. Even when you cannot trace His fingerprints, He is writing your future. Even when you cannot hear His voice, He is speaking into your tomorrow. Even when you cannot feel His presence, He is closer than your breath. Stillness is not emptiness. It is the sacred ground where God is doing His deepest work. Sometimes God steals your life because He is stealing your enemies. He silences the voices that seek to harm you. He confuses the plans that seek to destroy you. And He overturns the traps that were set against you. You may think nothing is happening, but in truth, God is fighting battles you cannot see. And when He turns things in your favor, you will realize that the silence was not wasted. It was protection. It was God shielding you from harm, blocking arrows you never even saw coming, and clearing the path so that your steps would be steady when it was time to move forward. Other times, God calls you to be still because He is preparing the stage for something greater than you imagine. Think of the farmer who prepares the soil long before the harvest arrives. One day, the field may look barren, but it is not empty. It is waiting. And just as surely as the seasons change, the time of growth must come. Your stillness may feel barren, but God has already appointed the season of abundance. What looks empty today will soon overflow. And when it does, you will understand why the silence was necessary. Be careful not to despise small beginnings, for what God is about to do often starts quietly. The greatest rivers begin as small trickles hidden in the mountains. The mightiest trees begin as tiny seeds buried in the dark. And the greatest works of God often begin in stillness, hidden from the eyes of men, until suddenly they burst forth with undeniable power. Do not mistake the small signs for insignificance. Those are the first whispers of a great turning in your favor. There is a reason God tells the weary soul to be still. Stillness is not weakness. It is trust in its purest form. It says, God, I believe you enough to stop striving. I trust you enough to stop forcing. I know you enough to rest in silence. This trust moves the heart of God more than 1,000 restless words. For what pleases Him is not the clamor of our anxiety, but the quiet strength of our faith. Do not think that your stillness means your destiny is on hold. On the contrary, it means your destiny is being fortified. God is not simply planning to restore you to where you were. He is preparing to elevate you to where you could not go without Him. And when that turning comes, it will not merely bring relief, it will bring transformation. What once broke you will become your testimony. What once burdened you will become your strength. What once caused you shame will become the very evidence of God's power in your life. My friend, I tell you this, the favor of God does not simply change circumstances, it changes you. It refines your heart. It sharpens your faith. It deepens your character. When God turns things in your favor, it is not only about doors arriving, it is about you being ready to walk through those doors and carry those opportunities with wisdom and courage. The stillness is not about delay, it is about preparation. And the greater the silence, the greater the preparation. Because the greater the blessing God intends to release. Do not envy those who seem to rise quickly. What grows too fast often falls just as fast. But what God builds slowly in silence, in stillness, stands unshaken through every storm. You may feel hidden, overlooked, forgotten. But the truth is that you are being rooted. And when the shift finally comes, you will rise with a strength no wind can break and a steadiness no storm can move. For God Himself will be your solid ground, and His favor will rest upon you like a shield. Even now, He is threading your story into something far greater than your eyes can see. You glimpse only fragments, moments of loss, shards of pain, stretches of silence, but God beholds the entire masterpiece. And when He unveils it, you'll realize nothing was wasted. Nothing was accidental. Nothing was without meaning. Every detail carried intention. Every season held significance. Every silence contained power. And all of it has been pointing to one divine reality. God was working all along to turn things in your favor. There are times when the stillness of God feels like the heaviest weight a soul can carry. You wake up and the problem is still there. You pray and the silence continues. You look around and others seem to move forward while you remain in place. Yet, let me tell you something with absolute certainty. The longer God keeps you still, the greater the revelation that is coming. The silence is not punishment. It is divine preparation. God is stretching the vessel of your life so that it can contain the abundance He is about to pour out. Do not let your heart be deceived into thinking that stillness means stagnation. Even in the wilderness, God was leading. Even in the desert, God was providing. Even in the valley, God was present. Stillness is not the absence of progress. It is the unseen progress of God's plan unfolding step by step. The ground beneath your feet may look dry, but rivers are flowing beneath the surface. The air around you may seem empty, but the winds of God's favor are gathering strength, ready to shift in your direction. The reason stillness feels so uncomfortable is because it goes against the very nature of our pride. We want control. We want speed. We want answers now. But God says, be still and know. Not be still and guess. Not be still and worry. But be still and know that I am God. And to know Him in that stillness is to discover that His wisdom is beyond our logic. His timing is beyond our calendar, and His ways are beyond our imagination. What looks delayed to you is on schedule for Him. What feels denied to you is being preserved by Him. What seems silent to you is being spoken over in the heavens by Him. I want you to picture this: a bowstring pulled back in silence. For a moment, nothing moves. There is only stillness waiting. But the longer that bow is drawn back, the farther the arrow will fly when it is released. That is your life right now. God has pulled you into a season of stillness, not to hold you back forever, but to prepare your launch. And when He releases you, the distance you cover, the favor you walk into, the breakthroughs you experience will be far greater than if you had been released too soon. There is also protection and stillness. God keeps you still because He knows that if you moved now, you would walk into battles you are not yet equipped to fight. He knows that if you rushed ahead, you would encounter doors that are not meant for you, people who would harm you, or opportunities that would crush you. But in His mercy, He says, "Be still." For in your stillness, He fights battles on your behalf. In your stillness, He clears the path ahead. In your stillness, He lays a foundation solid that when you finally move, nothing will be able to shake you. Do not despise the silence. Instead, learn to hear God in it. For silence does not mean absence. It means intimacy. When the noise of the world fades, you begin to hear the whispers of God more clearly. And it is in those whispers that He strengthens your spirit, refines your faith, and renews your hope. If you can learn to embrace the silence, you will realize it is not a void. It is a sanctuary. It is the place where God teaches you to depend on Him, to trust Him beyond sight, and to love Him beyond circumstance. Hear me when I say this. When God turns things in your favor, it will not come by the hand of man. Men may be used as instruments, but the author will be God alone. And when it happens, there will be no doubt. You will not say this came because of luck or chance or coincidence. You will say this came because of God, and that testimony will be stronger than any victory you could have manufactured by your own effort. The stillness also humbles us. It strips away the illusion that we are in control. It silences the arrogance that says, "I can make it happen on my own." And though that humbling may feel painful, it is a gift. For humility is the gateway to divine favor. When God sees that you no longer rely on your own strength, He releases His strength on your behalf. And His strength will carry you further in one day than your own could have carried you in a lifetime. There are people who will doubt you in your stillness. They will say, "Where is your God now?" They will mock your waiting. They will question your silence. They will judge your faith. But when God turns things in your favor, those same people will have no word. For the evidence of His power will be undeniable, and your life will stand as a living declaration that trusting God is never in vain. My friend, there is a sacred strength that rises in the one who chooses to be still when everything inside them wants to run, fight, or force. The world teaches you to hustle, to push harder, to claw your way through doors that are locked. But God says, "Wait, and I will open the door myself." And when God opens a door, no man can shut it. When God lays a foundation, no storm can tear it down. When God declares favor, no opposition can reverse it. That is why stillness is not weakness. It is the highest form of trust. It is the courage to say, "I will not panic. I will not force. I will not fear. I will wait because I know God is faithful." Understand this truth. The waiting season is not wasted. It is weight training for your spirit. It is teaching you how to carry what God is preparing to place in your hands. If the blessing came too soon, it would crush you. If the favor came too quickly, it would overwhelm you. But in stillness, God builds your strength, enlarges your capacity, and teaches you endurance. And when the time comes, you will not only step into your breakthrough, you will stand strong enough to hold it. Stillness is also the ground where faith becomes unshakable. Anyone can believe when the evidence is visible. Anyone can trust when the answers are immediate. But true faith is forged when there is no evidence, no answer, no sign. And still the heart declares, "I will wait on God." That kind of faith is what moves mountains. That kind of faith is what silences fear. That kind of faith is what unlocks the very power of God to turn things in your favor. Do not think that God has forgotten you. The enemy will try to whisper that lie in your stillness. He will point to your unanswered prayers and say, "See, nothing is happening." He will point to the success of others and say, "See, you are left behind." But those are lies. God has not forgotten you. He is preparing you. God has not overlooked you. He has appointed your time. God has not abandoned you. He is standing closer than ever, guiding every unseen detail toward the moment when your life will shift with His favor. I must remind you, the turn of God often comes suddenly. One day of favor can outweigh years of struggle. One moment of His intervention can undo decades of pain. One act of His power can silence every enemy, heal every wound, restore every loss. And because you endured the silence, because you stayed still when it would have been easier to run, you will be ready when that moment comes. Some of you have been standing at the edge of surrender, tempted to give up because the silence feels too heavy. But let me tell you, you are closer now than you have ever been. Do not quit on the edge of your miracle. Do not walk away when the turning is about to happen. If you could see how near your breakthrough is, you would not despair. You would rejoice. For even now, God is aligning things you cannot see. Even now, God is softening hearts you do not know. Even now, God is opening doors that you cannot yet imagine. The stillness you feel today is the silence before the sound of victory. Be still and let God be God. Do not shrink Him down to the size of your understanding. His wisdom is higher than your thoughts. His power is greater than your fears. His plan is larger than your dreams. When you try to solve it in your own strength, you limit the outcome to what you can achieve. But when you let God solve it, the outcome will exceed what you ever dared to ask. He does not think small. He does not act partially. He does not work halfway. God works in fullness. And when He turns things in your favor, it will overflow into every part of your life. Your silence today is the soil of tomorrow's song. Your waiting now is the womb of tomorrow's testimony. Your stillness today is the seed of tomorrow's harvest. Do not curse the seed, because it has not yet broken the ground. The seed is alive, hidden though it may be, and in the right season it will push through the soil and bear fruit beyond what you imagined. So it is with the promise of God. It may be buried in stillness, but it is not dead. It is living, breathing, waiting for the appointed time when it will spring forth in glory. I urge you to see stillness not as a burden, but as a gift. For in the stillness, your ears are tuned to God. In the stillness, your heart learns endurance. In the stillness, your spirit is purified. And when the silence breaks, when the stillness ends, when the favor flows, you will look back and see that the waiting was not wasted. It was the very thing that prepared you to carry the blessing without it crushing you. Do not rush the hand of God. His timing is not late, it is precise. His silence is not cruelty, it is wisdom. His stillness is not neglect, it is love. And if you can trust Him in the quiet, you will rejoice in the turning. For He is about to turn things in your favor in ways so undeniable, so powerful, so complete, that you will say, "It could only have been God." There are moments when silence itself becomes the loudest voice of God. It is in those stretches where no answer comes, no sign appears, and no breakthrough is visible, that God is teaching you how to live by faith instead of feelings. Feelings change with the wind, but faith anchors you to the eternal. Feelings tremble in the storm, But faith declares, God is still in control. Do not despise the silence, for within it God is shaping a trust that cannot be shaken by circumstances, nor swayed by the whispers of doubt. The one who learns to endure silence with faith learns to walk in a strength that no earthly power can strip away. Think of the ocean. On the surface, waves crash, winds roar, and storms rage. But in the depths, the waters are calm, steady, unmoved by the chaos above. That is what God wants for your spirit, to live in the depth of His stillness, untouched by the storms of life. The storm may rage around you, but it does not have to rage within you. And when you stand in that stillness, you carry a peace that confuses the world, a calm that cannot be explained, a strength that only God can give. Some people misunderstand stillness, thinking it means passivity or resignation. But stillness before God is not giving up. It is giving over. It is placing your battles into His hands, knowing His strength will do what yours never could. It is refusing to be driven by panic or pressure, but instead being anchored in the certainty that God governs time, destiny, and outcome. Stillness is not weakness. It is warfare of a higher kind. It is standing your ground in faith when every force of fear tells you to run. There is a divine mystery in how God works. Often He hides His greatest miracles in the most ordinary days. You look around and see nothing changing, but under the surface, He is moving mountains you cannot see, aligning pieces you could never arrange, and orchestrating outcomes you could not design. The silence is not proof of His absence. It is proof of His unseen activity. For God often works in the hidden place before He reveals in the open. And when the revelation comes, it will make sense of every delay, every tear, every unanswered question. I tell you, the silence of God is not empty. It is full of wisdom, full of power, full of preparation. Just because you cannot hear His voice does not mean He is not speaking. He may be speaking in ways beyond your hearing, guiding you with unseen hands, teaching your heart lessons that only silence can teach. For sometimes words would only distract you, but silence shapes you. Sometimes direction would only rush you, but silence roots you. Sometimes answers would only make you cling to the gift, but silence makes you cling to the giver. And when the silence is finally broken, it is never with a whisper of chance. It is with the thunder of destiny. God does not turn things halfway. When He decides the time is right, He does not simply shift small details. He overturns entire situations. He makes the crooked places straight, the impossible possible, the barren fruitful, the forgotten remembered. When He turns it, He does so completely. That is why you must endure the silence, because the sound of His turning will be worth every second of waiting. Do not let impatience rob you of what God is preparing. Many have lost their blessing because they rushed ahead of God's timing. They planted seeds but dug them up too soon, never letting them take root. They prayed for doors but forced their way through windows, only to find themselves unprepared for what they demanded. But the one who waits on God, the one who endures the stillness, receives not only the blessing but the strength to keep it. My friend, the silence is not your enemy. It is your ally. It is the proving ground of your faith, the training ground of your endurance, the refining ground of your trust. You may not see it now, but you will look back and thank God for the stillness. You will realize that it was in the silence that you found your deepest strength, your truest faith, and your closest encounter with God. For when all other voices faded, His presence was still there, steady and unshakable, carrying you when you thought you could not go on. And now I want to leave this truth pressed upon your heart. The same God who shaped the mountains, who commands the seas, who sets the stars in their places, is the very God who holds your life in His hands. He has not forgotten you. He has not overlooked you. The delays you face are not denials. They are divine preparations. The silence you endure is not abandonment. It is the stage upon which God will reveal His power. And when He turns things in your favor, it will not be small. It won't be halfway. It won't be average. It will be undeniable, unstoppable, and clearly marked by His hand. So stay calm, stay grounded. Don't let fear take the wheel. Don't let impatience rush you ahead. Don't let despair swallow your hope. Root yourself in faith and believe that the God who never fails is about to act on your behalf. Your darkest hour is giving way to dawn. Your valley is only the path to a higher mountain. Your tears are watering the very ground where your next blessing will bloom. And when it comes, you'll stand as proof that waiting on God is never wasted, that trusting Him is never pointless, and that His timing is always flawless. Lift your gaze, strengthen your spirit, and hold your position. For God is about to shift everything in your favor. Just stay still. Have you ever stood at the edge of despair when the night felt darker than you ever imagined and wondered if God had forgotten you? Have you ever wept in silence, your tears unseen, questioning if your prayers ever reached heaven's gates? Hear me now with every conviction in my soul. The silence of God does not mean His absence, and the delay of His hand does not mean the denial of His power. God is closer than the air you breathe, nearer than the beat of your own heart. And He is preparing to move in your life with such wonder that it will leave you trembling in awe. The very ground beneath your feet will become holy when His miracles unfold before your eyes, for God is about to surprise you. The miracles you have been waiting for are already on their way. Too often we mistake the waiting season for abandonment. We confuse the quietness of God with distance. But God is not bound by the clocks on your wall, nor the calendars you mark with red circles of desperation. God moves in His perfect time. And when He chooses to act, no force on earth, no power in hell, no storm in your life can stop the breakthrough He has already spoken over you. There are miracles with your name written upon them, and they are coming with a swiftness that will leave you stunned. The doors that have been locked for years will burst open. The chains that you have dragged along for so long will shatter with a sound that echoes in eternity. The barren places of your life will bloom, because the God who created heaven and earth has not forgotten you, and He has not overlooked your cries. Listen to me. God specializes in the impossible. What seems too heavy for you is light to Him. What seems too far gone for you is just the beginning of His story. The situation that others have declared dead is the very ground upon which God will perform His most extraordinary miracles. You may think that you have reached the end of your strength, but it is here at the very end of yourself that you will see the hand of God lifting you higher than you ever thought possible. Do not be deceived by the silence of the present moment. The heavens are stirring, the earth is shifting, and the unseen hand of God is aligning every detail of your life to usher in the miracles He has promised. There will be people who doubt you. There will be voices that try to persuade you to give up. But you must remember that God does not need the approval of men to bless you. He does not need the applause of crowds to perform His wonders in your life. When God decides to surprise you with a miracle, no critic can silence it, no enemy can block it, and no fear can erase it. You were not born to be abandoned. You were not created to be overlooked. You were designed by the hand of God to experience His power, to walk in His provision, and to witness His miracles with your own eyes. Think back on the valleys you've already walked through. Think of the storms you've already survived, and were you not held up by the invisible hand of God? Did He not sustain you when you thought the end had come? And if He carried you then, will He not carry you now? If He sustained you yesterday, will He not provide for you today? Your miracle is not in the distant future. It is approaching like the dawn after the darkest night. And when that light breaks, it will not come softly or timidly. It will come with the power of God's authority, shining so brightly that even those who doubted you will stand in awe of what He has done in your life. I tell you this, God is never too late. Some of you have been holding on to promises for years. Some of you have been praying with tears on your pillow year after year, wondering when the answer would come. But what you thought was delay was preparation. God has been shaping you, molding you, strengthening your faith, so that when the miracle comes, you will be ready to carry it. He has been building your character to match the size of the blessing He is about to release. And when it comes, you will realize why the wait was so long, why the silence was so heavy, and why the night was so dark. Because the morning He is sending will be brighter than you ever dreamed. You are not forgotten. Your prayers have not vanished into the air. Your cries have not been ignored. God has recorded every word, seen every tear, and counted every sleepless night. And He is about to move. I say to you with boldness, miracles are on their way. Some of you will see healing where doctors gave up. Some of you will see financial provision where the world declared bankruptcy. Some of you will see restoration in relationships you thought were beyond repair. And when it happens, you will know without a doubt that it was the hand of God, because no one else could have written such a story. Hold on to your faith. Do not let go now, not when the finish line is so near. The enemy wants you to quit before you see it. Doubt wants to rob you of your joy before the blessing arrives. Fear wants to blind your eyes to the light that is already dawning. But if you will stand, if you will believe, if you will hold steady, you will see the salvation of God in your life in a way you have never known before. The desert is about to bloom. The dry bones are about to rise. The stone is about to roll away. There is something extraordinary that happens when a human soul comes face to face with the power of God's timing. What feels delayed to you is right on schedule in His design. What feels impossible to you is a small matter in His command. Do you understand what that means? It means that every setback you have faced, every closed door that left you broken, every detour that confused you, none of it was wasted. God was not withholding. He was arranging. He was not ignoring you. He was orchestrating a far greater miracle than you had the courage to imagine. I want you to lift your eyes above your circumstances and see the vastness of God. He holds galaxies in place, commands the seas, calls each star by name. Do you think the same God who manages the universe has lost sight of your life? Do you think the same God who painted the sky each morning has no plan for your future? That is the lie the enemy whispers, but it is not the truth. The truth is that God has already appointed blessings for you, and they will arrive in the very moment He has prepared. And when they arrive, you will marvel at the wisdom of His delay, because you will see that had it come earlier, you would not have been ready to hold it. There are some listening to me now who have carried disappointment like a cloak upon their shoulders. You have learned to expect little so that you will not be hurt by hope. But I declare to you this day that it is time to expect again. It is time to believe again, because God is not finished with you. The very areas where you feel forgotten are the very places God is about to flood with His miracles. That sickness that has lingered in your body is no match for the one who formed you in your mother's womb. That burden of debt, that chain of lack that has followed you for years, is nothing against the one who owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. That broken relationship that left you aching with loneliness is not beyond the touch of God, who mends what no hand on earth can mend. When God chooses to act, He does not merely restore you to where you were before. He multiplies. He increases. He pours out in a measure you cannot contain. Think of the rivers that carve through valleys, unstoppable in their flow. That is how the miracles of God will surge through your life. Unstoppable, undeniable, and overflowing. Do not insult the power of God by limiting your expectation to the size of your need. Your need is only the starting point. His supply goes far beyond. You ask for survival, but God gives abundance. You pray for enough to endure, but God sends more than enough to thrive. You beg for a door, but He tears down walls. There is a season of sudden change about to unfold in the lives of those who have been faithful in the dark. You may feel as though your prayers have echoed back to you unanswered, but what you could not see is that God was storing them up like seeds. And seeds, though hidden in the ground, are never dead. They are preparing, stretching, breaking open, until the moment comes when they burst forth into life. That is what is happening with your prayers right now. They are about to break the soil of your life, and the harvest will not be small. It will be so abundant that even those who mocked your faith will stand in awe. Do not confuse God's patience with inactivity. The silence of God is not empty. It is full of preparation, full of unseen movement, full of divine alignment. He has been whispering into the hearts of those who will bless you. He has been stirring the ground beneath your feet, moving obstacles out of your way that you didn't even know were there. And soon, very soon, you will look back and say, only God could have done this. You may feel right now that your strength is gone, that you have no energy left to believe. But hear me, it is not your strength that will bring the miracle. It is God's strength. Your job is not to figure out how, but to hold on to the belief that He will. The power is His, the timing is His, the miracle is His, and the glory will be His. That is why you cannot give up now. You are standing at the edge of something greater than you have ever known. The breaking point is the very place where God reveals Himself most clearly. God delights in showing His power in places that appear hopeless. When the situation is so broken that no human hand can fix it, that is where His majesty shines brightest. And perhaps this is why He has allowed you to reach this place. Because He wants the world to see that it was not luck, not coincidence, not human strength, but His miracle that changed everything. When the answer comes, you will not have to convince anyone. The evidence will speak for itself. Your life will testify louder than your words ever could. There are moments in life when it feels as though the heavens are closed, when you pray and the silence presses on you like a heavy weight. But silence is not abandonment, and waiting is not rejection. God does not measure time as you and I do. He is not bound to the ticking of a clock or the movement of the seasons. His plan is eternal, and His wisdom surpasses anything the human mind can comprehend. While you sit wondering why the answer has not come, God is arranging details that you cannot see. He is preparing people you have not met. He is aligning opportunities that have not yet entered your imagination. And when His perfect moment arrives, it will come so suddenly, so powerfully, that you will look back and see how every delay was necessary to prepare you for the miracle that is now rushing toward your life. Some of you are standing in the middle of trials that feel unbearable. You have carried the weight of unanswered prayers. You have felt the sting of disappointment. You have watched doors close with no explanation. But let me tell you with absolute conviction, God is not finished with you. He is not through writing your story. What you think is a full stop is only a comma in His design. Your life is not heading toward defeat. It is being prepared for triumph. And when the hand of God moves, you will understand why it had to happen this way. The very things you thought would destroy you will become the platform upon which He reveals His greatness. You see, God does not simply fix problems. He transforms them. He takes the broken pieces of your life and molds them into a testimony that shines with His glory. That is why the pain you have endured will not be wasted. That is why the tears you have shed have been gathered by His hand. He is not only going to restore you, He is going to use your very scars as evidence of His healing power. And when your miracle comes, it will not be quiet. It will not be hidden. It will not be small. It will be undeniable because God does not do things halfway. He completes what He began. Right now, God is working behind the curtain of your life. Think of a great stage production. The audience sees only the scene before them. But behind the curtain, there are workers moving, setting up, preparing for what is about to unfold. That is what is happening for you. God has been moving pieces, arranging the scenery, aligning the timing, and soon He will pull back the curtain, and you will see what He has been preparing all along. It will not only bless you, but it will astonish those around you, because it will be clear that only God could have orchestrated such a masterpiece. There is a danger in believing that what you see today is all there will ever be. The enemy wants to convince you that your present reality is permanent. But do not be deceived. God is the one who turns night into morning, winter into spring, mourning into dancing. Your current situation is not the final word. The final word belongs to God, and His word is filled with life, power, and promise. Do not let despair lock you into believing that this is the end. The story is still unfolding, and God holds the pen. You may feel weak right now, but weakness is not defeat. In fact, it is often in our weakness that God reveals His greatest strength. When you have no power left to stand, it is then that His power carries you. When you have no answers left to give, it is then that His wisdom directs you. When you have no resources left to draw from, it is then that His provision sustains you. Do not despise your weakness, because it is the very place where the strength of God will shine brightest. Miracles are not simply events that change circumstances. They are encounters with the living power of God that change people from within. When He moves in your life, He will not only shift the external situation, but also enlarge your faith, deepen your trust, and strengthen your soul. That is why some of the greatest miracles come after the longest struggles. Because God is not only answering your prayer, He is shaping your character to carry what He is giving you. The blessing is not just in the provision, it is in the transformation. I want you to consider this truth. God never surprises without purpose. When He sends a miracle, it is not random, not accidental, not haphazard. It is intentional. It is designed with precision, aimed directly at your need, and timed perfectly for your journey. And when it comes, it will fit so flawlessly into the fabric of your life that you will know it could only have been God. You will not have to force it. You will not have to chase it. You will not have to manipulate it. It will come with ease because what God ordains flows in divine order. There are seasons when you stand in the middle of life's storms and everything in you cries out for relief, yet the heavens seem still. You look to the left and right and you find no way forward. But let me tell you something that must be engraved upon your heart. The quietness of God is not abandonment. The stillness of God is not neglect. In that silence, He is crafting answers far greater than the ones you imagine. He is not a God who forgets, nor is He a God who abandons. He is a God who sees the end from the beginning. And when His appointed time comes, the very silence you despised will reveal itself as the soil from which your miracle was born. Do you know why God sometimes waits? It is because the ground must be prepared for what He is about to give you. If He placed the miracle in your hands too soon, you might misuse it, misunderstand it, or even lose it. But when He has strengthened you, refined you, and built endurance within you, then you will hold that miracle with confidence and gratitude. What feels like a delay is often the kindness of God protecting you from receiving too small a blessing when He has planned something immeasurably greater. The waiting is not wasted. It is a classroom where faith is taught, where patience is sharpened, and where character is forged. And hear me on this: God never writes small stories. He does not move in your life to impress the world with ordinary outcome. He moves to reveal His greatness. That is why when He chooses to bless you, the blessing is often larger than what you asked for. You pray for the strength to make it through the week, and He gives you the endurance to last through the year. You ask for a door to open, and He builds you a pathway. You plead for a drop of water, and He sends a flood. That is the way of God. His generosity is beyond measure, and His miracles never arrive in fragments. They arrive in fullness. Right now you may feel as though you are in a wilderness. You see no way out, no clear direction, no evidence of change. But the wilderness has always been the place where God reveals His power most clearly. He does not need the fertile fields to grow a harvest. He can bring water from a rock and bread from the sky. He does not need the perfect setting to show His strength. He can take the most barren land and turn it into a place of abundance. That is why you must not despise the wilderness seasons of your life. They are often the very stage upon which God demonstrates His miracles. The truth is this: when God surprises you, it is rarely in the way you expect. He moves in ways that confound human understanding. He does not limit Himself to the paths you see before you. He creates new paths, unseen doors, unexpected opportunities. Some of you have been staring so long at the door that closed, you have forgotten that God is not confined to that one doorway. He has 1,000 ways to bring you into blessing. Do not cling so tightly to what ended that you miss what is beginning. God is not finished, and His surprises often come from directions you never anticipated. There are blessings with your name on them that you have not even considered in your prayers. God is preparing to place in your life things you never thought to ask for. He hears not only the words of your mouth, but also the desires of your heart, the longings you cannot even articulate. And He delights in fulfilling those hidden desires in ways that remind you of His intimate knowledge of who you are. That is why when His miracles arrive, they do not feel generic, they feel personal. They fit your life so perfectly that you know it could not have been anyone else but God. Lift up your faith, because your expectation is the soil in which miracles grow. If you expect little, you prepare little. If you expect nothing, you prepare for nothing. But if you expect God to move in power, You prepare your life with boldness. You speak with confidence. You walk with anticipation. You clear space in your heart for the blessing that is on its way. Expectation is not arrogance. It is trust. It is the acknowledgement that God is faithful, that His word does not return void, and that His power has not diminished. Expect with confidence, for the one you are waiting on is the one who holds the universe in His hand. Do not allow the voice of doubt to drown out the voice of faith. Doubt will whisper, "It has been too long." Faith declares, "God is never late." Doubt will say, "It is too big." Faith answers, "Nothing is too hard for God." Doubt insists you are not worthy. Faith responds, "It is not my worthiness that matters, but God's mercy." When the battle between doubt and faith rages within you, choose faith. Anchor yourself in the certainty of God's character, because He has never failed and He never will. There is coming a day sooner than you think, when your heart will swell with gratitude for the very trials that once tormented you, because you will see how those trials led you to trust God more deeply, how those tears softened your heart, how those struggles positioned you for blessings you could not have carried otherwise. You will see that God wastes nothing, not even your pain. Every difficulty, every setback, every disappointment is raw material in His hands, and He is molding it all into a miracle that will carry your life into new dimensions of blessing. There are divine moments when the ordinary rhythm of life is suddenly interrupted by the extraordinary hand of God. You may be going about your day weighed down by burdens, expecting nothing different than yesterday, and then suddenly the atmosphere shifts. Suddenly the impossible bends to the will of God. Suddenly the prayer you whispered in private is answered in public. That is how God works. Quietly preparing behind the scenes, silently arranging every detail, and then suddenly He moves in power. The world may call it coincidence, but a heart anchored in faith knows the truth. It is God's divine surprise, His intentional intervention, His way of reminding you that He alone authors every chapter of your story. When God decides to act, He needs no announcement, no build-up, no warning. He moves in moments that shift everything. Seasons that seemed endless are overturned in an instant. One moment, Joseph was forgotten in a prison cell. The next, he was standing before kings. One moment, a widow clutched her final handful of flour. The next, her jar was overflowing without end. One moment, the sea stood as an impossible barrier. The next, dry ground appeared where no path had ever existed. This is the pattern of God's power. He takes the suddenly and fills it with His glory, reminding every soul that He alone is in control. But here is what I must tell you. To experience these divine surprises, you must not let bitterness take root in your waiting. Bitterness is a thief. It robs you of hope. It blinds you to possibility, and it closes your hands when God is ready to place a blessing within them. Guard your heart while you wait. Do not allow resentment to turn your waiting season into a wilderness of despair. Instead, let your faith remain alive, your spirit expectant, your words seasoned with hope. Because God delights in those who remain steadfast, who keep their lamps burning, who prepare themselves as if the miracle could come at any moment. Do not underestimate what God is doing even when you cannot see it. Think of the seed beneath the soil. For a long time, it appears as though nothing is happening. The ground looks the same. The surface offers no evidence of change. Yet, underground, the seed is splitting, stretching, reaching, and then, in due time, it bursts forth into life. That is what God is doing with your prayers. They may look unanswered on the surface, but beneath the ground of your life, He is moving, preparing, and soon that hidden work will break forth into visible blessing. And when it comes, it will not just change your situation, it will change you, because the purpose of a miracle is never just comfort. It is transformation. God does not merely give you bread for the day, He teaches you to trust Him for every tomorrow. He does not simply rescue you from the pit, He shows you that He is the one who lifts the fallen. His miracles train your heart to walk in greater faith, greater courage, greater surrender. That is why the blessing is not only in what you receive, but in who you become when you receive it. Now let me tell you this truth with boldness. The miracle you are about to see will not come through human hands, nor will it be the result of human favor. It will be unmistakably divine. The promotion you receive will be so unlikely that others will know it could only have been God. The healing you experience will confound the wisest of experts. The peace that floods your heart will be unexplainable by worldly standards. God moves in such a way that no one else can claim the credit. He makes it impossible to mistake His hand for anyone else's. Do not be surprised if God blesses you in ways that others think you do not deserve. Do not be shocked if He lifts you in the presence of those who counted you out. For His miracles are not distributed by human judgment. They flow from His mercy, His purpose, His plan. And when He chooses to favor you, there is no voice, no enemy, no critic who can reverse it. His hand is final. His decree is unshakable. When God declares a blessing over your life, it is settled. And let me assure you, when God sends His surprises, they do not come in isolation. One miracle opens the door to another. One blessing creates a pathway for more. The provision of God is abundant, overflowing, pressed down, shaken together, running over. His blessings are not scarce. He is not a God of barely enough. He is the God of more than enough. He does not just quench your thirst, He makes rivers flow in your desert. He does not just mend what was broken, He makes it stronger than before. That is the magnitude of His power. And that is the generosity of His heart. There are moments in life when it seems as though the night will never end, when your prayers feel as though they are hitting a wall, when the weight on your shoulders feels too heavy to carry another step. But let me tell you with boldness, with conviction, with unwavering certainty, God is not finished with you. He has not turned His face away from you. He has not forgotten your name. He is preparing something beyond what your mind can comprehend. And when He moves, He will do it suddenly. The delay you are facing is not denial. It is the setup for the very moment when His power will break into your life, and you will stand in awe at the surprise that only God could orchestrate. Some of you are waiting for answers that feel long overdue, and doubt whispers that maybe God has passed you by. But listen carefully. God does not measure time as men do. He is not late. He is never too early. He is always right on time. And His timing is not just perfect. It is purposeful. He allows certain seasons of waiting because the miracle is not just about the outcome. It is about shaping you into someone who can carry the blessing without being crushed by it. When God surprises you, it will not just bless your life, it will transform you. It will teach you that His wisdom is greater than your plans, that His strength is greater than your struggle, and that His promise is greater than your pain. You may not see the hand of God at work right now, but faith was never about walking by sight. Faith is about trusting that God is doing something behind the curtain of your life, weaving together details you could never connect on your own. The very doors that seemed closed were closed by His hand to protect you from something you couldn't see. The detours you thought were delays were actually redirections towards something greater. The valleys you walked through were not meant to destroy you, but to deepen you, to stretch you, to make you ready for the mountaintop that God is about to lead you to. Understand this. When God moves, it will not be ordinary. It will not be something that can be explained by human logic or human effort. It will be divine. It will be so remarkable that everyone around you will have no choice but to say, surely only God could have done this. And when He surprises you with the miracle, it will not just lift you. It will shine as a testimony for others who are struggling to believe that God still moves. Your breakthrough will not only be for you, it will be the evidence that God is alive, that He hears, that He answers, and that He is still in control. Think about the way God works in nature. The seed lies hidden in the dark soil, unseen, unmoving to the eye. But beneath the ground, God is doing His work. Roots are forming. Life is stirring. And in the appointed time, the seed breaks forth. And what was invisible becomes undeniable. Your life is no different. Just because you do not see movement does not mean there is no growth. Just because you cannot see the answer yet does not mean it is not coming. God is the God who takes what is buried and brings it to life. He is the God who turns barrenness into fruitfulness, mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty. Do not mistake silence for absence. Do not confuse waiting with abandonment. God is closer to you in the waiting than you realize. He is whispering strength into your weary soul, building faith that will outlast the storm, preparing miracles that you will soon see with your own eyes. The very thing you thought was the end of your story is about to be the beginning of a new chapter written by the hand of God. Let your heart rise in expectation, because expectation is the breeding ground of miracles. Do not walk through your days with your head hung low as though God has forgotten you. Lift your eyes. Lift your faith. Speak into your circumstances not with fear, but with confidence that God is still on the throne. Declare that what He has spoken will come to pass, because His word never returns void. When you hold on to His promise, you are holding on to something more certain than the rising of the sun and the setting of the stars. I want you to picture it right now. The surprise of God breaking forth into your life, that phone call that changes everything, that door that suddenly swings open, that opportunity that arrives out of nowhere, that healing that comes after the doctors had no answers, that peace that floods your heart when anxiety had gripped you for years. God is the author of suddenly, and when He moves, He does not just restore what was lost. He multiplies it. He elevates it. He makes it greater than you imagine. There are divine interruptions that come into the course of a person's life that no human could have predicted, no calendar could have scheduled, no mind could have prepared for, because they come directly from the hand of God. When God decides to surprise you, He does not ask permission from the systems of this world. He does not consult the opinions of those around you. And He does not wait for circumstances to align. He speaks and it is done. He commands and creation obeys. He opens and no man can shut. He shuts and no man can open. When He moves, it is not gradual. It is immediate. One word from God can turn years of weeping into a lifetime of rejoicing. One act from God can elevate you from obscurity to significance. One blessing from God can overturn every curse that was spoken over your life. But hear me clearly. God does not surprise those who are not ready. His miracles are not tossed carelessly into hands that are unprepared to hold them. He shapes you, refines you, stretches you, disciplines you, so that when the miracle arrives, you will not waste it or destroy it. Waiting is not punishment. It is preparation. When God makes you wait, it is not because He has ignored your cry. It is because He is building within you the strength to stand under the weight of the blessing. That is why you must never despise the waiting season. It is in the hidden place, in the unseen moments, in the nights where no one knows your tears, that God is writing the foundation for your breakthrough. Some of you have been wondering why your life took turns you didn't plan, why doors closed when you were ready to walk through them, why people left when you thought they would stay. It was not abandonment. It was protection. God was not removing people to hurt you. He was removing them so that when He surprises you, they will not be able to take the credit. He was stripping away what could have contaminated the blessing. He was pruning what would have hindered your growth. And He was teaching you to depend not on man, not on your own power, not on the fleeting promises of this world, but on Him alone. Do not be fooled by appearances. What looks like loss can be the seed of gain. What looks like defeat can be the setup for victory. What looks like silence can be the prelude to the loudest breakthrough you have ever experienced. God is a master of turning what seems to be the end into the beginning of something greater. Think of how the darkest hour of the night is always just before the dawn. In the same way, the darkest hour of your life is often the moment before God breaks forth with light that scatters every shadow. There is power in expectation. Expectation is the posture of faith. It is lifting your eyes when everything around you says, bow your head. It is standing tall when everything in your body says, give up. It is declaring with confidence that God is still working, even when the evidence has not yet arrived. When you expect God to move, you are aligning your spirit with His promise. And when that alignment happens, miracles manifest. Too many people miss the miracle because they stop expecting. They let disappointment harden their hearts. They let delays convince them that God has forgotten. But those who hold on with expectation, those who keep their faith alive even when the night drags on, those are the ones who see the surprise of God break forth like the rising sun. And when the miracle comes, it will not only bless you, but also redefine how you see God. You will no longer call Him distant. You will call Him near. You will no longer call Him silent. You will call Him faithful. You will no longer call Him delayed. You will call Him on time. The miracle is not just about changing your situation. It is about deepening your revelation of who God truly is. Every miracle is a mirror reflecting the nature of the one who gave it. So I urge you, lift your faith to a new level. Stop measuring God by the size of your problem. Stop limiting Him by the boundaries of your imagination. His thoughts are higher than your thoughts. His ways higher than your ways. What you call impossible, He calls easy. What you call too late, He calls right on time. What you call broken beyond repair, He calls ready for restoration. And when He acts, the very people who doubted you will be silenced, because they will see that it was not your strength, not your wisdom, not your resources, but the undeniable power of God. Miracles are not only about provision, healing, or opportunities. Sometimes the greatest miracle is peace in the middle of the storm, strength in the midst of weakness, clarity in the midst of confusion. God surprises not just by changing circumstances, but by changing hearts. He surprises by giving you courage when fear has gripped you, by giving you hope when despair has consumed you, by giving you vision when all you could see was darkness. And never underestimate the quiet miracles that God works within you, for often they prepare the way for the visible miracles around you. Beloved, let your heart be still for a moment and hear this truth. God is nearer than you realize, and His hand is already reaching into the hidden places of your life. The delays that troubled you were never denials. The tears that fell in silence were never unseen. The prayers whispered in the night were never unheard. God has been shaping, refining, and preparing you because what He is about to release will not just touch one area of your life, it will overflow into every corner. Do not let fear convince you that the night will last forever. Do not let doubt rob you of the miracle that is already on its way. God is faithful. He does not forget His promises. He does not abandon His people. He never abandons His children to wander without light. He is the God who speaks into emptiness and brings forth abundance. The God who transforms sorrow into strength. The one who gathers the shattered pieces and makes them whole again. Right now, in this very moment, the Almighty is preparing something beyond your imagination. He is arranging a divine surprise that will lift you higher than you've ever dreamed. He is getting ready to answer prayers in ways far greater than you expected. He is opening doors so wide that no power on earth will ever close them. The same God who raises nations, calms raging storms, and writes the story of time with His own hands is writing yours today. And the chapter He is about to reveal will leave you in awe. So step forward with confidence. Stand tall, let your faith be unshaken, and keep the flame of expectation alive in your heart. Because soon you'll look back at this waiting season and realize that every step, every tear, every hardship was guiding you here to the miracle only God could create, to the moment when His glory bursts through your life like sunlight after the darkest night. Hold on tight, because God is about to astonish you. And when He does, your life will never be the same again. There come seasons in life when the weight of the world feels too heavy for your heart to carry. You question whether you have the strength to take another step. You rise each morning only to find the same burden waiting, clinging to you like an unshakable shadow. You pray, you weep, you wait, yet heaven's silence feels louder than your cries. But hear me clearly. With every fiber of my being, I declare to you today that God is preparing to send help that will take your breath away. Not tomorrow by the measures of man's clock, not according to your plans, but in the fullness of His divine timing. He is getting ready to move in your life in ways you never imagined could be real. And when it happens, you will stand in awe and know beyond a shadow of doubt that it was only God who brought it to pass. We live in a world where many are tired, discouraged, and broken. Perhaps you have faced doors that would not open, people who turned their backs on you, dreams that shattered into pieces at your feet, and the whisper of despair tries to convince you that this is the end of the road. But hear me, what you think is the end is often the very moment God is beginning something new. When your resources run dry, when your strength fades, when your ideas collapse, that is when God steps in and declares, "Now watch what I will do." Because if you could fix it yourself, if you could climb out on your own, you would be tempted to take the glory. But God allows the night so His light may be revealed in its brilliance. Do not be deceived by appearances. You may not see the hand of God working, but He is never still. You may think you are forgotten, but His eye is upon you. You may believe the delay means denial, but often the delay is the preparation for something greater than you asked. Think of it this way. When the seed is in the ground, it looks as though nothing is happening. Day after day, the soil appears unchanged. But beneath the surface, the roots are forming, the foundation is strengthening, and in due season, that seed will burst forth into life. So it is with the help that God is about to send into your life. It may look like silence, but beneath the unseen, the miracle is already unfolding. God does not operate according to the clock on your wall or the deadlines you set. He moves according to His wisdom, His mercy, and His plan. And His plan, though often mysterious to us, is always good. The very thing that seems like a delay may be His way of protecting you, of preparing you, of aligning the pieces so that when the answer comes, it will not only bless you, but also glorify Him in the sight of many. There are times when you expect help come from familiar places. You look to the people you've supported, hoping they will return the favor. You look to your family, your friends, your connections, your own strength. And when they fail you, you feel abandoned. But the help God is about to send may not come from where you expect. It may come from a stranger, from a door you never knocked on, from a blessing you did not even pray for. That is how God works. He surprises. He astonishes. He demonstrates that He alone is the source of all provision. When you are at your lowest point, God is preparing to lift you higher than you imagine. When you feel abandoned, God is drawing closest to you. When you feel forgotten, He is engraving your name on the palm of His hand. Do not underestimate what God can do in a single moment. One touch of His favor, one opening of His door, one whisper of His command, and everything can change. That debt can be canceled. That sickness can be healed. That broken relationship can be restored. That opportunity can be released. And when it happens, you will not say it was coincidence. You will say, this was the hand of God. There is a reason you are hearing these words today. It is not by accident. God orchestrates moments to awaken your faith, to remind you that He is not finished with you yet. You have cried in the midnight hour, wondering if He hears. You have wrestled with the silence, wondering if He cares. And the answer that echoes from heaven is this: He hears, He sees, He cares, and He is moving. Even now, the help you need is already on its way. You may not see the caravan coming, but it is approaching. You may not hear the footsteps, but they are nearing. God is aligning circumstances, people, and timing to bring forth what you cannot produce on your own. Do not give up one step before your breakthrough. Too many abandon their faith in the final stretch, not realizing how close they were to the answer. The enemy would love nothing more than to rob you of the harvest by convincing you to quit in the waiting. But I tell you today, hold on. Hold on, because the dawn is nearer than you think. Hold on, because the cloud the size of a man's hand is already rising on the horizon. Hold on, because God's help is never late, never weak, never insufficient. And when it comes, it will not just meet your need, it will exceed it. Because God is not a God of barely enough. He is a God of more than enough. He does not simply patch the broken pieces. He makes all things new. He does not simply give you strength for today. He gives you overflowing joy, peace that surpasses understanding, favor that outruns your qualifications. The help He is about to send is designed to remind you that He is greater than the opposition, greater than the problem, greater than the fear that haunts you. Do you know why God sometimes waits until the midnight hour? It is because the midnight hour strips away every false hope. It removes every illusion that man or money or strength could deliver you. It leaves only one option, God. And when God becomes your only option, He also becomes your greatest revelation. You discover that He is not just a distant power, but a present help in time of need. You discover that He is not just the God of creation, but the God of your circumstance. You discover that He is not just a God who once worked miracles, but a God who is about to perform one in your very life. Right now, some of you are on the edge of despair, but you are also on the edge of a miracle. The help that is coming will not only restore what was lost, but will establish something greater than what you had before. You may have been crying over closed doors, but the new door God is about to open will make you forget the pain of rejection. You may have been lamenting the delay, but when the answer comes, you will see why the delay was necessary. Because God is not simply answering your prayer. He is weaving a tapestry of glory that will be a testimony for years to come. Do not think God has forgotten the tears you have shed. Every cry has been recorded. Every sigh has been noticed. And though the silence felt unbearable, it was not absence. It was preparation. Because God knows exactly what you need and exactly when you need it. And when His help comes, it will not just satisfy your longing, it will silence the voices of doubt that told you it would never happen. It will confound the enemies who thought you were finished. It will cause even your critics to say, "Surely this was the hand of God." There is a truth I want you to hold firmly in your spirit today. God often hides His greatest answers in what looks like the darkest hour. You see, the human eye can only take in what is visible, but God is working beyond the visible. He is weaving threads of destiny where you see only broken strands. You think you are surrounded by defeat, but you are actually surrounded by the unseen hand of God, arranging and shifting, breaking and building, so that your life aligns with His purpose. The help that is coming will not merely rescue you from trouble. It will reveal to you that God has been closer in the valley than you ever felt on the mountain. Do not despise the waiting season. It is in the waiting that God refines your spirit. It is in the waiting that God stretches your faith until it is strong enough to hold the weight of the blessing He is about to deliver. If He sent the help too soon, you might not be prepared to carry it. If He opened the door too early, you might walk through with pride instead of gratitude. But when He waits until every false support has collapsed, then you know beyond argument that what you receive is a pure gift of God. The help that is coming is not something you will boast about earning. It is something you will only testify of receiving. Some of you have been praying for strength, but instead of immediate relief, the challenges grew harder. You wondered why God would allow more weight on shoulders already bent. Yet it is in those moments that spiritual muscles are formed. Just as the body grows stronger by resistance, so the soul grows stronger by trial. The very pressure that seemed unbearable has been forging resilience inside of you. And soon the help God sends will not only lift the weight, but reveal the strength you gained in the struggle. God does not waste suffering. He does not waste tears. He does not waste disappointment. Everything you have endured is being redeemed. And when His help arrives, you will see how every valley prepared you for the mountaintop. How every closed door prepared you for the right door. How every loss prepared you for the gain that will not be taken from you. That is why you cannot give up now. The help that is on its way will make sense of what has felt senseless. There is another truth you must hold in your heart. The help God sends may come wrapped in a form you do not recognize. Sometimes God disguises His answers so that only the eyes of faith can see them. The blessing may come through someone you overlooked, through a circumstance you thought were against you, through a shift you thought would break you. But when you look again, you will see the fingerprints of God all over it. That is why you must not measure your situation by what it looks like today. The very thing you thought was rejection may turn out to be redirection. The very storm you thought was sent to destroy you may turn out to be the wind that carries you to your destiny. The help God is preparing will not only surprise you, it will silence the doubts of those who thought you were finished. It will confound the voices that mocked it. It will shut the mouths of those who said you were wasting your time trusting in God. Because when He moves, there is no denying it. You may have been overlooked, underestimated, even despised, but when the help of God arrives, no one will be able to ignore what He has done in your life. Do not let fear rob you of expectation. Fear will tell you that nothing will change, that the silence means abandonment, that the delay means you have been forgotten. But faith says God is working behind the curtain, even if I cannot see Him on the stage. Faith says my waiting is not wasted. Faith says the God who sustained me yesterday will deliver me tomorrow. And it is that kind of faith that keeps you standing in the storm, believing in the night, trusting when everything else collapses. Think of the moments in your life when God came through before. Recall the times when you thought you could not endure, yet somehow you made it through. Was it your strength? Was it your wisdom? Or was it the unseen hand of God, guiding, protecting, sustaining you when you did not even realize it? If He helped you then, He will help you again. If He carried you before, He will carry you now. The same God who parted the sea for others will part the sea for you. The same God who provided water in the wilderness then is the same God who will provide streams in your desert today. Lift your perspective higher. Too often we measure God's power by the limits of our own imagination. But His thoughts are higher than ours, His ways beyond ours. What you think is the best outcome is only a shadow compared to what He has planned. You ask for survival, but He is preparing abundance. You ask for a door, but He is building a palace. You ask for a small answer, but He is preparing a testimony that will not only bless you, but bless generations after you. The help He is about to send is not just for your comfort. It is for His glory. And when it comes, you will see that every tear was not in vain. Every sleepless night, every cry of desperation, every moment of weakness will be redeemed in the light of His deliverance. And you will testify not in theory, but in experience that God is faithful, that God is powerful, that God is closer than your breath and stronger than your enemies. There comes a point in every life where the horizon looks empty, where every path forward feels blocked, and the soul whispers that there is no way out. But that is precisely the place where God delights to prove Himself mighty. God specializes in impossible situations. He specializes in opening what man has shut, in lifting what man has dropped, in building where man has torn down. You may look at your circumstance today and see only wall, but God is preparing doors within those very walls. What you see as a barrier, He sees as the canvas for His miracle. God's help does not arrive according to your preference, it arrives according to His perfection. And when it comes, it is always right, always enough, always purposeful. You may feel that the delay has drained you, that the silence has broken you. But God allows the stretching so that when the blessing arrives, you will not only receive it, but you will also recognize it. Because too often the human heart takes credit for what belongs to God. He removes every false anchor so that when He lifts you, you know who your deliverer is. Think of the times when you thought you were being buried, but in truth, you were being planted. The soil closed in, the light disappeared, and you thought it was the end. But beneath the surface, in the hidden place, God was forming new life. And then came the season of breaking through. And what looked like death became the beginning of abundance. This is how God works. What feels like defeat may in fact be preparation. What feels like abandonment may be the positioning for His mighty hand. And when His help comes, it will not only raise you, it will reveal to you that every step of the journey had purpose. Do not underestimate the God you serve. He is not bound by the opinions of men. He is not limited by the economy. He is not restrained by sickness, by fear, by impossibility. When He decides to send help, it can come from sources you never imagined. It can come from people who don't even know you. It can come through doors you didn't even knock on. It can arrive in ways that make you shake your head in awe. That is why you must lift your expectation beyond the ordinary. Stop looking only at what you can calculate and prepare your heart for what only God can orchestrate. And remember this: when God sends His help, it is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is not uncertain. The help of God comes with weight, with power, with authority. It cannot be stopped by your enemies, delayed by your critics, or diminished by your doubts. When He speaks the command, creation itself responds. When He declares the door open, no hand can close it. When He chooses to lift you, no force in heaven or on earth can keep you bound. That is the certainty of His help. Perhaps you have cried out, "God, where are you? Do you see me? Do you hear me?" And the silence felt deafening. But silence does not mean absence. Silence often means strategy. God is not ignoring your cry. He is orchestrating your deliverance. You are measuring the silence in days, but He is aligning eternity to answer you in a way that will shape more than just your moment. He is answering in a way that will shape your future, your testimony, your legacy. Do not measure your situation by what you lack. Instead, measure it by who God is. The human heart says, "I don't have enough strength, enough money, enough support." But the reality is this: God Himself is enough. And when His help arrives, it is not about the size of your bank account or the circle of people around you or the resources in your hand. It is about His unlimited supply. He has ways of providing that cannot be explained, ways of lifting that cannot be reasoned, ways of rescuing that cannot be duplicated. Some of you have been asking for small things, but God is preparing greater things. You pray for the valley to end, but He is preparing a mountain. You pray for the storm to cease, but He is preparing clear skies that will stretch further than your vision. You pray for a drop of water, but He is preparing rivers. That is why His help will surprise you, because it will exceed your request. God does not just answer prayers, He fulfills purposes. And His purpose for you is far greater than your present request. And when the help comes, it will not only bless you, it will bless those around you. The overflow of His provision will touch your family, your community, your future generations. That is why you cannot quit now, because the help that is coming is bigger than you. It is about God revealing Himself to others through you. Your testimony will be the evidence that encourages someone else in their darkest hour. Your breakthrough will be the reason someone else believes that God can do it for them too. There are seasons when the very ground beneath your feet seems to shake, when the structures you trusted collapse and the path you thought was secure suddenly disappears. In those moments, fear whispers that you are alone, that there is no way forward. That hope is gone. But let me declare to you with all the strength of my voice and all the conviction of my soul, God is still your foundation. Though men may fail you, though circumstances may betray you, though even your own heart may tremble, God remains unshaken. And when He sends His help, it is not built on sand. It is built on the eternal rock of His word, His promise, His faithfulness. You may look at your life right now and feel that everything is scattered, broken into fragments beyond repair. But God is not intimidated by brokenness. He is the one who gathers the fragments so that nothing is lost. His help does not come to simply sweep away the pieces. His help comes to transform them into something greater than they ever were before. The very thing you thought disqualified you will be the evidence of His power. The scars you carry will not be a mark of shame. They will be a testimony that you endured, that you survived, that you were lifted not by your own strength, but by the hand of God. Understand this: God's help often arrives in a way that stretches your faith. It may not look like what you prayed for. It may not follow the path you imagined, but it will always carry the mark of His wisdom. That is why you must remain sensitive to His leading, because the help may come from where you least expect. God sent water from a rock, bread from the sky, protection from the very sea that threatened to swallow His people. And if He could do it then, He can do it now. Do not put limits on how God can deliver you. Lift your faith beyond the boundaries of logic and open your heart to the endlessness of His power. There is a reason God sometimes waits until the last possible moment. He wants you to see that when He moves, it is not by coincidence, not by human effort, not by chance. It is by His sovereign hand. He wants you to know that you are not sustained by luck, but by His will. He waits until the moment when no one else can claim the credit so that your testimony will be pure. This was God, and when that testimony is spoken, it will encourage not only you, but those who hear it, because faith is contagious. Your breakthrough will ignite faith in others. Your deliverance will prove to others that God still moves, still provides, still rescues. Do not be surprised if the help of God looks like a closed door at first. Sometimes He answers by protecting you from what you asked for. Sometimes God rescues you by leading you down a road you never expected. And even though it stings in the moment, the day will come when you'll look back and thank Him for every closed door that protected your purpose. Because God's help isn't just about giving you what you desire. It's about fulfilling what He knows your soul truly needs. Let me remind you of this truth. The help that comes from God is not weak. It's not short-lived. It's not a patch on a wound that will tear open again tomorrow. When God steps in, His help is steady. It is whole. He never offers half-done answers. He never leaves the story unfinished. He is the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. And when He begins His work in you, He completes it. So lift your heart today and remember this: your season of silence was not wasted. Your tears in the night were not ignored. Your groans too deep for words have all been heard. God has been recording every cry, collecting every tear, and now He is preparing the answer. And when it comes, it will not only meet the need, it will exceed the expectation. Because He delights in showing His people that His power has no limits. There are times when life feels like a battlefield. When every direction you turn, you encounter resistance. When your mind is overwhelmed by worry and your heart is weighed down with fear. Yet it is in those very battles that God prepares to reveal Himself as your defender. His help is not the help of a distant observer, but of a present warrior. He stands with you in the storm, unseen but unshaken, waiting for the moment when His intervention will break through the chaos like thunder rolling across the sky. And when that moment comes, you will realize that the struggle was never to destroy you, but to set the stage for His glory to be revealed in your life. You may feel surrounded by enemies, by doubt, by impossible odds, but remember this: when God is for you, it does not matter who is against you. 1,000 may rise on one side, 10,000 on the other, but they cannot touch what God has placed His hand upon. His help is not limited by the size of the opposition. The forces against you may look mighty, but the God who stands for you is greater still. His help is not just enough. It is overwhelming, unstoppable, undeniable. Sometimes God allows the heat of the fire to increase not because He has abandoned you, but because He intends to walk with you in the flames. His help is not always about removing the fire. It is about sustaining you through it so that when you come out, not even the smell of smoke will cling to you. You will emerge stronger, purified, refined, carrying a testimony that no one can deny. That is the kind of help He sends. Help that not only rescues, but transforms. You must understand that the help God sends is never late. Though it may feel delayed, He is not bound by your calendar or your clock. He knows the exact moment when your heart is ready, when your faith is matured, when your testimony will have the greatest impact. If He moved too soon, you might not recognize His hand. If He moved too late, you might think He had forgotten. But God moves at the perfect moment. And when He does, everything falls into place with precision that leaves no doubt it was orchestrated by Him. And know this as well: the help God is preparing for you is not just for a moment. It is for a lifetime. He does not simply rescue you from today's problem. He establishes you for tomorrow's purpose. He does not simply lift you out of the pit. He sets your feet on solid ground. His help is not a temporary relief. It is a foundation upon which He builds a new future. And when you look back, you will see that what you thought was a delay was in fact the preparation for a destiny far greater than you imagined. Do not be afraid of the unknown. Many times fear grips us not because of what we face, but because of what we cannot see. But God sees what you cannot. He sees the path ahead. He sees the dangers you cannot predict. He sees the blessings you have not yet dreamed. His help is shaped by His vision, not your limitation. That is why you must trust Him even when you do not understand Him. His wisdom is higher. His knowledge is deeper. His purpose is greater. And when His help comes, you will understand that every unanswered question was part of the greater answer. Some of you have been waiting for years, holding on to promises that seem to fade with time. You wonder if you misheard, if your prayers were ignored, if hope is foolish. But I tell you with boldness, God has not forgotten. Time may weaken human resolve, but it does not weaken divine promise. If He has spoken into your life, He will bring it to pass. His help may not come in the year you expected, but when it comes, it will restore all the years you thought were wasted. It will redeem the time. It will pour out blessings so abundant that you will no longer lament the delay. You will thank God for the timing. And let me remind you, the help God sends is not dependent on your perfection. He is not waiting for you to prove yourself flawless. He is looking for faith, for trust, for surrender. He knows your weaknesses, your failures, your flaws, and still He chooses to help, because His help is not about your worthiness. It is about His mercy. His hand moves not because you have earned it, but because He is good, because He is faithful, because He delights in lifting those who call upon Him. There are times when the very walls of life feel as though they are closing in on you. You pray, you wait, you seek, and still the silence feels deafening. But let me tell you this with the authority of truth. Silence is not absence. Waiting is not abandonment. And stillness is not neglect. God has a way of working in the unseen, moving in the background, preparing what eyes cannot yet see and hands cannot yet hold. If only you could grasp for a moment the magnitude of what He is shaping for you, you would not despair in the waiting. You would rejoice because help is not only coming, it is closer than you think, and it will not arrive in an ordinary way. It will surprise you because God never limits His power to your imagination. He goes beyond what you can conceive. When God moves, He does not move timidly. He does not step lightly into your circumstances. He breaks chains. He overturns the tables of despair. He shakes loose what has held you bound. And He brings forth streams in deserts where you thought life could never bloom again. That is why you cannot measure your hope by what you see now, because what you see is temporary. But what God is preparing is eternal. Your present struggle is not evidence that God has forgotten you. It is evidence that He is setting the stage for something so glorious, so profound, that when it comes, you will lift your hands in awe and know that only God could have done this. You must understand the enemy of your soul thrives on making you believe that help will never arrive, that you are forsaken, that nothing will change. He whispers lies in the night and plants seeds of doubt in the soil of your heart. But hear me, God's truth is greater than every lie, His light brighter than every shadow, His promises stronger than every doubt. And when God says He will deliver, there is no force in heaven or earth that can keep Him from delivering. The chains may rattle, the darkness may roar, the storm may rage, but none of these things can stop the hand of the Almighty when He declares that your help is on its way. And I tell you this, help from God rarely looks like what you expect. Sometimes it comes through people you never thought would care. Sometimes it arrives in opportunities you thought had slipped away. Sometimes it manifests in strength within you that you didn't even know you carried. Do not despise the way God sends help, because His wisdom is beyond ours. You may look for a ladder, but He will provide wings. You may look for a door, but He will open a river. You may expect provision in one form, but He will pour it out in a way that leaves no doubt that it was His hand and not your own ability that saved you. The surprise of God, God's help, is not simply in the timing, it is in the magnitude. He does not rescue halfway. He does not heal in fragments. He does not deliver in pieces. When He comes in fullness. He comes with abundance. He comes with more than enough. But that is why you must lift your expectation higher. Stop praying as though you are begging a reluctant giver. Pray as one who knows they are speaking to the God who owns all things, who commands the heavens, who speaks and galaxies are born, who declares and nations rise and fall. This is the God who says to you, I am your helper, your shield, your refuge, your strength. But I say to you, you mustn't only believe in the help of God, you must prepare for it. A farmer does not wait for rain with empty fields. He plows, he plants, he readies the soil. So must you ready your heart. Clear out the weeds of doubt, bitterness, and fear. Water the ground with faith, with prayer, with expectation. Because when God sends the rain, only those who have sown will reap. Do not let unbelief rob you of the harvest God is preparing. Stand firm, hold fast, and live each day as though the answer is already on its way. because it is. You see, God delights in surprising His people, not because He enjoys hiding things, but because He longs for you to see the depth of His love and power when it is revealed. If He gave you everything the moment you asked, you would never know what it is to trust Him, to lean on Him, to watch in awe as He does what you could never do. The surprise is not to taunt you, but to strengthen you. The waiting is not punishment, but preparation. God is about to send help that will not only meet your need, but will exceed it. And when it arrives, you will look back on every sleepless night, every tear, every anxious thought, and you will say, it was worth it. Because God has done what only He could do. I urge you, do not give up now. Do not let the awareness of delay make you abandon the promise. The greatest breakthroughs often come at the very moment you feel like you cannot endure another step. That is where God steps in. That is where He lifts you. That is where He shows Himself mighty. You may not feel strong enough, but you don't have to be. God is your strength. You may not see the way, but you don't have to. God is the way. You may not have the answer, but you don't have to. God is the answer, and His help is nearer than you know. When God prepares to send His help, it often comes at the very moment when human strength has reached its end. That is no accident. God allows the strength of man to fail so that His power may be seen without question. If you could have saved yourself, you would have given the glory to your own wisdom. If another person had been able to deliver you, you would have leaned on them instead of leaning on God. But when every door is closed, when every resource has dried up, when every plan has collapsed, that is when the stage is set for God to act in a way that no one else can. And when He moves, there will be no confusion about who deserves the praise. All glory will go to God alone. Understand this truth. God is not limited by time, by resources, or by human ability. He is not constrained by what you see in your account, what you hear from the doctors, what people predict about your future. God does not ask permission to bless you. He does not check with your enemies to see if you qualify. He does not consult with the doubters before He decides to act. He is sovereign, and when He chooses to send His help, it will arrive with such force, such clarity, and such power that nothing and no one can prevent it. That is why you must not place your trust in the approval of people. Place your trust in the One who sits above all things, who rules all things, and who moves mountains with a word. And let me tell you this, the help of God is not just about rescuing you from a crisis. It is about transforming you through it. When God sends help, it is not only to pull you out, but to lift you higher. It is not just to put out the fire, but to refine you in it. It is not just to calm the storm, but to show you that He is greater than the storm. Sometimes God allows you to reach the breaking point so that when His help arrives, you are not just relieved, you are changed. You are stronger. You are wiser. You are more anchored in faith than ever before. That is the true power of divine help. It does not only change circumstances, it changes you. There will be people who look at you and wonder how you made it through. They will ask how you survived what should have destroyed you, how you stood when others would have fallen, how you kept believing when everything around you was crumbling. And you will not point to luck or chance or coincidence. You will point only to God. For the help that is coming to you will not be ordinary. It will be marked by His hand. It will bear His fingerprints. And those who witness it will know that it was God who carried you, God who lifted you, God who answered when no one else could. But I must warn you, sometimes the help of God arrives disguised. It may not look like the breakthrough you expected. It may not come wrapped in comfort or ease. It may arrive through discipline, through correction, through lessons that stretch you beyond your limits. Yet, hidden inside what may feel difficult at first, there is a blessing that will unfold with time. God's help is not always soft, but it is always good. He knows what will build you, what will preserve you, and what will carry you into the future He has prepared. Do not reject what He sends simply because it does not look the way you imagine. Trust His wisdom, for He sees beyond the moment, and He knows what is best. You may be wondering, when will this help come? Let me remind you, God is never late. He may not come when you expect, but He always comes on time. You see, we measure time by clocks and calendars, but God measures it by purpose. When His purpose aligns with your need, when the preparation in your heart meets the timing of His plan, then the help will appear, and it will come suddenly, without warning, like the dawn breaking through a long night. One moment you will be struggling, and the next the hand of God will lift you. One moment you will be waiting, and the next the doors will open. That is why you must not grow weary. For in the very hour you feel like giving up, God's help may be closer than ever. And let me speak directly to your heart right now. You who are tired, you who are weary, you who feel like the burden is too heavy to bear. God sees you. God knows the weight you carry. God has counted every tear, heard every whispered prayer, felt every ache of your soul. You are not invisible to Him. You are not forgotten. And because He has seen your faith even when it was trembling, because He has heard your prayers even when they were weak, because He has watched you stand even when you felt like falling, He is sending help. It may not come in the way you expect, but it will come with the exact strength you need. And when it arrives, you will know beyond all doubt that it was God who answered. And so I say to you with all the strength and urgency in my soul, do not let your heart faint. Do not let your faith collapse. Do not let your hope wither away. For the God who has carried generations before you, the God who splits seas and moves mountains, the God who lifts the humble and brings down the proud, is the same God who knows your name, who hears your cry, who feels your pain, and who has already declared your victory. The help that is on its way will not be ordinary. It will be divine. It will be mighty. It will be undeniable. Hold on a little longer, for the night is about to break into morning. Stand firm a little stronger, for the answer is already on its way. God's intervention won't just surprise you. It will leave you in awe. It will lift you higher than your fears. It will refresh your weary heart, and it will silence every whisper that ever said, "It's impossible." The very hands that molded the stars are reaching for you right now. And when those hands move, no power on earth can stand in the way. Step forward with courage. Speak words of faith. Live each day expecting the miracle. For the help of the Almighty is closer than the air you breathe. And when it arrives, let your every breath testify. It was God who made a way. It was God who carried me through. It was God who brought the answer I never dreamed would come, right when I needed it most. For He is faithful, and His word never fails. The help is already on its way, and it will astonish you soon. My friends, I want you to listen tonight with the deepest focus of your heart. What I am about to share is not just another sound to fill the quiet. It is a living truth designed to cut through the weight of your sorrow and spark a flame of hope within you. Right now, in the silence of your struggle, in the unseen corners of your pain, in the long nights when tears soak your pillow and no one knows the battles you are fighting, grasp this with unshakable conviction. God is closing your chapter of pain and your victory is near. This is not wishful thinking. This is not hollow encouragement. This is the eternal reality that when God authors your story, He never abandons you in the darkness. The pain you've carried, the valleys you've crossed, the betrayals you've endured, the loneliness that has pierced your heart, all of it has an expiration date under God's hand. And today I declare to you that the chapter of suffering is drawing to an end because God Himself is turning the page toward your victory. You see, too often we measure our lives by the weight of our trials, and we think that pain has the final say. We wake up with burdens and go to bed with worries. We walk through the day haunted by memories of what was taken from us, opportunities that slipped away, people who abandoned us in storms that nearly drowned us. We think the season of loss will never end. But I want you to know, pain is not eternal. Suffering is not sovereign. Trouble does not hold the pen to your life story. Only God holds that pen. And when God decides that enough is enough, when God says the wilderness has lasted long enough, when God declares that your season of breaking has fulfilled its purpose, nothing and no one can stop Him from closing the chapter of pain and leading you into victory. You may feel tonight like the weight of your sorrow has chained you to the ground. You may feel that your enemies have triumphed, that your tears have been wasted, that your prayers have gone unheard. But let me speak directly to your spirit. Every tear you shed has been seen by God. Every cry of your heart has been heard by God. Every silent groan you thought no one noticed has been recorded by God. And God does not waste pain. God does not overlook suffering. God does not ignore the heart that leans on Him in the darkest of nights. The very struggles that nearly broke you will become the testimony that elevates you. The very losses that tried to define you will become the stepping stones of your new beginning. God is closing your chapter of pain because He has been preparing a greater victory than you could imagine. And when God brings victory, it is not halfway. It is not partial. It is not a fragile gift that slips away overnight. No, when God gives victory, He seals it with His authority. He crowns it with His power. He surrounds it with His glory. When God lifts you out of the pit, He sets your feet on solid ground where no enemy can shake you. When God restores you, He does not merely give back what was stolen. He multiplies it. He magnifies it. He makes it greater than what you thought was possible. And some of you tonight are on the very edge of that breakthrough. You may not see it, but you can feel it. You can sense in your spirit that the winds are changing, that the night is almost over, that the dawn is about to break. That's not your imagination. That is God whispering to your heart. Hold on. The chapter of pain is closing, and the victory I have written for you is near. Do not be deceived by the silence of the present moment. Sometimes, before the greatest victories, God allows a holy stillness. He allows you to stand in a place where it feels like nothing is happening, where doors remain shut, where prayers feel unanswered. But that silence is not absence. That stillness is not neglect. That waiting is not rejection. It is preparation. God has been preparing your heart. God has been shaping your character. God has been pruning your life. God has been removing what could not go with you into the next chapter. Because when He brings you into victory, you cannot carry the baggage of yesterday's wounds. You cannot walk into the new with the weight of the old. God is not just ending your pain. He is transforming you in the process so that when you step into victory, you will stand stronger, wiser, and more grounded in faith than ever before. My friend, think of the battles you have fought. Think of the betrayals you have survived. And think of the nights you thought you would not make it, and yet here you are, still standing. That alone is proof that God has been with you all along. You did not keep yourself alive. You did not sustain your own breath. You did not carry yourself through the valley. God did. And if God has brought you this far, do you think He will abandon you at the threshold of victory? No. God does not bring His children halfway. God does not stop at the wilderness. God brings His people into the promised land, into the fullness of His plan, into the victory He has ordained. And the same God who carried you through the fire will carry you into the triumph. Let me tell you this. When God closes a chapter, no power in this world can reopen it. That chapter of pain, no matter how long it has lingered, is not eternal. God holds the key, and when He locks the door to that pain, the enemy has no authority to drag you back. You are not bound to yesterday's sorrow. You are not chained to yesterday's betrayal. You are not enslaved to yesterday's tears. God has declared freedom. And when God declares freedom, it cannot be undone. Some of you tonight have been asking, when will it end? When will I see the light? When will I feel peace again? I want you to hear this as clearly as I can say it. Your waiting is not wasted. Your trial is not permanent. And your victory is nearer than you think. You may not see it in the natural yet, but in the spiritual realm, God is already writing the new chapter. The pages of your life are being turned, and the pain that once defined you will become the testimony that refines you. And so I say to you tonight, do not misinterpret the pain you have endured. It's evidence that God has abandoned you. Know the very fact that you are still alive, still breathing, still able to lift your head and listen to this message is living proof that God has been carrying you through it all. Pain was never meant to be your home. It was never meant to be the final chapter of your story. Pain was only the passage, not the destination. And when God allows His children to pass through a season of affliction, it is never to destroy them, but to refine them, to strengthen them, to prepare them for the victory that is coming. Look closely at the way God works. When He writes a story, He does not skip the valleys, but He always leads through them. When He paints a picture, He does not erase the shadows, but He uses them to bring contrast to the light. When He builds a person, He allows them to feel the weight of the hammer and the fire of the forge, because He is shaping them into something stronger, more resilient, more unshakable than they ever thought they could be. And if you are in the fire tonight, do not think for a moment that it is random. Do not think that it is wasted. God is using it, and He is already planning the moment when He will bring you out radiant, victorious, and transformed. There is a profound truth that many overlook. Sometimes before God opens the door of victory, He must close the doors that keep us tied to pain. That closing can feel like loss. It can feel like betrayal. It can feel like the tearing away of something you thought you could not live without. But God knows what you cannot see. He knows the dangers hidden in attachments that would destroy you. He knows the harm of relationships that would sabotage your destiny. He knows the weakness of structures you have built on shaky ground. And so God, in His wisdom, closes chapters we thought we needed so He can open doors we never imagined. That is not cruelty. That is mercy. That is the love of a Father who sees beyond the moment. I tell you, sometimes the hardest thing for us to accept is that God loves us too much to let us stay where we are. You wanted to hold on to that friendship, but God saw it was poisoning your spirit. You wanted that job to last forever, but God knew it would rob you of your true calling. You wanted that season to continue, but God knew it was keeping you small when He had designed you for something greater. And so, He closed it. And yes, it hurt. Yes, it broke you for a time, and yes, it left you wondering why. But the same God who allowed that chapter to close is the God who is preparing the chapter of your victory. I want you to imagine this. Every tear you have shed has watered the soil of your future harvest. Every sleepless night has been counted in the courts of heaven. Every sigh you have released has echoed in the ears of the Almighty, and none of it has been forgotten. God is a God of justice, and He will not allow the weight of your suffering to outweigh the glory of your victory. The balance will shift. The scale will tip. The very forces that pushed against you will be silenced when God raises you up. The very pain that tried to bury you will become the testimony that lifts others. And you will stand not as a victim of sorrow, but as a vessel of triumph under the hand of God. I know there are some who feel that the pain has lasted too long, that the valley has been too deep, that the shadows have stretched too far. But I assure you, pain has a limit, but God has no limit. Suffering has an end, but God's faithfulness has no end. The night may feel long, but the dawn is inevitable. And when God says the morning has come, no darkness can argue, no despair can resist, no enemy can hold back the rising of His light. Your morning is coming. The Son of God's mercy is about to rise on your life, and the shadows of your suffering will flee away. Hear me with the depth of your spirit. God has not been preparing defeat for you. He has been preparing victory. God has not been writing tragedy as your final line. He has been writing triumph. You may have thought the pain was a punishment, but it was a preparation. You may have thought the silence was abandonment, but it was alignment. You may have thought the loss was the end, but it was the foundation for a greater beginning. And when God brings you into that beginning, it will be more than a new season. It will be a testimony that will shake the very ground beneath your enemies. Do not think for a moment that your pain has gone unnoticed. Do not think that your enemies will escape accountability. God is not blind. God is not unjust. God has seen every injustice, every betrayal, every wound inflicted upon your soul. And God will not allow evil to triumph over those who trust in Him. When God closes the chapter of pain, He also silences the voices that mocked you. He confounds the plans that opposed you. He shatters the weapons that were raised against you. Your victory is not just personal relief, it is divine vindication. It is God saying to the world, "This is my child, and I will not allow pain to define them." How often we forget that God is the master author. We see only a page or two of our lives and we think the story is over. But God holds the entire book. He knows where the twists will lead. He knows how the conflict will resolve. He knows the ending long before you experience the middle. And if God says the chapter of pain is closing, then you can rest assured the story is not tragedy. It is triumph. The ink of suffering may stain some pages, but the ink of victory will write the conclusion. Let me tell you, the presence of pain is not the absence of God. The endurance of pain is not the defeat of God's promise. The length of pain is not the measure of God's love. On the contrary, the very fact that you have endured pain is proof that God's hand has held you all along. If He had not been with you, the pain would have destroyed you. If He had not been your shield, the fire would have consumed you. If he had not been your rock, the storm would have swept you away. You are still here, not because of your strength, but because of God's strength. And if God has preserved you through the chapter of pain, He will surely bring you into the chapter of victory. Your heart may be weary, your faith may be stretched, your strength may be almost gone. But hear me, you are closer to victory than you realize. The darkest part of the night is just before dawn. The most silent moment of the trial is just before the breakthrough. The heaviest weight of the burden is just before God lifts it. Hold on, for you are standing on the edge of transformation. God is turning the page, and your chapter of pain is about to be sealed behind you forever. My friend, when you look back on your journey, you will realize that the very nights you thought would destroy you were the nights that God was shaping you. The loneliness that cut so deep, the rejection that stung like fire, the prayers that seemed unanswered. These were not wasted moments. They were chiseling moments. They were holy appointments where God, unseen by human eyes, was working on your spirit, fortifying your faith, and teaching you to trust Him beyond the visible. Do not despise the process, for the process is the womb of your victory. Every season of trial has been a classroom where God has prepared you for the next chapter. And now, as the curtain of pain begins to fall, He is ready to unveil the new act of your life, radiant with His power and marked by His mercy. Consider this. A seed must go underground before it can rise in the dark soil, unseen, hidden, and pressed by the weight of earth. It seems lifeless, yet within that soil transformation is taking place. Roots are being stretched, foundations are being built, and the life within is breaking through its shell. And then, when the time is right, what once was buried pushes upward, reaching toward the light, becoming a tree that bears fruit in its season. Your pain has been that soil. It has pressed you. It has hidden you. It has seemed like the end. But God has been using it to grow your roots, to deepen your strength, and to prepare you for the moment you will rise. And now, that moment is near. The soil is about to break open, and your victory is about to burst forth for all to see. Do not be surprised if those around you cannot understand your journey. Some have watched your tears and thought you were finished. Some have seen your losses and assumed you were defeated. Some may even have rejoiced at your suffering, believing it was the end of your story. But God delights in confounding the expectations of men. He takes the weak and makes them strong. He takes the rejected and makes them chosen. He takes the broken and makes them whole. And when He lifts you up, those who mocked you will have no explanation. Those who doubted you will have no argument. And those who opposed you will have no power to stop it. Your victory will not be for your glory alone. It will be a testimony that God's hand is mighty, that His timing is perfect, and that His word is true. Let me say to you, victory is not simply the absence of pain. It is the triumph that comes after pain has done its work. It is the joy that follows weeping. It is the harvest that springs from sowing in tears. When God speaks victory, He does not wipe away the memory of your pain. He redeems it. He turns it into wisdom, into strength, into a living testimony that causes others to say, surely God was with them. Your victory was never meant to be only for you. It is for those who will find renewed hope through the power of your story. It is for the hearts who will witness your rising and believe that their own breakthrough can come too. It is for the generations who will look back and proclaim, if God could lead them through that valley, He can lead me through mine. Know this truth. The victory of God always outweighs what was lost. Pain may subtract, but God multiplies. Suffering may steal, but God restores. Trials may strip you down, but God covers you in glory. And when He restores, He never takes you back to where you were. He raises you to something greater. That is why you cannot cling to the past. That is why you must release what has been lost. Because God is not trying to bring you back to what you once had. He is trying to lead you into something greater than you have ever known. The pain was a signal that something old was ending, and the victory is the promise that something new and greater is beginning. Some of you have been carrying pain so long that you have begun to identify with it. You wake up expecting sorrow. You walk through the day expecting disappointment. You lay down at night expecting the ache of loneliness to greet you again. But let me remind you, pain is not your identity. Suffering is not your name. You are not the child of sorrow. You are the child of God. And God has not destined you for endless tears. He has destined you for joy. He has destined you for peace. He has destined you for victory, into His presence. For true victory is not just about overcoming circumstances. It is about discovering the power of trusting God beyond circumstances. When you learn to rest in His hands, when you learn to walk by His guidance, when you learn to cling to His promises, even when the evidence around you is bleak, that is when victory becomes unshakable. Because then your victory is not rooted in changing conditions, but in the unchanging God who governs all conditions. Do you realize how near you are to breakthrough? Think of how storms work. Just before the skies clear, the winds often rage the hardest. Just before dawn, the night feels the coldest. Just before the seed breaks through the soil, the pressure is the greatest. And perhaps the reason your struggle has intensified, perhaps the reason your pain has seemed unbearable is because you are at the edge of victory. Do not give up now. Do not let despair convince you that the chapter will never close. The greater the pressure, the closer the breakthrough. The heavier the burden, the nearer the release. The darker the night, the closer the morning. Hold fast, for God is about to show Himself mighty on your behalf. You must also know that when God gives victory, He gives peace that no enemy can disturb. People may try to drag you back into conflict, but they will fail. Circumstances may try to shake you, but they will crumble. Temptations may rise, but they will wither away. Because when God declares a new chapter, He surrounds it with His protection. What He seals, no man can unseal. What He blesses, no curse can reverse. What He establishes, no enemy can uproot. And your victory will not just be a moment of relief. It will be a season of stability, a testimony of God's faithfulness that will endure. My beloved, there comes a moment in every life where the weight of suffering seems too heavy to bear. And yet, it is in that very moment that God proves His strength to be greater than your weakness. Think back on the days when you thought you would collapse under the burden of sorrow, yet somehow a hidden strength arose within you. That was not your doing. That was God sustaining you. Think of the nights when the silence of your room was deafening, when loneliness wrapped itself around you like a cloak, yet still you awoke the next morning to face another day. That resilience was not born of your own power. It was the hand of God lifting you. And if God has carried you this far, will He not also carry you into the chapter of triumph? The God who held you in your valley will not forsake you on the mountain. Victory is not a dream for someday. It is a promise sealed by the Word of God. Pain may have shouted the loudest in your past season, but it will not have the final word. God always reserves the last word for Himself. And when He speaks, the echoes of suffering are silenced. when He declares, "It is finished." Your chapter of pain must close, and when He says, "Rise," no chain can hold you down. God does not tease His children with hope. He fulfills it. God does not plant a vision in your heart only to let it wither. He brings it to harvest. The same voice that spoke light into the void is the voice speaking to your soul today, declaring that your darkness must give way to dawn. I want you to grasp this truth. The delay of your victory has not been denial. Many of you have prayed and prayed and prayed again, only to feel the heavens were silent. You have wondered if God has forgotten, if perhaps your cries were lost in the wind. But let me remind you, silence is not absence. Silence is often the canvas on which God paints His greatest answers. Just because you did not see movement does not mean God was not moving. Just because you did not hear thunder does not mean God was not speaking. The quiet seasons are the proving grounds of faith, where God anchors you deeper, so that when victory comes, you will not be shaken. And how marvelous is the way God works. He takes what the enemy meant for harm and bends it into good. He takes the traps laid against you and turns them into stepping stones. He takes the ashes of your sorrow and creates beauty that cannot be denied. Your chapter of pain was not a sign that you were cursed. It was proof that you were chosen for a greater glory. If the weight was heavy, it was because the blessing waiting is weightier still. If the battle was fierce, it was because the crown ahead is greater than you imagined. Do not resent the size of your trial, for it is an indicator of the magnitude of your victory. Listen closely. God is not only preparing to deliver you from pain, He is preparing to establish you in joy. You will not walk out of this season limping. You will walk out leaping. You will not emerge carrying chains. You will emerge carrying testimonies. You will not leave this valley broken. You will leave it built up by the very hand of God. And those who once looked upon you with pity will look upon you with awe, not because of what you have done, but because of what God has done in you. Understand that pain has a purpose. It strips away the unnecessary. It burns away false illusions. It reveals where your true foundation lies. And when everything else crumbles, pain forces you to cling to God alone. That is the gift hidden in the trial. It redirects your trust. It teaches you that people may leave, opportunities may fade, possessions may vanish, but God remains unshakable. And once you learn that lesson, once you anchor yourself to the eternal rock, then you are unmovable. Pain may have brought you to that rock, but victory will be the fruit of staying upon it. The chapter of pain was long, but the victory will be longer. The sorrow was deep, but the joy will be deeper. The night was dark, but the morning will be brighter. You have not endured in vain. The God who numbers the stars has also numbered your tears, and He is about to repay you with a joy that outweighs every sorrow. He is about to open doors no man can shut, to bring opportunities no enemy can block, to write a new page in your story that will astonish even you. Do not underestimate what God can do in a moment. Years of pain can be overturned in a single act of His favor. Decades of tears can be answered in a single sweep of His hand. One divine moment can shift the entire trajectory of your life. Beloved, listen with all the strength of your heart, because what I am about to say is not just a word of encouragement. It is a revelation for your soul. Too many of you have walked with your head bowed down, thinking the valley is permanent, believing the wound will never heal, assuming the storm will never end. But let me tell you tonight, with all the fire that God has placed in my spirit, the valley is temporary. The wound is not eternal, and the storm has an appointed end. God Himself has set a limit on your suffering. And when that limit is reached, He commands the trial to stop. He orders the pain to cease. He declares to the storm, "Peace, be still." The same God who commands the stars in the heavens and the seas on the earth is the God who commands the seasons of your life. And when He says the chapter of pain is closing, there is no force in heaven or on earth that can keep it open. You may wonder why the path had to be so rough, why the journey had to be so painful, why the people you trusted turned away, why the dreams you cherished were crushed in your hands. Child of God, remember this: God wastes nothing. Not a single tear, not a single trial, not a single disappointment is wasted in His design. Pain may have broken you, but it also taught you. Pain may have wounded you, but it also sharpened you. Pain may have humbled you, but it also drew you closer to God. And now, the very experiences you thought would end, you will become the evidence of God's power working through you. The chapter of pain was never meant to define you. It was meant to refine you, and the refining is nearly complete. For victory is at the door. Do not despise the waiting. The waiting has been the furnace where God has purified your motives. The waiting has been the training ground where He has strengthened your faith. The waiting has been the silent test where He has separated what was weak from what is eternal within you. Waiting does not mean God has forgotten. It means God has been preparing something too great to be rushed. When you plant a seed, you do not see its growth in an instant. It must break. It must root. It must be hidden before it springs forth. And just like that seed, your life has been underground in darkness unseen. But now the soil is beginning to shift. The roots are strong and the shoot is ready to burst forth into the light. God is about to bring you into a season of undeniable growth. And no one will be able to deny that it is His hand upon you. Mark this in your heart: the victory that God is preparing for you will not only end your pain, but will silence your enemies. Those who laughed at your tears will watch your joy. Those who mocked your struggle will witness your rise. Those who thought you were forgotten will see you honored by the very hand of God. This is not arrogance. It is vindication. It is the justice of God, who will not allow His children to suffer endlessly without reward. You have endured the testing, and now you will enjoy the triumph. You have carried the cross of affliction, and now you will wear the crown of endurance. God has not overlooked you. He has been storing up every moment of your faithfulness, and soon He will pour it out upon you in overflowing measure. But let me warn you with love: do not carry yesterday's chains into tomorrow's freedom. Too many people try to enter victory while still holding on to bitterness, still clinging to the memory of betrayal, still rehearsing the lines of their sorrow. If you walk into your new chapter carrying the weight of the old, you will not taste the fullness of what God has prepared. Release it. Let go of the offenses, lay down the anger, put aside the despair, trust that God has seen it all, and trust that He alone will deal with it. Your job is not to avenge yourself. Your job is to rise when He calls you to rise. Your task is to step forward into the new, unshackled by the past. Because if God has closed that chapter, it means it is finished. Do not open it again with your thoughts, your words, or your fears. I want you to picture this: a traveler burdened with heavy bags, exhausted from the journey, reaching the gates of a great city. At the entrance, the guard says, "You cannot carry all that inside. You must leave it here." At first, the traveler resists clinging to the bags because they have been with him so long. But when he finally lays them down, he discovers that the city ahead is filled with treasures far greater than the weight he left behind. That traveler is you. Those bags are your pain. And that city is your victory. God is asking you to lay it down so he can place something greater in your hand. And let me tell you with boldness, your victory is not just near, it is necessary. It is necessary because others are waiting to see what God will do in your life. There are people whose faith will be ignited when they see your testimony. There are souls who will believe in the goodness of God because they see how he turned your sorrow into joy. There are lives that will be transformed when they see how you endured the valley and came out stronger on the other side. Your victory is not for you alone. It is for everyone who will draw hope from your story. That is why the battle was so fierce. Because the enemy knew your breakthrough would ripple far beyond your life. But the enemy's knowledge is no match for God's power. And soon the ripple of your victory will spread like fire to ignite faith in many. Child of God, there is something powerful that must sink deep into your spirit. Pain is not permanent, but the promises of God are eternal. Your suffering has an expiration date, but God's faithfulness has no end. Your valley is temporary, but the mountain of blessing God is preparing is everlasting. Do not allow the temporary shadows of sorrow to blind you to the eternal light of God's plan. The chapter of pain is closing because it was never meant to be your final destination. It was only the wilderness before the promised land, only the furnace before the gold, only the night before the dawn. I must tell you with urgency, many of you are standing at the very threshold of your breakthrough. But you cannot cross into victory while clinging to the language of despair. You must begin to speak as one who believes in the power of God. Stop saying, "I will always be broken." Stop declaring, "This is my fate." Stop agreeing with the voice of the enemy that says you will never rise. Instead, align your tongue with the truth of God. Speak life over your future. Declare that your story is not over, that the best is yet to come, that your God is greater than your enemies, and that his mercy will carry you through. There is power in your words. And when you declare what God has already ordained, you prepare the atmosphere for victory to manifest. Do not underestimate what God has been doing behind the scenes while you cried in the night. While you felt forgotten, God was orchestrating your restoration. While you thought your prayers were unheard, God was aligning people, opportunities, and seasons to work together for your good. Just because you could not see his hand does not mean it was not moving. Faith is the ability to trust the unseen hand of God. And soon that unseen hand will bring forth visible results that no one can deny. Understand this: when God closes a chapter, it is because he has something far greater to write in the next. He does not remove without the intent to replace. He does not allow loss without preparing restoration. He does not strip away unless he is about to clothe you with something better. And while it may hurt in the moment, while it may feel like devastation, one day you will look back and say, "Thank God that door closed. For had it not closed, I would never have walked into this blessing." The tears of today will become the gratitude of tomorrow when you see how perfectly God was guiding your steps. But hear me clearly, victory is not merely surviving, it is thriving. God does not want you just to crawl out of pain, barely breathing. He wants you to stand tall, renewed in strength, overflowing with joy and radiating with peace. God's kind of victory is complete. It is total. It is undeniable. When he lifts you so high that even your enemies cannot ignore it. When He restores you, He restores in ways that silence every voice of doubt. When He blesses you, He blesses in measures that overflow beyond your own needs, so you can bless others in return. That is the kind of victory that is near. Some of you feel unworthy of such victory. You believe the lie that because of your mistakes, because of your failures, because of your weaknesses, God has disqualified you. But hear me, God does not choose you based on perfection. He chooses you based on His purpose. He does not bless you because you never stumbled. He blesses you because He is merciful and faithful to His word. If victory depended on our perfection, none of us would see it. But because victory depends on the unfailing promises of God, we can all walk in it. Stop disqualifying yourself from what God has already written in your destiny. The chapter of pain is closing not because you earned it, but because God has willed it. And let me press deeper. Sometimes God allows the chapter of pain to linger because He is teaching you endurance. Victory without endurance is fragile. Blessing without character is dangerous. Triumph without humility is destructive. God loves you too much to give you a blessing you are not ready to carry. So He strengthens you in the fire. He humbles you in the valley of He teaches you patience in the waiting. And then when the time is right, He brings you into victory that will not crush you, but sustain you. Do you see the wisdom of God? He is not just preparing a blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. The closing of this chapter will not be quiet. It will be a shift so profound that you will know only God could have done it. The same people who saw you broken will see you restored. The same places where you wept will become places where you rejoice. The same heart that felt crushed will overflow with peace. And when it happens, you will not have to explain it. You will not have to defend it. You will not have to prove it. It will be evident that God has turned the page. Beloved, as I bring this message to a close, I want you to carry one truth above all others. Pain is not forever, but God is. The trials you have endured, the tears you have cried, the nights you thought would never end, these are not the conclusion of your story. They were chapters, but they were not the book. God has been with you through every line, through every page, and now He is ready to turn you into a new season. The chapter of pain is closing, not because the world has changed, not because circumstances have suddenly shifted, but because God has decreed it. And when God decrees a thing, it must come to pass. Walk into this new chapter with faith. Do not carry the ashes of yesterday into the fire of tomorrow. Do not let the memory of sorrow rob you of the joy God is about to give. Raise your gaze toward the one who wrote your story. For the same God who began His work within you will bring it to completion. Victory is not a question of chance. It is a divine guarantee spoken by the mouth of God Himself. So stand firm, beloved child of heaven. Wipe away your tears. Lift your head high. Move forward with holy confidence. You've been tested but never defeated. You've been pressed but not broken. You've been wounded but never destroyed. And soon the radiance of God's glory will shine through your life for all to see. The chapter of sorrow is closing. Your season of waiting has come to an end. And now your victory, heaven sent, divinely written, and unshakably yours, has arrived. My friend, lean in and hear this. What I am about to speak over you is no accident. In this very moment of your life, God is arranging a fresh beginning for you. You may have walked through valleys of deep sorrow. You may have carried loads so heavy your soul felt it might shatter under the strain. You may have endured nights where silence roared louder than any storm. Yet God has not abandoned you. The very God who placed the stars across the heavens, the same God who split seas and leveled mountains, is about to act in your story. And when God acts, no power in heaven or on earth can overturn what He has declared. There comes a moment when yesterday can no longer hold you captive. There comes a moment when the failures, the regrets, the shattered pieces, and the tears of yesterday lose their grip on who you are. God is not a God of dead end. He is the God of new doors, new paths, new mercies. The pain you endured was not in vain, for it has shaped you, prepared you, and brought you to this very hour where God Himself whispers, I am making all things new. You are not standing at the end. You are standing at the beginning of something you cannot yet see, but will soon testify about. Do not let despair fool you into believing that God has abandoned you. Sometimes the silence of God is not rejection, it is preparation. Sometimes when He closes a door, it is because He is building a gate you never imagined could be open. And while you think you are waiting on God, the truth is God is waiting on you. He is waiting for you to lift your eyes from the ashes of the past and fix them on the horizon of His promise. He is waiting for you to stop rehearsing your pain and start declaring His power. For God's promise is not tied to your past mistakes. It is anchored in His eternal will. How many times have you thought it was over? How many times did you tell yourself that this was the end of the road? Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing, still fighting. And that is not chance. That is God. Every breath in your lungs is evidence that He is not finished with you yet. If He was done with you, you wouldn't be alive. But because you are alive, it means your story has not reached its conclusion. The author of your life is about to write a chapter that will make sense of the suffering, that will redeem the wasted years, that will turn the midnight tears into a sunrise of joy. You must understand this truth. God specializes in beginnings that are born from endings. He brings light out of darkness, hope out of despair, life out of death. He takes the broken and makes them whole. He takes the rejected and calls them chosen. He takes the forgotten and crowns them with favor. Do not measure your future by the failures of your past. God does not consult your past to decide your tomorrow. When He declares a new beginning, nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop it. Not people, not circumstances, not even your own mistakes, because God's mercy rewrites the script. And yes, there will be those who doubt it. There will be voices that whisper, you cannot change, you cannot rise, you cannot begin again. But those voices are lies born of fear and limitation. For when God decrees a new season, you do not need the approval of people. You do not need their validation. You do not need their applause. You only need the power of God. He will carry you. He will open the way. He will provide strength when yours has run dry. He will set before you opportunities that no man can shut. Some of you are carrying scars so deep that you believe they disqualify you. But let me tell you, your scars are not evidence of defeat. They are evidence of survival. They testify that you went through the fire, but the fire did not consume you. You went through the storm, but the storm did not drown you. And if God brought you through that, then surely He can carry you into a new tomorrow. The same hand that preserved you is the hand that will promote you. The same voice that calmed your storms is the voice that now calls you forward. God is about to breathe the new life into places you thought were dead. He is about to restore dreams you buried in the graveyard of disappointment. He is about to turn mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty, despair into hope. This is not just a motivational saying. This is the reality of God's power. His promise is not fragile. His word does not return void. When he says, "Behold, I am doing a new thing," then rest assured, he will do it. Even if you cannot see it yet, trust that it is already unfolding. Seeds grow in silence before they break through the soil. God is working in the unseen before he manifests in the visible. You see, life is not about what you have lost. It is about what God is preparing to give. Sometimes he removes to replace. Sometimes he tears down to build stronger. Sometimes he allows endings to usher in beginnings. Stop holding on to what he has already released. Stop clinging to the doors he has shut. The longer you mourn what is gone, the longer you delay what is coming. God cannot fill hands that are already clenched around yesterday. Open your heart, open your spirit, and let God place in you the new beginning he has prepared. And yes, new beginnings require courage. You cannot step into tomorrow while your feet are still chained to yesterday. You must be willing to walk by faith, to take steps when you do not see the full staircase, to trust that if God said go, he has already gone before you to prepare the way. Faith is not waiting until everything makes. It is trusting God when nothing makes sense. And I tell you, there is no safer place to be than in the will of God. Even when it leads you into uncharted waters, this new beginning, it's not just about changing your circumstances. It is about transforming your heart. God does not simply want to adjust your surroundings. He wants to renew your mind, strengthen your spirit, ignite your faith. For what good is a new opportunity if your heart is still chained to fear? What good is a new season if your spirit is still haunted by doubt? God's new beginning starts on the inside. It begins when you dare to believe that he is greater than your struggle, stronger than your enemy, higher than your mountain. When you believe this, you are unstoppable because you are no longer walking in your own strength. You are walking in his. My friend, when God prepares a new beginning, it is not something small, ordinary, or shallow. It is not a minor adjustment to your circumstances. It is a divine reset of your destiny. God does not patch up broken pieces with weak glue. He makes all things new. He does not simply cover your past with a thin veil. He transforms your future with his mighty hand. That is why you cannot measure what God is about to do by what you see around you right now. You cannot define tomorrow by today's pain. God is greater than your present struggles, and his new beginning for you carries weight, authority, and eternal purpose. So many people miss the beauty of God's new beginning because they keep their eyes fixed on what they have lost instead of what God is preparing to give. But hear me clearly, your loss is not the end. Your loss may have been painful. It may have shaken you. It may have left scars, but your loss is also the soil from which God will grow something more glorious than you can imagine. God does not waste pain. He does not overlook tears. Every sleepless night, every silent cry, every heavy burden has been seen by God, and he has stored it as seed for the harvest that is now on its way. The harvest is always greater than the seed. What you sow in tears, you will reap in joy. God is about to bring you into a season where the weight of the past will no longer hold power over you. The guilt that tried to define you will lose its voice. The shame that changed your spirit will fall powerless at your feet. The fear that whispered lies into your mind will be silenced by the truth of God's word. For when God declares a new beginning, he also declares a new identity. You are not who you were yesterday. You are not what they said about you. You are not the mistakes you made. You are who God says you are. and His declaration outweighs every other opinion, every other judgment, every other label. But let me remind you, God's new beginning will demand your trust. It will not always look like what you expected. Sometimes the new beginning feels like an ending because it requires leaving behind comfort zones and familiar places. Think of it. God cannot take you into the land of promise if you insist on clinging to Egypt. He cannot show you the horizon of tomorrow if you keep staring at the ruins of yesterday. Trust is the bridge between where you are and where God is leading you. You must be willing to step into the unknown with faith, knowing that even if you cannot see the path, God is the one guiding your steps. When God says, "Behold, I am doing a new thing," it means He is preparing to surprise you. It means He is about to overturn the assumptions of people who thought they knew your story. It means He is about to set you apart in such a way that even your enemies will be forced to acknowledge the hand of God on your life. Do not limit God by your imagination. Do not reduce His promise to the size of your comfort. He is not a God of small measures. He is a God of abundance, a God of overflow, a God of greatness. When He opens the heavens, He pours out blessings that there is not even room enough to contain. You must also understand that God's new beginning is not always immediate in appearance. Sometimes it begins in silence. Sometimes it begins with small steps. Sometimes it begins beneath the surface where no one can see. But just because you cannot see it does not mean it is not happening. A seed buried in the soil is hidden, unseen and silent, but it is alive. Growth is taking place in the unseen. Roots are forming. Strength is being built. Life is stirring. Then suddenly, when the appointed time arrives, the seed breaks forth through the ground for all to see. That is what God is doing in your life. Do not despise the hidden season. Do not despise the waiting season. For the longer the roots grow, the stronger the tree will stand. There is another truth. When God gives you a new beginning, it is not only for your sake, it is for His glory. Your testimony is not just a story about survival. It is a declaration of God's power. When He lifts you, it will not be so people can applaud you, but so they can see His greatness reflected in your life. That is why your new beginning will be undeniable. It will not be something that you can attribute to chance or luck or human effort. No, it will be so magnificent, so breathtaking, so miraculous that you will be able to say with conviction, "This was God's doing." And let me tell you, when God begins to move, there is no force strong enough to stop Him. No power in the heavens, no scheme on earth, no opposition from people can hinder what He has decreed. The only thing that can dead's work in your life is your unwillingness to believe. Doubt is the enemy of destiny. Fear is the thief of future. But faith unlocks the gates of God's promise. Even the smallest faith, if anchored in God, can shift mountains out of your path. You do not need to know how it will happen. You only need to know who is making it happen. Your future is not in the hands of your enemies. Your destiny is not determined by those who rejected you. Your new beginning is not dependent on the people who left you, the job you lost, or the opportunity that slipped away. Your future rests solely in the hands of God, and those hands are mighty, faithful, and unshakable. If He could bring light out of darkness, if He could bring order out of chaos, if He could bring life out of nothing, then surely He can bring a new beginning out of your situation. When God marks the beginning of a new season in your life, it is not to return you to where you once were. It is to elevate you beyond what you could have achieved by your own strength. A true new beginning from God does not simply restore what was lost. It multiplies, It magnifies. It enlarges. God never takes you backward. He always moves you forward. Even when it seems like you've been stripped of everything, even when you feel empty and broken, and know that the emptiness is only making room for the abundance He is preparing to pour into your life. When your hands are empty, they are finally free to receive. This is why you cannot fear endings. Endings are painful, yes, but they are also necessary. A seed must first die in the ground before it can spring forth into new life. So too, some chapters of your life must close before the next can be opened. And although endings bring sorrow, they are also God's way of clearing space for the new. The door that shut was not rejection, it was protection. The path that was blocked was not punishment, it was redirection. What you call loss, God calls preparation. He is moving you away from what cannot carry you in the destiny He has prepared. God's new beginning is not random. It is deliberate. He does not act without purpose. Every step, every turn, every acceleration, it all flows from His divine plan. He sees the road ahead when all you see is the dust of the present. He knows what dangers lie in paths you thought were best for you. He knows what blessings are hidden in directions you never considered. And when He orchestrates a new beginning, it is always for your good. Even if it looks uncertain, even if it feels uncomfortable, even if it challenges you to let go of everything you know, trust that God is weaving together a story greater than you could ever write for yourself. But understand this: God's new beginning is not about comfort. It is about transformation. He does not lead you into a new season so you can stay the same. He calls you forward so that you may rise higher, walk stronger, life deeper in faith. He wants to break chains of fear that once held you back. He wants to strip away the doubts that clouded your vision. He wants to replace weakness with strength, despair with hope, and sorrow with joy. God's new beginning is not a small adjustment. It is a revolution in your life. It is a shift so powerful that you cannot remain who you once were. And do not be surprised if this new beginning demands separation. There are people, habits, and patterns that cannot follow you where God is leading. Not everyone who started with you can go with you. Not every friendship is meant for the next chapter. Not every environment is designed for your growth. God in His wisdom removes what would hinder your destiny, even if it hurts to let go. Do not cling to what He is pruning away. If He is taking it out of your life, it is because it cannot survive the light of your new season. Trust Him even in the losses, because they are not losses. They are divine exchanges. When God opens a new door, you will know it is Him, because it will bear the mark of peace. Not the absence of trials, not the absence of challenges, but the presence of His undeniable hand upon it. You will feel His strength lifting you, His wisdom guiding you, His favor surrounding you. What seemed impossible will become attainable. Seemed distant will come within reach. What was once locked will open with ease. Not because of your effort, but because of His authority. Remember, God says yes. No force can say no. Let me speak directly to your heart. Some of you have been walking in circles, stuck in cycles of disappointment, chained to the memories of past failures. You have been asking, when will it change? When will it be different? Hear me now. The cycle ends when you surrender fully to God's will. Your new beginning is not unlocked by striving, it is unlocked by trusting. It is not about forcing doors open, it is about allowing God to lead you to the door. He has already prepared. Stop exhausting yourself trying to fix what only God can restore. Stop carrying burdens that were never meant for your shoulders. Lay it all down and let God lift you into the season He has appointed for you. And when He does, your life will not only change, it will shine. God does not give you a new beginning for you to hide it. He gives it so your life becomes a testimony, a living example of His goodness, His mercy, His power. People who once doubted you will see what God has done. Those who mocked you in your valley will watch as He sets your feet on a mountain. Those who thought it was over for you will witness the glory of God rising from your life, not so they can exalt you, but so they can recognize the greatness of the one who lifted you. Never forget your new beginning is proof that God is faithful. Even when you failed, He remained steadfast. Even when you doubted, He remained sure. Even when you turned away, He remained near. That is why this new season is not something you earn. It is something you receive. God's mercy writes over your mistakes. His compassion covers your shortcomings. His power redeems your wasted years. He takes what you believe was lost beyond repair and breathes new life into it again. When God prepares to usher you into a new beginning, He does not speak it quietly into the shadows of your world. He announces it with authority. He sends a divine tremor that shakes loose the chains of your past and bursts open the gates of your future. And when God makes a declaration, all of creation moves at His command. The winds shift, the seas divide, the mountains bow, and the valleys rise to meet His word. So tell me, why would you doubt that He can renew your story? Why believe that your past mistakes, your quiet fears, or the giants that stand before you are too strong for His hand? If He rules the cosmos, surely He can speak a fresh beginning into your life. The truth is, God's new beginning for your life is often disguised as disruption. It doesn't always appear gentle or calm at first. It shakes what must be shaken. It uproots what cannot remain. It unsettles what has grown stagnant. Because God is not interested in you building a future on a cracked foundation. He will tear down what is unstable so He can rebuild you on a rock that cannot be moved. So when everything around you feels like it is collapsing, do not assume it is destruction. It may very well be the hand of God clearing the ground for something stronger, purer, greater than what stood before. Do not forget, God has always been a God of beginnings. From the very dawn of time, He spoke into the chaos and birthed order. He looked at emptiness and filled it with light. He looked at formlessness and shaped it with beauty. That same God has not changed. He looks at the chaos in your life and speaks order. He looks at the void in your heart and fills it with His presence. He looks at the broken pieces of your past and crafts them into something glorious. This is who God is. The one who creates something out of nothing, who brings life out of what seems hopeless. But to walk into a new beginning, you must let go of the illusion that you control everything. Too many people miss the move of God because they refuse to release their grip on the old. They try to drag yesterday into tomorrow. But God says, release it. You cannot carry old baggage into a new season. You cannot drag broken relationships, toxic habits, bitter attitudes, and heavy regrets into the fresh work God is trying to do. He calls you to lay it down, to trust Him, to walk forward unburdened. And yes, it is hard to let go. Yes, it is painful to surrender. But what you release into God's hands, He transforms into something far greater than what you cling to. God's new beginning is not fragile. It is unstoppable. It is not dependent on human approval or worldly systems. When He decides to lift you, there is no authority high enough to block it. When He decides to heal you, no sickness is strong enough to resist it. When He decides to bless you, no curse, no opposition, no enemy can withhold it. For God does not negotiate with creation. He commands it, and His command is final. That is why you can walk into your new beginning with boldness, not trembling, not because of who you are, but because of who God is. And yet, God will test your faith as He ushers you into this new chapter. Do not be surprised if the path forward looks narrow. If it feels like the ground beneath you is unfamiliar, for faith is not proven in comfort, it is proven in trust. God will call you to step even when you cannot see the full way. He will call you to believe even when the evidence around you says otherwise. He will call you to declare His promise even when your reality has not yet caught up. This is how you partner with God's new beginning, not by sight but by faith. And those who walk by faith see doors open that the world swore were forever locked. Your new beginning may come with resistance. The enemy does not rejoice when God elevates you. There will be whispers of doubt. There will be obstacles. There will be distractions designed to pull you back into the old. But remember this, the presence of resistance is often proof that breakthrough is near. You don't fight battles over empty ground. You fight battles over valuable territory. The struggle you feel right now is not because God has abandoned you. It is because the enemy knows God is about to establish you. Stand firm. Do not retreat. For the God who begins a new work in you will also defend it. And never underestimate the timing of God. What feels delayed to you is right on schedule with Him. He is not bound by your deadlines, and He is not late. He is deliberate, intentional, precise. He waits until the moment that will bring the greatest glory to His name and the greatest strength to your spirit. While you think nothing is happening, He is aligning pieces you cannot see, preparing hearts you do not know, orchestrating circumstances you cannot control. And when the fullness of time arrives, what seemed impossible will unfold effortlessly before your eyes. When God speaks a new beginning into your life, it does not come with a whisper of uncertainty. It comes with the thunder of divine authority. His word does not tremble. It stands firm and unshakable. When God says, I am making all things new, there is no force on earth or in the heavens that can reverse His decree. And this is why your heart must rise with confidence, not in your own strength, but in the certainty that the Almighty is at work. The same God who called light out of the darkness is calling you out of despair, out of limitation, out of fear, into a dawn that no night can overcome. But do not miss this truth. God's new beginning is not just about change on the outside. It is about transformation on the inside. Many people want God to change their circumstances while they remain unchanged within. Yet the true new beginning starts in the heart. God is not merely rearranging the furniture of your life. He is building a brand new foundation. He is reshaping your character, refining your faith, deepening your trust. Because unless the heart is renewed, any new season will eventually collapse under the weight of old patterns. So allow Him not only to open new doors, but also to renew your spirit, so that you may walk through them with and wisdom. There are moments when God's new beginning feels like wilderness. You may not see the full picture. You may only see a step ahead. But remember, God is not calling you to see everything. He is calling you to trust Him in everything. The wilderness is not abandonment. It is preparation. In the wilderness, you learn to depend not on your own strength, but on His provision. In the wilderness, you discover that when all else is stripped away, God is enough. And once you learn this truth, no challenge, no storm, no enemy can shake you, because you know that if God sustained you in lack, He will sustain you in abundance. Your new beginning may also require patience. God's timing is often different from ours. We want everything now, immediately, without delay. But God is never rushed, and He is never late. He is precise, deliberate, perfect in His timing. What seems like delay is often the hand of God preparing the ground, aligning the people, and setting the stage for your breakthrough. Just as a tree does not bear fruit in its first season of planting, so too your life must endure seasons of quiet growth before the visible harvest comes. Do not mistake silence for inactivity. God works in hidden places long before He reveals His work in public view. Do not think that your failures disqualify you from God's new beginning. If that were true, none of us would ever rise again. God is not limited by your past. He redeems it. He takes the very mistakes you thought ruined you and turns them into stepping stones for your future. What others meant for harm, God will use for good. What seemed like a setback will be revealed as a setup. Do not let shame bind you to yesterday. God's mercy is greater than your mistakes, and His power is stronger than your regrets. If He has declared a new season over your life, then your past cannot dictate your tomorrow. When God opens a new beginning, He does so with purpose. He does not elevate you so you can boast in yourself. He lifts you so you can reflect His glory. Your new season is meant to be a testimony to others that if God could do it for you, He can do it for them. Do not hide what He has done. Declare it boldly. Let your life be a living sermon, a beacon of hope for those still trapped in their own midnight hour. For when God blesses you, it is never just about you. It is about the countless lives your story will inspire. But here is what you must understand. New beginnings demand new faith. You cannot enter tomorrow with yesterday's level of trust. You must grow. You must stretch. You must dare to believe God for more than you have ever asked before. Faith, if not active, it is active. It is unrelenting. It refuses to let fear dictate the narrative. It stands firm even when the ground shakes. It proclaims God's promise even before the evidence arrives. And when you walk with such faith, you align yourself with the very power that spoke the universe into being. There will be opposition. There will be voices that mock your hope, that tell you nothing can change, that remind you of all the times you failed. But let those voices be silenced by the truth of God's Word. For if God has spoken, that is all that matters. People may doubt, enemies may resist, even your own heart may waver. But God remains faithful. He has never broken His word, and He never will. Hold on to His promise as tightly as you hold on to your breath. For His word is life itself. And when the new beginning comes, and it will come, you will look back and understand why the delays were necessary, why the struggles were permitted, why the losses had to happen. You will see that every tear watered the soil of your testimony. You will see that every disappointment shaped your endurance. You will see that every detour was actually a straight line in God's greater plan. And you will lift your hands not in pride, but in knowing that only God could have written such a story. When God sets His hand upon your life for a new beginning, it is never a half measure. It is not a temporary patch or a fleeting glimpse of hope. It is a complete shift, a transformation that alters the very trajectory of your existence. God does not bring you out just to leave you wandering. He brings you out to establish you, to plant you, to crown you with a future that reflects His greatness. What God begins, He sustains. What He opens, He protects. What He promises, He fulfills. And when He calls you into a new season, it is not to tease your heart, but to fulfill His word. You must understand, a new beginning with God is not an escape. It is an elevation. He does not pull you out of a pit so you can return to the same valley. He raises you so that you can stand on higher ground. And from that higher ground, you see what you could not see before. From that new height, the obstacles that once intimidated you become small in comparison to His power. This is why your perspective must shift. Your eyes must be trained not on the dust of the ground, but on the horizon of His promise. For as high as the heavens are above the earth, so are God's thoughts above yours, and so are His ways beyond your ways. But do not forget, God's new beginning often requires the surrender of the old. You cannot enter into tomorrow still carrying yesterday's chains. You cannot embrace what God is placing in your hands if your fists are clenched around what He is trying to remove. Some of you are holding on to bitterness, replaying old wounds, rehearsing old betrayals, and yet asking God for something new. Let me tell you, with love and boldness, you cannot walk into your new season carrying the poison of the past. Release it. Place it into God's hand. Trust Him enough to let go so that He can replace your sorrow with joy, your bitterness with peace, your despair with hope. God's new beginning also comes with fresh responsibility. With every blessing comes stewardship. With every door He opens comes a call to walk in faithfulness. You cannot treat His gift lightly. He is not giving you a new chapter so you can live in the same old patterns. He is lifting you so that your life can be a reflection of His holiness, His strength, His mercy. To whom much is given, much is required. And when God entrusts you with a new beginning, He calls you to walk with integrity, to live with humility, to shine with courage, so that others may see His light through you. And let me assure you, God's new beginning is not fragile. It cannot be stolen by envy. It cannot be destroyed by opposition. It cannot be dismantled by the schemes of men. What God has ordained cannot be overturned. His decree is final. His word unshakable. His promise unbreakable. The world may rise against you. Voices may shout in resistance. Enemies may plot in the shadows. But all their efforts will collapse before the authority of God's command. If He has said you will rise, then rise you shall. If He has said you will be free, then freedom is already breaking forth. If He has said you will begin anew, then your tomorrow is already written in His book. This is why you cannot afford to doubt. Doubt is a thief. It robs you of courage. It blinds your vision. It weakens your resolve. But faith is the key that unlocks the gates of your new beginning. Faith is the bridge between the promise and the fulfillment. Faith is what takes God at His word, even when your eyes see no evidence. And I tell you this, even a flicker of faith, when anchored in the greatness of God, is more powerful than the loudest roar of fear. Do not despise your small faith. Offer it to God and watch Him multiply it into strength you did not know you possessed. Your journey into a new beginning may be marked by tests. Do not be alarmed by them. Tests are not meant to destroy you. They are meant to reveal the strength God has placed within you. Just as fire refines gold, trials refine your faith. Just as storms reveal the strength of a tree's roots, challenges reveal the depth of your trust in God. Every test is evidence that God is preparing you for more. Every obstacle is an opportunity for your faith to grow. Every resistance is a signal that your destiny is worth fighting for. Do not shrink back in the face of trials. Stand firm, for the one who called you is faithful. And never forget, God's new beginning is not about erasing your story. It is about redeeming it. He will take the very chapters you wish you could tear out and use them as testimony. He will turn your pain into purpose, your scars into symbols of survival, your weakness into platforms of His strength. Nothing is wasted in the hands of God. Every tear, every struggle, every detour, it all becomes part of a greater narrative, one that points not to your greatness, but to His. My friend, hear this with every fiber of your being. Your story is not ending in defeat. It is beginning in victory. God is not finished with you. He is the author of your life, and He never leaves a page incomplete. What He has started, He will bring to completion. What He has promised, He will fulfill. What He has spoken, He will bring to pass. Do not let the darkness of yesterday blind you to the sunrise of tomorrow, for God is already at work in your life. This is not the time to shrink back. This is not the time to surrender to fear. This is the time to rise, to trust, to believe with unshakable confidence that the Almighty is guiding your steps. God is your shield, your strength, your deliverer, and your guide. If He says a new beginning is coming, then you can stand firm, knowing it is already written in His plan. The doors that were shut will open. The chains that bound you will fall. The weight that crushed you will lift. And the sorrow that once drowned you will be replaced with joy that overflows. Walk forward boldly, for you are walking with God. Do not dwell on what lies in ruins behind you, for your destiny is not in the ashes of yesterday, but in the promise of tomorrow. Do not fear what you cannot see, for God already stands in the places you have yet to walk. Do not question His strength, for His power has never known defeat. Step boldly into this new season with courage, with faith, and with a flame of hope alive within your heart. For the Maker of heaven and earth has already spoken it into being. The page is turning. The chapter is changing. The story is moving forward. And it is God Himself who holds the pen to write the next line of your life. Trust His hand. Walk in His way. Yield to His will. And you will witness with your own eyes what only He can bring to pass. A divine new beginning has been spoken over your life. And when God proclaims it, no force in creation can undo it. Your future is secured. Your steps are ordered, and your victory is already written. Dear friend, pay attention. In every life there comes a season when you find yourself standing before a door that will not budge. You can see the promise waiting on the other side. You can almost taste the breakthrough within reach. Yet, no matter how long you knock, no matter how sharp your plans, no matter how fierce your efforts, the door refuses to open. And it is in that moment a humbling truth comes alive. The key rests only in God's hand. He alone can unlock the financial door no man has the power to close. That is where real victory begins. Not through human force breaking barriers, but through a surrendered heart trusting the Almighty to turn the lock. For we live in a world that equates worth with wealth, that defines success by possessions, that grants honor to those who appear to have more. Yet behind many smiling faces hides crushing debt, restless worry, and empty souls. They chase money as if it were a god, bowing before the altar of greed. But money is not a master. It is a tool. And when you let God take His rightful place as your provider, He uses even the smallest seed to produce a harvest beyond imagination. That is the foundation of true financial freedom. Not worshiping wealth, but surrendering your resources, your hopes, and your future to the one who holds the storehouses of heaven. Do not think for a moment that God is blind to your struggle. He sees the bills stacking on the table. He hears the silent cries at night when you wonder how you'll make it through the month. He knows the weight of responsibility pressing on your shoulders. But let me tell you this with all conviction. God has never forsaken the righteous. God has never abandoned those who trust in Him. The hand of God is not short. His resources are not limited. His generosity does not run dry. If He can feed the birds of the air and clothe the lilies of the field, He can open a financial door for you that no one could ever imagine. But here is where the decision comes. Will you trust Him? Will you surrender control of your finances into His hand? Too often people try to live in two worlds. They pray for God's blessing but cling to worry, doubt, and disobedience. They beg for provision but close their fists when God calls them to give. They want open doors, yet they refuse to align their steps with His truth. My friend, hear me clearly. Financial breakthrough is not just about money. It is about faith, obedience, and trust. When you place God first, when you honor Him with what you have, He opens doors that no bank, no employer, and no system could ever close. God's doors are different from man's doors. Man's door might swing on hinges of favoritism, corruption, or fleeting opportunity. But when God opens a financial door, it is rooted in eternal purpose. It does not just bless your pocket, it blesses your soul. It lifts you out of fear and places you on the solid ground of faith. It shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance. Not because you suddenly have more, but because you realize that the source of all things is with you, for you, and working through you. You may say, "But I have nothing left. My resources are gone. My strength is exhausted. My opportunities have dried up." Then rejoice, for you are in the perfect position to see the hand of God. Throughout history, God has shown His power not when people were overflowing with resources, but when they stood empty and helpless. When a widow had only a handful of flour, God multiplied it until famine turned into feast. When a servant held only a jar of oil, God poured it out until debt was erased and abundance overflowed. When a hungry crowd had only a few loaves and fish, God created a banquet that fed thousands. And when you have little left, when you stand at the end of your rope, God delights to show you that He alone is your provider. But let us be clear, God does not open financial doors for selfishness. He does not bless greed. He does not fund pride. He blesses for His glory. He opens doors so that you may walk through them with humility, generosity, and gratitude. The question is not only will God bless me, but also what will I do with the blessing once it comes? If you hoard it, it will decay. If you idolize it, it will destroy you. But if you honor God with it, if you serve others with it, if you allow your blessing to become someone else's answer to prayer, then God will continue to pour more, for He can trust you with His treasure. I must warn you, there are false doors in this world. Promises of quick wealth, schemes that prey on desperation, paths paved with lies that lead only to ruin. Do not be deceived. When God opens a financial door, it will never require you to compromise your integrity, betray your values, or abandon your faith. God's blessing does not add sorrow. It brings peace. It does not enslave. It frees. If the door you are about to walk through demands you sell your soul, know this: it is not from God. Close it, walk away, and wait for the true door to open. Now, some of you are asking, how do I prepare for God to open my financial door? You begin with prayer. Not empty words, but desperate, honest, faith-filled prayer. Cry out to Him with the sincerity of your heart. Ask Him not only to provide, but to shape your character. Ask Him to remove greed, fear, and doubt. Ask Him to make you trustworthy with whatever He gives. And then live in obedience. Align your life with His principles: integrity in your work, generosity in your giving, humility in your attitude, discipline in your spending. For faith without action is empty, and prayer without obedience is powerless. You see, financial breakthrough is not about sitting idly and waiting for a miracle. It is about moving in faith while trusting God with the outcome. Work diligently, but remember that promotion comes from God. Give faithfully, but remember that harvest comes from God. Plan wisely, but remember that security comes from God. The farmer who plants must still depend on God to send the rain. And you, no matter how hard you work, must remember that every open door, every opportunity, every increase comes not from your effort alone, but from the hand of Almighty God. The world will tell you that money is the answer to all problems, but you know better. You know that without God, money can vanish overnight. Without God, riches can rot, investments can collapse, and banks can fail. But with God, even a little becomes enough. With God, the impossible becomes possible. With God, doors open in places you never thought existed. With God, financial freedom is not just wealth. It is peace of mind, strength of spirit, and joy that no currency could ever buy. My friend, let me speak plainly. The greatest obstacle to seeing God open your financial door is not the economy, not the lack of opportunity, not the failures of the past. It is unbelief. The door may already be unlocked, but unbelief keeps your hand from turning the handle. Doubt whispers it will never happen for you. Others may prosper, but not you. God has forgotten you, but that is a lie straight from the pit of despair. God has not forgotten you. God has not overlooked you. The timing of His blessing is perfect. The manner of His provision is precise. And the moment He chooses to open your financial door, nothing and no one can stand in the way. Faith is not wishful thinking. Faith is not closing your eyes and hoping circumstances will change. Faith is standing on the unshakable reality that God is faithful even when your bank account is empty, even when your job feels insecure, even when the doors of opportunity seem to slam in your face. Faith says, "Though I see nothing now, I will trust that God is working behind the scenes. Though I hold little in my hand, I will believe that God can multiply it. Though the world declares impossible, I will proclaim with God all things are possible." That is the faith that moves mountains. That is the faith that opens financial doors. Do not underestimate the power of gratitude in this journey. A heart that grumbles repels blessing, but a heart that gives thanks invites abundance. If you cannot thank God for the little you have now, how will you thank Him when He gives you more? Gratitude shifts your perspective. It teaches you to see provision even in the smallest things. A meal on the table, a roof over your head, the strength to work, the chance to try again. And when you give thanks in the small, you prepare yourself to receive the great. The door of abundance opens more quickly to those who walk through life with thankful hearts. Let me remind you, God's provision often begins with a test. Before the door swings wide, God may allow circumstances that press you, that strip away pride, that challenge your trust. He may take you into a wilderness season, not to destroy you, but to refine you. For it is in the wilderness where dependence on Him is born. It is in lack that faith is forged. It is in the waiting that character is proven. Many want the blessing, but few are willing to endure the testing. Yet those who endure, those who remain steadfast, Those who choose to trust God when every outward sign says otherwise, those are the ones who step into doors that others never see. Understand this: God's financial door is not merely about money, it is about destiny. When God blesses, it is not only to put food on your table, but to put influence in your hand. It is not only to ease your burden, but to equip you for greater impact. When He prospers you, it is so that you may bless generations. When He opens your financial door, it is not a small gesture. It is a divine strategy. He wants to use you as a channel of provision in a world drowning in need. And the question you must answer is this: are you willing to let His blessing flow through you? Not just to you. Do not despise small beginnings. Many miss their door because they are waiting for something grand while ignoring the little opportunities right before them. That part-time job, that small project, that tiny seed of an idea. It may not look like much, but when God breathes on it, it multiplies. Remember that doors often appear ordinary before they swing open into the extraordinary. You may be faithful in what feels insignificant, but in God's eyes you are passing a test. Be faithful in the little, and He will trust you with much. Some of you are standing before doors right now, but fear is holding you back. Fear of failure, fear of risk, fear of change. Let me tell you, fear is a thief. It steals opportunities. It paralyzes progress. It blinds you to the possibilities that God has already placed before you. But faith is courage in action. Faith steps forward even trembling because it knows God walks ahead. If the door is from God, then the ground you step on is already secured by His promise. Do not let fear lock you out of the very breakthrough you have been praying for. Others are trapped by comparison. You look at someone else's blessing, someone else's financial door, and you think God has favored them more than you. But comparison is poison to your soul. What God has for you is tailored, timed, and prepared for you alone. You cannot walk through another person's door. You cannot carry another person's blessing. Stop envying what belongs to someone else and start preparing for what God has designed for you. Yeah, your door is coming, and when it opens, it will fit perfectly with your calling, your gifts, and your destiny. Let me say this with authority. Poverty is not your permanent address. Lack is not your identity. Scarcity is not your inheritance. You are not defined by what you lack, but by the one who provides. God is your source, and He delights in supplying your needs. Do not let the voice of the enemy convince you that you are forgotten or unworthy. Lift up your head, straighten your shoulders, and declare with confidence, God is my provider. God will open my door. God will make a way where there is no way. When the financial door opens, it may not come in the form you expect. God may bless you with wisdom to manage what you already have. He may give you creativity that turns into opportunity. He may align you with the right people at the right time. He may lead you into ventures that seem small at first but grow beyond measure. Do not limit God by expecting only one kind of blessing. His ways are higher than your ways, and His plans exceed your imagination. Stay open, stay alert, stay faithful, and you will not miss the door He places before you. And when that door opens, and it will, walk through it with boldness. Do not hesitate. Do not look back in doubt. Do not apologize for the blessing of God upon your life. Walk through with gratitude, humility, and the determination to honor Him with all that He gives. For your breakthrough is not just about you, it is about the testimony it will create. Others will see what God has done in your life, and they will be stirred to believe that He can do the same for them. your blessing becomes a witness. Your increase becomes a message. Your open door becomes an invitation for others to trust in God's faithfulness. My friend, when you begin to understand that every good thing flows from the hand of God, your entire outlook on life changes. You stop striving as though everything depends on your strength. You stop panicking as though your survival rests on the shifting winds of the economy. You begin to live with a deeper peace, a holy confidence, because you know that the doors of heaven are not controlled by the opinions of men. God alone determines the season of your increase. And when He declares a door open, no one can close it. But hear this truth. God's financial doors are not simply about wealth. They are about stewardship. A steward understands that what is placed in their hands is not truly theirs. It is entrusted to them for a purpose. When God opens your financial door, He is watching not only what you will receive, but how you will manage it. Will you squander it on vanity, or will you invest it in what truly matters? Will you cling to it in fear, or will you release it in faith? The true test of abundance is not what you gain, but how you use what has been given. Some of you are standing in a season of waiting. You have prayed, you have sown, you have believed, and yet the door has not yet swung open. Let me tell you, delay does not mean denial. Waiting is not abandonment. Many times the waiting season is God's preparation season. He is stretching your faith. He is purifying your motives. He is teaching you endurance. He is protecting you from premature blessings that would harm you if they came too soon. When the farmer plants, he does not dig up the seed the next day to see if it has sprouted. He waits knowing that unseen growth is taking place underground. And in the same way, while you are waiting, God is working beneath the surface. The roots are growing. The foundation is being laid. And when the time is right, your financial door will burst open with power. Do not despise discipline in this journey. Discipline is the guardrail that protects the blessing once it comes. Without discipline, wealth destroys faster than poverty. Without discipline, increase turns into bondage. God may be holding the door closed until you are ready to handle what lies behind it. If you cannot manage little without waste, how will you manage much without ruin? If you cannot handle one stream responsibly, how will you steward a river? Discipline in finances is not about restriction. It is about positioning yourself for overflow. God's open doors are not for the careless, but for the faithful. Let me warn you that there will be resistance when God begins to open your financial door. The enemy does not rejoice when the people of God prosper, for he knows that prosperity in the hands of the righteous shakes his kingdom. You will face opposition, discouragement, even betrayal. Doors that God has ordained may attract jealousy from others, but you must not be shaken. If the door is truly from God, no enemy can shut it. No critic can block it. No scheme can derail it. Opposition is not proof that God is absent. It is often confirmation that you are on the edge of breakthrough. You must also guard your heart against pride when the door opens. Prosperity can be a greater test than poverty. In scarcity, you cry out to God. In abundance, you may be tempted to forget Him. Remember always that it is not your wisdom, not your skill, not your effort alone that opened the door. It was God. Pride whispers, "What I have done," but humility declares, "Look what God has given." Pride turns blessings into idols, but humility turns blessings into testimonies. If you keep humility at the center, God can trust you with more, for He knows you will give Him the glory. Let us not forget generosity. A closed hand cannot receive, but an open hand is ready for blessing. God does not pour into reservoirs. He pours into rivers. When your financial door opens, let the blessing flow through you to others. Be a source of hope for the weary, a light for the struggling, a vessel of God's provision in a needy world. The more you give, the more God can trust you with, because He knows you will not hoard His blessings. Your generosity becomes a key that unlocks even greater doors. Some of you may say, "But I have given and received nothing." Do not give as a transaction, as if God were a banker you can manipulate. Give as an act of worship, as a declaration of trust, as a seed sown in faith. For in due season, the harvest comes. Not always in the way you expect, not always in the time you demand, but always in the way that God knows is best. And when it comes, it will arrive pressed down, shaken together, running over in ways that leave no doubt that the source was God alone. Remember this: God's financial door is not locked by your past mistakes. You may have mismanaged before. You may have fallen into debt, wasted opportunities, made choices that brought regret. But God is a redeemer. He is the one who restores the years the locusts have eaten. He is the one who gives beauty for ashes. He is the one who takes broken vessels and fills them with new oil. Do not let shame keep you from expecting God's provision. Your failures do not cancel His faithfulness. When you turn back to Him with sincerity, He can open new doors even in the ruins of your past. And let me tell you something vital. Your financial door may be the very thing that positions you to fulfill your calling. When you are bound by lack, your vision shrinks to survival. But when God prospers you, your vision expands to destiny. You begin to think not just about making it through the day, but about building for generations to come. You begin to dream bigger, plan wider, give deeper. You see yourself not as a victim of circumstances, but as an instrument in the hands of God. That is what an open door does. It transforms you from surviving to thriving, from struggling to building, from barely holding on to lifting others up. Beloved, draw close and listen well. When God lays His hand upon your journey, every shut gate, every sealed door, every chain of lack must surrender to His command. The very voice that declared, "Let there be light," can speak over your resources and summon an opening where before there was only a barrier. What looks impossible to you is already inevitable to Him. What you label as hopeless, He has named as preparation. And what you assume is the end, God has already written as the first page of your breakthrough. Hold on to this truth with everything in you. Money itself carries no true power. But when surrendered to the authority of God, it becomes a tool that restores, builds, lifts, and propels forward. Wealth in reckless hands brings ruin, but placed in the hands of the faithful, it shines as living proof of God's goodness. This is why your prayer should never be, "Give me more money," but rather, "God, make me a worthy steward of whatever you choose to pour into my life." Because when you are prepared, when your heart is aligned, when your spirit is anchored, then when God opens the door, you will not waste the blessing. You will walk in it with purpose. Do not forget that God often begins His miracles with what you already have. The door is not always hidden in some distant opportunity. It may be right there in your house, in your skill, in your idea, in your network, in the simple thing you have overlooked. God asked Moses, "What is in your hand?" And with a staff, seas were parted and nations delivered. A widow brought only a jar of oil, and God multiplied it until lack turned into surplus. What is in your hand today? It may seem small, but if God breathes on it, that very thing could be the key to your open door. But let me speak with boldness. God will not open financial doors for those who serve money as their master. If greed is your God, the doors of heaven will remain shut, for God will not fund idolatry. But if your heart is pure, if your desire is to glorify Him, if your longing is not only to prosper, but to be a vessel of His goodness, then stand ready, because those are the hearts God delights to bless. The financial door He opens is not just for your comfort. It is for His kingdom's work, for the uplift of others, for the legacy of faith you will leave behind. There is something you must also understand. God's timing is perfect. You may think He is late, but He is never late. He may not move according to your clock, but He moves according to His divine schedule. Many give up just before the door opens, abandoning faith at the very threshold of breakthrough. But those who endure, those who refuse to quit, those who choose to trust when everything screams to doubt, they are the ones who see doors swinging open in glory. Patience is not passive. It is the active stance of faith that says, "Though the vision tarry, I will wait for it will surely come." And when the door opens, it often comes with responsibility greater than you imagined. Prosperity is not only about receiving, it is about managing well what you have been entrusted with. The world celebrates those who flaunt wealth, but heaven celebrates those who honor God with it. When your door opens, do not let arrogance creep in. Do not forget the days of prayer, the nights of weeping, the hours of struggle. Remember who it was that brought you out. Remember the lessons learned in the valley, for they will keep you grounded on the mountaintop. I must tell you this. The financial door that God opens is not just about survival, it is about vision. It is about lifting your eyes beyond your own needs to see the needs of others. It is about funding dreams that bless communities, supporting causes that bring hope, raising generations that know the value of faith and integrity. When your door opens, think generationally. Think beyond today. Think about how your obedience, your stewardship, your generosity can ripple through time, touching lives you may never even meet. That is the true mark of God's blessing. It outlives you. But take caution, for not every opportunity is a door from God. The world will present counterfeits, openings that glitter but lead to bondage, shortcuts that promise quick gain but end in sorrow. Pray for discernment and measure every opportunity against God's truth. If the path demands compromise of your character, it is not from Him. If the deal requires you to abandon your integrity, it is a trap. If the opportunity looks bright but leaves your spirit uneasy, walk away. Better to wait for the true door of God than to rush into a counterfeit that destroys what you've prayed for. And let me encourage you, do not underestimate the power of faith spoken aloud. Declare the promises of God over your finances. Speak life over your work, over your business, over your household. Do not let your lips echo only fear and worry. When you say, "I will never make it," you are closing the door with your own words. But when you declare, "God is my provider and He will make a way," you align yourself with His power. Your tongue can be a key that either locks or unlocks the financial doors God intends for you. Some of you may feel unworthy, saying, "Why would God bless me? I have failed too many times." But hear me clearly. God's blessing is not about your perfection. It is about His grace. His mercy covers your past. His power redeems your mistakes. His love restores your dignity. Do not disqualify yourself from the blessing that God has already prepared. Humble yourself before Him, surrender your pride, confess your need, and trust that He delights to bless His children. You are not too far gone. The door is not too far closed. The God who opened seas, who rained manna from heaven, who provided water from rocks, is the same God who will open your financial door. And when that door opens, let it be known that it was God and God alone. Do not attribute it to luck. Do not give the credit to coincidence. Proclaim boldly that the hand of God moved on your behalf. Testify so that others may know that what He did for you, He can do for them. Your testimony is a key that can unlock faith in someone else's heart, preparing them for their own door of breakthrough. My friend, I must tell you with urgency in my voice, the greatest lie the enemy wants you to believe is that what you see right now is all there will ever be. He wants you trapped in the illusion that your present lack is your permanent state, that closed doors will never open, that scarcity will forever define your life. But hear me, when God steps in, the story changes. When God moves His hand, what was empty becomes full. What was barren becomes fruitful, and what was shut for years bursts wide open in a moment. Never measure your future by your present condition. Never define your destiny by your current difficulty. God specializes in rewriting stories, and yours is not finished yet. You must anchor this truth deep in your heart. God's resources are unlimited. The earth is His and everything in it. The gold, the silver, the cattle on 1,000 hills all belong to Him. What seems impossible for men is effortless for God. While systems collapse and markets shift, while banks close and businesses fail, God's economy is never in crisis. He is not worried by inflation or shaken by downturns. He does not wring His hands when the world panics. He sits on the throne, sovereign, steady, and sure. And when He decides to open your financial door, no storm in the world can stop Him. But let me be plain. Doors of blessing are not open for idle hand. God blesses diligence. He honors faithfulness. He increases those who are willing to labor with integrity. The ants gather in summer. The farmer plants in season. And so must you put your hand to the plow in whatever work God has given you. Do not despise your small job, your simple task, or your daily routine. For these are often the very fields where God plants the seed of increase. When you show yourself faithful where you are, He can trust you with more. The open door is not a replacement for effort. It is the reward of faith and diligence, working together under His blessing. Do not confuse God's blessing with mere accumulation. Many have riches but live impoverished lives, always chasing, never satisfied, always fearing the loss of what they hold. That is not prosperity. That is slavery. True prosperity is peace in your heart, freedom in your mind, and sufficiency in your hands to live, to give. True prosperity is knowing that you are not bound to money, but money is bound to serve the purposes of God in your life. When God opens your financial door, He is not simply giving you currency. He is giving you capacity. Capacity to dream bigger, to serve greater, to impact deeper, to live freer. Some of you are one act of obedience away from seeing the door open. God may be nudging you to give, to forgive, to release something you are clinging to. And until you obey, the door remains shut. Remember, obedience is the master key. It is not enough to desire the blessing. You must align with the will of the one who gives it. Saul lost his kingdom through disobedience, but Joseph was elevated through faithfulness in every season. Which path will you choose? Will you resist the prompting of God and remain outside the door? Or will you obey even when it feels costly and see the hinges swing wide? I tell you, do not despise the stretching of your faith. God will often bring you to the brink, to the very edge where it seems there is no way forward, so that when the breakthrough comes, there is no doubt it was Him and Him alone. He let the Israelites walk to the edge of the Red Sea with the army of Pharaoh behind them, not to destroy them, but to display His power when the waters parted. He may let you reach the point where your resources are gone, your options exhausted and your strength depleted. But in that moment when you have nothing left but trust, you will see Him open the door with such force that every enemy who doubted you will tremble. Be alert, for sometimes God's provision comes disguised. It may not look like a door at first. It may come as an idea that seems too small, a connection that seems too insignificant, a shift in your routine that seems unimportant. But behind that simple thing may be the door to your breakthrough. Naaman almost missed his healing because the river seemed too ordinary. The widow almost missed her miracle because the oil seemed too little. Do not reject the small beginnings, for within them may lie the very opening you have been praying for. And when your door opens, do not waste time hesitating. Fear will whisper, "What if you fail?" Doubt will whisper, "What if it is not real?" Envy will whisper, "Why you and not me?" But you must silence every voice and move in faith. Walk through boldly, for when God opens a door, it is not a trap. It is an invitation. It is an invitation to step into a higher level of faith, a greater realm of responsibility, and a deeper experience of His provision. Let me also remind you, every open door is also a call to warfare. The enemy will not sit idle while you step into new territory. Expect resistance, expect distraction, expect attack. But do not fear, for the same God who opens the door equips you to walk through it. He strengthens your hands for battle and crowns your head with victory. No opposition can stand when you march in the authority of the one who sent you. If God opened the door, then He has already prepared the path for you to walk in triumph. My friend, as I draw this to a close, let me remind you with all the strength of conviction in my heart, no door is too heavy for God to open, no lock too strong for His hand to break, no barrier too high for Him to tear down. What man shuts in your face, God can swing wide in an instant. What life has denied you, God can restore in ways far greater than you ever imagined. Do not live as if your story ends in lack. Do not walk as if your life will always be chained by scarcity. Stand tall in the truth that you serve the God of abundance, the God of overflow, the God who delights to bless His children. Let this burn within you. Your financial door is not in the hands of the world. It is not in the grip of chance. It is not buried in the rubble of your past. It rests in the hand of God, and when He moves, no power in heaven or on earth can resist. Anchor your faith. Fortify your soul. Step forward in obedience. Give with an open hand. Wait with endurance. And look ahead with unshakable confidence. Because I proclaim to you today, the very same God who guided you through storms, who provided when resources ran dry, who kept you standing when strength was fading, that God is preparing to swing wide your financial gate. And when it opens, it won't trickle, it will pour. It won't be a passing moment, but a lasting wave. Not just enough for your own needs, but enough to overflow into the lives of others. Enough to leave a lasting inheritance. enough to stand as living proof of the strength and faithfulness of the Almighty. Step boldly into that faith. Hold firmly to that promise. Be prepared, for the key is turning, the frame is trembling, and the door is ready to burst wide open. My friend, open your heart wide and let these words sink deep into your spirit. When God chooses to act, He does not come timidly. He does not arrive quietly. He does not slip into your story unnoticed. No. When God displays His might, He breaks in with what I call violent favor. Oh, it is not a gentle push. It is not a quiet whisper. It is a divine disruption so fierce, so undeniable that every human plan is shaken and every plot of the enemy is ripped apart. Some of you right now feel trapped in life's waiting room, as if your prayers vanished into silence, as if your battles have drained every last ounce of strength. But hear this without doubt. God is about to break into your life with a favor so mighty it will not be polite. It will not wait for permission. It will crash through every wall of limitation and overflow your life with blessing beyond measure. God's favor is not subject to human approval, and it does not check with your enemies before arriving. When God decides to lift you, He does not hold a meeting to see who agrees. He raises you in the sight of those who doubted you, and He exalts you in the presence of those who spoke against you. Violent favor means the hand of God will come upon you in such force that no barrier can withstand it. The same God who split the sea will split open pathways for your destiny. The same God who brought water from the rock will bring provision out of the dry, barren places of your life. The same God who overturned kingdoms to protect His people will overturn the order of your life, not to destroy you, but to build you into something greater than you ever thought you could become. You see, we often want God's blessing to arrive in a calm, predictable manner. We pray for ease, we pray for comfort, but God in His wisdom knows that gentle favor will not shake loose the chains that bind you. Gentle favor will not silence the voices of accusation. Gentle favor will not rip down the walls that generations have built against you. It takes violent favor. Favor that storms in like thunder. Favor that sweeps away opposition like a flood. Favor that overturns what men thought was permanent. God is not preparing to negotiate with your problems, He is preparing to overthrow them. He is not coming to ask darkness to leave politely. He is coming with a violent light that will shatter the shadows. And let me tell you this, when God interrupts, it often feels uncomfortable. It may even feel frightening because His interruption does not fit your schedule. It does not match your expectations. It does not arrive in the packaging you imagine. But hear me, the very disruption you resist may be the very breakthrough you have been praying for. The violent favor of God does not arrive to pamper you. It arrives to position you. It pushes you out of places you would never leave. It pulls you into arenas you never thought you belonged. And it forces you to depend entirely on God and God alone. That is why some of you feel your routines breaking apart, your relationships shifting, your comfort zone trembling, because God is preparing to interrupt. Do not confuse disruption with destruction. What feels like everything falling apart is in truth everything falling into place by the mighty hand of God. Some of you have enemies who thought they buried you. They thought they had the last word. But violent favor means God is about to lift you up from the pit they dug and set your feet on solid ground before their very eyes. Some of you have been told that your destiny is capped, that your opportunities have expired, but God's favor does not respect expiration dates. God's favor does not abide by human deadlines. He is the author of time, and when He interrupts, He redeems wasted years in a single moment. A season that seemed stolen can be restored with interest. What you thought was gone forever, God can bring back with multiplied increase. That is violent favor. It does not just restore, it multiplies. It does not just mend, it transforms. It does not just visit, it inhabits. Do not think for a moment that violent favor is a reward for perfection. It is not about what you deserve. If God only blessed the perfect, there would be no blessings at all. Violent favor is about God demonstrating His sovereignty. It is about Him declaring to the world, "This one is mine. I have chosen them. I have marked them. And I will raise them regardless of who stands against them." That is why you cannot explain it. That is why people will look at your life and say, "How did they rise so quickly? How did they survive what crushed others? How did they succeed without the connections, without the qualifications, without the resources?" And you will answer with one word, God, because violent favor makes it undeniable that it was not you. It was not luck. It was not coincidence. It was God. And so I tell you, prepare yourself. Prepare your mind. Prepare your spirit. Prepare your house, because God is about to interrupt you. Do not cling to the old structure when He begins to shake it. Do not cling to the old season when He begins to close it. Do not cling to the old pain when He begins to heal it. The interruption will not always be gentle, but it will always be good. You may weep in the midnight hour when the shaking comes, but you will dance in the morning when the favor has settled upon you. Violent favor is coming, and when it arrives, no one will be able to take credit for it. No one will be able to steal it from you, and no one will be able to deny it. All glory will belong to God. My friend, let me take you deeper. The kind of favor I'm speaking about today is not delicate. It is not soft. It is the violent favor of God that collides with your life like a rushing river that has broken its dam. You cannot control it. You cannot contain it. You cannot predict it. And you cannot stop it. It comes at the appointed time when God Himself says, "Enough is enough." Enough delay, enough chase, enough wandering, enough being overlooked. When God decides to interrupt your life with violent favor, every force that tried to bury you will tremble. Every barrier that tried to block you will collapse. And every word spoken against you will dissolve into silence. You will stand not because of your own strength, but because God Himself will stand for you. There are moments in history where God has moved in this very way. He interrupted the lives of people who thought they were forgotten. People who had settled into hopelessness. People who had no idea that a divine disruption was on the horizon. And when His hand moved, everything changed in a single stroke. God does not need decades to reverse your story. He needs only a moment. The violent favor of God can collapse years of pain in an instant. It can rip away cycles that generations before you could not escape. It can open doors that no man can close. And it can close doors that no enemy can force back open. You see, violent favor is not gentle because the obstacles in your life are not gentle. The enemy that has stalked your peace is not polite. The bondage that has weighed on your family line has not been courteous. The storm that has battered your mind has not been calm. And so when God decides to intervene, He does not come softly. He comes with power. He comes with authority. He comes with a violent force that sweeps away everything that has tried to strangle your destiny. This is why the moment before your breakthrough often feels like the darkest night of your soul. Because when the storm rages loudest, it is often the moment before God thunders into your life with unstoppable fear. Let me remind you, violent favor is not something you negotiate with. You do not earn it by convincing God you are worthy. You receive it because God has chosen you. His favor is not democratic, it is sovereign. He does not ask your enemies for their vote. He does not ask the world for their opinion. When God sets His eyes on you, when He marks your name for elevation, when He decides to pour His power upon your life, no scheme of man and no plot of darkness can overrule His decree. Violent favor means the handwriting of God has touched your story, and every other script written about you must bow. But here is what I must warn you of. When violent favor arrives, it often dismantles what you thought was secure. It shakes the foundations of comfort. It tears down false support. It strips away what you leaned on that was not built on God. Why? Because violent favor does not come to decorate your life. It comes to transform it. It is not an accessory. It is an earthquake of blessing. And if you are not ready, you will confuse the shaking for punishment. You will confuse the disruption for abandonment. But no, my friend, when the winds howl and the walls tremble, it is God clearing out space for a glory you cannot yet comprehend. Listen to me closely. You have prayed for increase, but increase requires space. You have prayed for new opportunities, but opportunities require room to breathe. You have prayed for freedom, but freedom requires chains to be shattered. And none of those things happen quietly. They happen violently. The shattering of chains is loud. The collapse of walls is disruptive. The breaking of cycles is messy. But it is all the sound of God's favor violently rearranging your reality for His purpose. So let me speak straight into your spirit right now. Stop fearing the interruption. Stop clinging to what God is shaking. Stop weeping over what He is dismantling. Because if He is tearing it down, it is only to rebuild something greater. If He is shaking it loose, it is only to root you deeper in His will. If He is closing a door with violent force, it is because behind it lies destruction, and He is redirecting you toward life. Do not fight the hand of God when it interrupts. Yield to it. Trust it, because His violent favor never arrives to harm you. It arrives to heal you, to lift you, to position you, to prove that His word is final. And hear this truth: violent favor is never subtle. It will be so undeniable that even those who hated you will have no choice but to recognize it. They may not like it. They may not celebrate it, but they will see it. And they will not be able to deny that it was the hand of God. You will not have to explain yourself. You will not have to defend yourself. God's violent favor will be the explanation. It will be the defense. It will be the testimony. Now I ask you, are you ready? Are you ready for God to interrupt you? Because this kind of favor does not knock gently on your door. It bursts through. It does not arrive with whispers. It arrives with thunder. It does not suggest a change. It enforces one. Violent favor means your life will not look the same after it comes. The very identity you thought defined you will be rewritten. The very ceiling you thought kept you will be shattered. The very road you thought was the only way will be rerouted by the hand of God. I want you to see yourself right now at the edge of this moment. You are standing before a floodgate, and behind it is a rushing river of favor that God has held back until the appointed time. You hear the pressure building. You feel the shaking under your feet, and suddenly, without warning, the gate bursts open, and that river floods into every dry corner of your life. That is what violent favor looks like. It is not a trickle. It is not a drizzle. It is an unstoppable flood. And when it comes, nothing will ever be the same again. My friend, let me speak with a fire that cannot be silenced. When God decides to interrupt your life with violent favor, it will not be a quiet rearranging of your calendar. It will be a holy collision with destiny. Some of you have lived too long under the weight of almost blessed, almost healed, almost free, almost delivered, almost seen. But violent favor does not deal in almost. Violent favor completes what was incomplete. It finishes what was unfinished. It brings to pass what you thought was forever stuck in delay. And when it arrives, the hesitation of years is erased in a single act of God's power. Violent favor means acceleration. The steps you thought would take decades can happen in days. What was supposed to take years of struggle can be overturned in a single moment of divine intervention. Understand this. When God interrupts, He collapses time. He bends the clock of your life to serve His purpose. He takes you from the back of the line and sets you at the front, not by your merit, but by His decree. People will be stunned when they see you rise because they will not understand the mathematics of heaven. They will measure your story with human logic, but violent favor does not submit to human equations. It multiplies. It expands. It outruns reason. And it makes you a living testimony that God alone holds the final word. Let me tell you, when God's violent favor enters, it will reveal who truly walks with you. Some people celebrated you when you were struggling because your struggle made them comfortable. But when favor falls, they will shift. They will begin to question. They will whisper. They will distance themselves because the violent favor of God exposes motives. Do not be afraid when people scatter. Do not mourn when they walk away. God's violent favor is too heavy for weak hands to carry with you. He removes those who cannot handle your increase. He clears the path of counterfeit alliances so that when He lifts you, only those chosen to stand by you will remain. And listen to this. Violent favor is not polite to your enemies. It does not knock softly on the walls they built against you. It does not ask permission to remove their schemes. No, it smashes through. It humiliates the darkness that tried to hold you. It silences the accusations that tried to define you. Violent favor means the very mouths that spoke curses against your name will have to eat their words because God Himself will vindicate you. You will not have to defend yourself. You will not have to argue your case because God's favor is the evidence. When it floods your life, even your enemies will have no choice but to acknowledge, surely the hand of God is upon them. But let me go deeper. Violent favor is not only about blessing you, it is about transforming you. It is not a cosmetic touch. It is a total reconstruction. God is not coming into your life to sprinkle you with ease. He is coming to uproot what does not belong, to break what has held you captive, and to build something entirely new. Do not be surprised when He asks you to release things you thought you needed. Do not resist when He shakes what you thought was stable, because violent favor cannot coexist with weak foundations. God must first tear down in order to raise you up higher. He must first dismantle before He multiplies. And if you endure the shaking, you will see the glory that follows. Right now, some of you are experiencing a season where nothing feels steady. Relationships are shifting. Opportunities are slipping. The ground beneath your feet feels unsteady. Do not mistake this for abandonment. This is preparation. This is the sound of violent favor on its way. The storm you feel is not sent to destroy you. It is clearing out the debris so that favor can have room to rest upon you. God will never pour His violent favor into a vessel cluttered with idols, with fear, with compromise, with chains. He will first empty you, cleanse you, strip you down to the essentials, and then He will pour in a blessing so heavy that it overflows into every area of your life. And here is a truth I want you to anchor in your spirit. Violent favor is disruptive because it is generational. It is not only about you, it is about those who will come after you. God's favor is about breaking cycles so that your children do not inherit your chains. It is about cutting off curses that have plagued your family for decades. It is about rewriting the narrative so that future generations walk in freedom rather than bondage. That is why the interruption feels violent, because it is not only fighting for your destiny, it is fighting for theirs. God adds favor is colliding with the history of your bloodline, shattering patterns that held your ancestors, and establishing a new order rooted in His power. You are the turning point, and violent favor is the force by which God declares it ends here. So stand tall. Do not cower in fear when you feel the shaking. Do not shrink when the disruption comes. Lift your eyes and declare with boldness, God, interrupt me. Break what you must break. Remove what you must remove. Shake what you must shake. Pour out your violent favor until there is no corner of my life untouched by your hand. Because the truth is, you cannot pray for extraordinary destiny and expect ordinary interruptions. You cannot ask for uncommon elevation and expect common favor. Violent favor means violent shaking, but it also means violent increase, violent breakthroughs, violent restoration, and violent victory. I tell you this with conviction. Some of you are about to step into blessings so sudden, so overwhelming, that you will not have time to explain them. The door will open so wide, the opportunity will arrive so quickly, the healing will manifest so strongly that you will be left speechless. And that when you try to explain it, you will realize there are no words, because it will not make sense to the natural mind. It will only make sense in the realm of God's sovereignty. You will simply say, this is God. This is His violent favor, and it has changed everything. My beloved friend, let me declare it again with fire in my spirit. When God comes with violent favor, He does not slip quietly into your story. He overturns it. He dismantles what you thought was immovable. He rewrites what you thought was final. He pulls down every stronghold that dared to mock His power in your life. This favor is not a gentle drizzle. It is a storm that breaks open the heavens and floods every dry place of your soul. And some of you right now are standing in the very hour before that flood. The sky of your life looks dark. The winds are rising. The pressure is building. But what looks like chaos is the gathering force of God's favor, preparing to break loose upon you in ways you could never imagine. You have prayed for years. You have waited through silence. You have endured seasons that felt endless. But God is not a God of delay. He is a God of timing. And violent favor always arrives on time. Not your schedule, not their timing, but His appointed moment. And when it arrives, it carries no apology for delay, because its strength will outweigh every year you thought was wasted. Violent favor becomes the Redeemer. It restores the broken years, the missed chances, the drained strength, the stolen peace. It gathers every fragment and pours it back multiplied into your life. That is why when divine interruption shows up, it feels like sudden acceleration, because God does not simply restore, He goes beyond. He does not just replace, He multiplies. He does not only repay, He overwhelms. Hear me clearly, violent favor is unshakable. It cannot be stolen, twisted, or undone. Once God places His violent favor on you, no witchcraft, no curse, no envy, no lie, no betrayal can uproot it. The hand of man is too weak, the schemes of darkness too powerless to overturn the decree of God. That is why your enemies will grind their teeth in frustration, because they will see the blessing fall and realize they can do nothing to stop it. They will watch as God raises you, and their hatred will only magnify the testimony of His power, because violent favor is not quiet. It is public. God blesses you in a way that makes the world take notice not to glorify you, but to glorify Himself through you. And here is something I want you to hold in your heart. Violent favor exposes identity. You thought you knew who you were, but wait until God interrupts your life. You thought you were small. You thought you were weak. You thought you were ordinary. But when His favor collides with your life, you will discover you were marked for greatness all along. You will see talents you never knew you had. You will step into opportunities you never thought you deserve. You will walk with authority you never imagined you could carry. Violent favor unlocks the hidden version of yourself. The one God designed, the one fear tried to bury, the one doubt tried to silence, the one circumstances tried to suffocate. God interrupts so you can see yourself the way He sees you. But do not misunderstand me. Violent favor does not always feel comfortable. When God begins to elevate you, He will separate you. He will pull you out of places where your spirit no longer fits. He will detach you from voices that once influenced you. He will cut ties with relationships that cannot handle your future. And in the moment, it may feel like loss, but it is not loss. It is protection. Because violent favor will not allow you to carry dead weight into your destiny. It will not allow you to be tied to people who would sabotage the blessing. God removes them because He knows what is ahead, and He knows what they cannot handle. So when the separation comes, do not resist it. Trust it. It is the hand of God making room for His glory. Let me tell you, this violent favor is confrontational. It confronts the lies you believed about yourself. It confronts the fears that have caged you. It confronts the narrative the world has written over your life. When God interrupts, He rewrites, and when He rewrites, He does not edit lightly. He tears up the old page and pens a brand new story. That is why some of you feel the tearing right now, because God is ripping away the script you thought defined you. But rejoice in that tearing, because it means His pen is already moving. He is scripting a destiny you did not see coming, one that will leave you speechless when it unfolds. And I say to you with bold conviction, violent favor is necessary. Without it, you would settle for ordinary. Without it, you would shrink into comfort. Without it, you would never know the full measure of what God placed inside of you. You prayed for God to use you, but you did not know He would shake you. You prayed for God to bless you, but you did not know He would disrupt you. You prayed for God to lift you, but you did not know He would strip you first. Yet this is His way. He interrupts to prepare. He shakes to strengthen. He disrupts to establish. And when it is over, you will look back and say, thank God for the shaking. Thank God for the stripping. Thank God for the interruption. Because without it, I would not be standing in this favor today. And let me end this moment with a declaration you must carry. Do not be afraid of the violence of God's favor. The world may call it chaos, but it is order in the making. The world may call it loss, but it is preparation for gain. The world may call it madness, but it is the wisdom of heaven. Stand firm. Do not fear. and lift your voice in trust, because the violent favor of God is about to break forth in your life. And when it does, it will not whisper, it will roar. My dear friend, hear me with your heart wide open. The violent favor of God is not something you can predict, calculate, or soothe. It comes suddenly. It comes forcefully. It comes in a way that rearranges everything you thought you knew. It is like a lightning strike in the middle of a dark night. One moment you are stumbling in shadows, and the next the entire landscape is illuminated in a blinding flash of God's glory. You cannot prepare for it in the flesh, but you can posture your spirit to receive it. Violent favor comes when God decides the time for waiting is over. The time for suffering is complete. The time for breakthrough has arrived. And when He makes that decision, nothing in heaven or earth can stop Him. Let me tell you plainly, when God interrupts your life with violent favor, it will expose every weakness you once leaned on. The habits that once seemed harmless will suddenly lose their grip. The fears that used to control your decisions will dissolve. The words spoken against you will evaporate, because violent favor does not just bless you externally, it transforms you internally. God will not pour out His abundance on a broken foundation. He shakes you first, purifies you first, and prepares you to carry what He is about to release. That is why you feel like the fire has been hotter, the trials heavier, the tests longer, because He is strengthening you to handle the violent favor that is about to crash into your story. Do not despise the preparation. Do not curse the season of pruning. Do not resent the isolation. All of it is part of the divine process. Before God can entrust you with violent favor, He must ensure that your roots are deep, that your faith is unshakable, that your heart is aligned with His will. Because violent favor is weighty, it is not lightweight blessing, it is heavy glory. And if you are not prepared, the very things sent to elevate you could overwhelm you. But God in His mercy prepares you. He stretches you. He strips away what cannot carry the weight. And when the blessing comes, you will not just survive it, you will thrive in it. And I must remind you, violent favor cotton does not come to make sense. It comes to make a statement. It is God declaring, I am still in control. I am still the author of destinies. I am still the one who raises and the one who brings down. That is why people will look at your life and be confused. They will try to explain your breakthrough with logic, with coincidence, with human reasoning, but none of it will fit. The only explanation will be God. That is violent favor, when your testimony cannot be credited to anything but His hand. But here is the sobering truth. Violent favor also attracts opposition. The moment God interrupts your life, the enemy will rise with fury, not because he can stop it, but because he fears it. He fears the impact of your testimony. He fears the ripple effect of your elevation. He fears the lives that will be touched when your story becomes a beacon of hope. But let me assure you, though the opposition rises, it cannot prevail. Violent favor is stronger than any attack. It is louder than any lie. It is greater than any scheme. When God covers you with His favor, you are untouchable. Weapons may form, but they will not prosper. Enemies may gather, but they will scatter in 7 directions. Darkness may press in, but it will be shattered by the violent light of God's glory. Now let me speak to those who feel forgotten. You have watched others rise while you remain in the shadows. You have seen doors open for others while yours stayed shut. You have wept in silence, asking God, when will it be my turn? Hear me with every fiber of your soul. Your turn is coming, and it will not be small. Violent favor means that when it comes, it will come in such a way that it makes sense why you had to wait. It will come in such a way that the years of obscurity will suddenly be redeemed. It will come so powerfully that you will say, had it come earlier, I would not have been ready. Had it come sooner, I could not have carried it. But now I see why God made me wait. Violent favor arrives not when you want it, but when you are prepared to hold it without losing yourself. And let me give you this vision. When God's violent favor strikes your life, it will not just bless you, it will overflow onto everything connected to you. Your family will feel it. Your children will inherit it. Your community will be impacted by it because violent favor is contagious. It spreads beyond your life and reshapes the environment around you. That is why God interrupts not only for you, but for those who will be touched through you. You are a vessel, a conduit, a carrier of blessing. And when He pours His violent favor upon you, it is not just your story that changes. It is the story of many who will come into contact with you. My friend, let me speak into the depths of your being with a voice that carries urgency and hope. When God's violent favor erupts into your life, it will not simply adjust the scenery around you. It will change the very atmosphere you breathe. It will alter the rhythm of your days, the trajectory of your steps, the content of your thoughts. Favor of this magnitude is not a gentle shift in the wind. It is a hurricane of divine intervention. And when that hurricane comes, everything that is not anchored in God will be swept away. That is why you may feel as though everything is being unsettled right now. Because the violent favor of God makes no room for counterfeits, no space for idols, no tolerance for anything that stands in the way of His plan. Do not think for a moment that the shaking is meant to destroy you. No, the shaking is the evidence that God is near. When a house is renovated, the dust rises, the walls tremble, the old foundation groans. But it is not destruction, it is transformation. Violent favor tears down what cannot last, so that what He builds in its place will endure forever. You may not like the noise, you may not understand the mess, but when God finishes, you will marvel at what His hand has crafted in your life. Let me give you this truth. Violent favor is not only about lifting you higher, it is about proving God's supremacy to everything and everyone that thought it had power over you. When He blesses you, it will not just be for your comfort, it will be for His glory. He will bless you so greatly that people will have to testify even if they despise you. Surely God's hand is upon this one. Violent favor makes your life undeniable evidence of His sovereignty. It leaves no room for debate, no space for coincidence, no explanation other than the power of Almighty God. And listen carefully, violent favor often shows up disguised as inconvenience. Sometimes the very disruption you want to avoid is the doorway into destiny. The conversation that makes you uncomfortable, the relationship that falls apart, the opportunity that collapses, all of it can be the vehicle of God's violent favor. Because He does not always lead you into blessing with comfort. Sometimes He leads you with conflict. Sometimes He closes doors violently because He knows what is behind them will destroy you. Sometimes He removes people abruptly because He knows their hands were too weak to carry your future. What feels like rejection is often protection. What feels like loss is often preparation. What feels like the end is often the violent beginning of something greater than you ever prayed for. And here, this violent favor is not subtle in its timing. It comes suddenly. Suddenly you will find yourself standing where you thought you would never stand. Suddenly you will see opportunities you could not have manufactured on your own. Suddenly the pain that haunted you will break, and you will breathe freedom you never thought possible. That is the signature of violent favor. It arrives in an instant like lightning splitting the sky, like a river bursting through its dam, like a door flinging wide open after years of being locked. And when it comes, you will realize that all the waiting, all the praying, all the enduring was not in vain. It was preparation for this moment of divine eruption. But let me also speak with honesty. Violent favor will not always be celebrated by those around you. Some will cheer, but others will envy. Some will rejoice, but others will resent. Because favor reveals hearts. It exposes who truly walks in love and who only walk with you out of convenience. Do not be surprised when those who once supported you grow silent when God lifts you. Do not be shocked when the very ones who clap for your struggle cannot clap for your success. It is part of the process. Violent favor is too weighty for weak hearts to carry alongside you. God Himself will prune your circle so that only those aligned with His will remain as witnesses of your testimony. And I must tell you, violent favor is generational. It does not stop with you. When God interrupts your life, He interrupts your bloodline. He breaks curses that shackled your ancestors. He cuts off chains that strangled your family for generations. He says, "This ends." And from that moment forward, your children will not fight the same battles you fought. They will inherit freedom instead of bondage, peace instead of chaos, blessing instead of lack. That is why the shaking is so intense, because it is not just about you. It is about everyone who comes after you. Violent favor is God planting a new legacy, a new lineage, a new inheritance. And I urge you to grasp this truth. Violent favor will require your faith to be bigger than your fear. Because when God interrupts you, He will call you to walk into places you never imagined you belong. He will ask you to step into opportunities that feel too great for your skill, too vast for your resume, too overwhelming for your resources. And in that moment, you will be tempted to shrink back. But do not. Violent favor means God's hand will carry you where your strength cannot. He will put words in your mouth you did not rehearse. He will give wisdom you did not study. He will provide resources you did not plan. And when it happens, you will know it was not you, it was God. So my word to you is this: stop fearing the interruption. Stop clinging to what God is shaking. Stop begging Him to leave the old structures standing. If He is shaking them, it is because they cannot carry what is coming. Let them fall. Let them be removed, because once they are gone, the violent favor of God will have room to rest upon you in fullness. And when it does, you will not just be blessed, you will be transformed, elevated, established, and unshakable. Strengthen your heart. Wipe your tears. The shaking is not the end. It is the announcement. God is about to interrupt your life with violent favor. And when He does, every chain will shatter. Every barrier will collapse. Every enemy will scatter. And your life will never be the same again. My beloved friend, let me close this message with the same fire that carried it from the beginning. The violent favor of God is not a possibility. It is a certainty for those He has chosen and marked for breakthrough. You may be standing in the middle of storms. You may be enduring seasons that feel like they have broken every ounce of strength within you. But do not mistake the shaking for abandonment. The shaking is the sound of heaven preparing to release favor so powerful it will overturn every plot against you, reverse every delay, and rewrite every chapter of despair into one of glory. The violent favor of God does not come to decorate your life with small comforts. It comes to lift you into purpose, to uproot chains that have bound you, to shatter the ceilings that capped you, and to establish you in places where His light can shine through you. This favor is not fragile. It is fierce. It is not partial. It is complete. It does not whisper politely into your circumstances. It roars like thunder and tears down every barrier in its path. And when it comes, there will be no doubt, no debate, no denial. It will be God and God alone. So take courage. Lift your eyes above the noise and strengthen your faith in the one who never forgets, never delays, never fails. God is about to interrupt your life, not with destruction, but with destiny. Not with loss, but with increase. Not with silence, but with a flood of answers that will drown every doubt. His fierce favor will not just bless your life, it will reshape who you are, it will anchor your descendants, and it will leave behind a testimony no one can erase. Step forward with courage into this moment. Let go of what is trembling. Do not fear what is falling apart. Do not doubt what is being stripped away. For every shaking is clearing space. Every loss is preparation. Every removal is God emptying the stage of your life so that His fierce favor can arrive unhindered. Nothing will stand in its way. Nothing will rise to compete with it. Nothing will remain to cloud it. It will be God. God alone. Completely God. And when it manifests, you will become the living evidence that no earthly force can withstand the hand of the Almighty. You will shine as proof that His word never returns empty. You will step into blessings no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has yet imagined. And the world will witness and declare, surely this is the fierce favor of God. Friends, let me speak something today that will awaken your spirit. God has not written the last line of your story. Even now, in the places hidden from human sight and beyond human hearing, He is arranging a blessing that will leave even your enemies stunned. A blessing so great, so undeniable, so overwhelming, that those who doubted you, those who mocked you, those who tried to push you under, will be left speechless as the hand of God raises you higher than they ever dreamed. Perhaps today you feel invisible. Perhaps you feel abandoned. Perhaps you feel crushed beneath the weight of trials. But heaven has not turned its face away. God is shaping something powerful in the unseen. And when it comes forth, no shadow of darkness, no whisper of envy, no scheme of man will be able to stand against what He has declared over your life. Let this truth echo in the deepest part of your heart. The season you are walking through is not wasted. Every tear you cried in secret, every night you lay awake wrestling with questions, every moment you felt betrayed or abandoned, God was watching. And God, who is faithful beyond measure, has been storing up blessings for the appointed time. There is a day marked on heaven's calendar when the breakthrough will come, and it will not come in silence. It will come in such a way that even those who cursed you will have to confess, surely the hand of God is upon them. That is the kind of blessing God is preparing, a blessing that carries the weight of undeniable glory. Do not mistake the silence of God for His absence. Do not think for one moment that because the heavens seem quiet, He has forgotten you. The silence of God is often the preparation of God. Just as the seed must remain buried in the soil before it breaks forth into the beauty of the harvest, so too must you endure this season of hiddenness before the appointed blessing is revealed. And let me assure you, when it bursts forth, it will not be a small thing. It will not be a minor victory. No, God is preparing something that will turn the eyes of even your enemies towards you, and they will not be able to deny the glory of the one who has lifted you up. Think about those who stood against you, those who whispered lies, those who closed doors in your face. God saw it all. But God has a way of taking the very things that were meant to destroy you and turning them into the platform of your elevation. Remember, God does not bless you in secret just so you can survive. God blesses you openly so His power may be known, so His glory may be revealed, and so that no man can claim the credit for what has happened in your life. This is why the blessing coming your way will not just encourage you. It will silence your enemies. It will dismantle their accusations. It will expose their jealousy. It will prove that no matter what weapon was formed against you, it could not prosper because God Himself has been your shield. Right now, you may feel like nothing is moving. You may feel as though the doors are still closed, as though the prayers are still unanswered, as though the storms are still raging. But I want to tell you something. Delay is not denial. The blessing has not been canceled. It has only been prepared, and the preparation of God is greater than the imagination of man. When you receive what God is preparing, you will understand why the wait was necessary. You will realize that if the blessing had come earlier, it might have been smaller, weaker, unguarded. But because God made you wait, He is perfecting it, strengthening it, magnifying it, until it is ready to overwhelm every doubt and silence every enemy in your life. There is a power in being underestimated. People may have looked at you and counted you out. They may have decided you had no future, no influence, no chance of rising. But what they failed to understand is that they were not the authors of your story. God is the author. And when God writes a chapter, no enemy can erase it. The very people who thought they buried you will watch in shock as you rise, not by your own strength, but by the undeniable power of God. This is not the end for you. It is only the beginning of the blessing that is about to unfold. But let me remind you, my friends, that God does not prepare blessings in a casual way. He is deliberate, He is intentional, He is purposeful. When God sets His hand to work in your life, He aligns circumstances, people, and even the timing of events so that everything unfolds with divine precision. What may feel like chaos to you is actually order in the hands of God. What may feel like loss is actually preparation. The disappointment that nearly broke you was not the end of your story. It was the clearing away of false foundations, so that God could build something unshakable. The people who left you may have thought they weakened you, but in truth, their departure only positioned you to stand in a place where the blessing of God can be revealed without interference. This is the mystery of God's blessing. It often comes after the breaking. The oil does not flow until the olive is crushed. The fragrance does not rise until the spice is ground. The brilliance of gold is not revealed until it has passed through the fire. And so it is with you. God has allowed the pressure. He has allowed the crushing. He has allowed the fire not because He has abandoned you, but because He is preparing something so weighty, so glorious, that only a vessel purified by trial could carry it. When the blessing arrives, it will not just lift you, it will shine through you. And those who doubt it will be silenced not by your words, but by the undeniable evidence of God's favor on your life. There are those who laughed at your struggles, who whispered about your failures, who thought your end had already been written. But hear me, God has reserved the final word for Himself. And the preparing to release over your life is not failure, not forgotten, for the word He is preparing is blessed. And when God speaks bless over a life, no curse, no betrayal, no enemy, no setback can overturn it. What God has ordained, no one can cancel. And when the appointed moment arrives, the same mouths that mocked you will have no choice but to acknowledge that it was God and God alone who raised you up. Do you understand the weight of this truth? The blessing God is preparing is not just about your comfort. It is about His glory. It is about His power being demonstrated in such a way that no human can claim responsibility. That is why it must shock your enemies. Because if the blessing were small, they could explain it away. If it were ordinary, they could claim it was coincidence. But when it comes in such abundance, in such power, in such undeniable force, they will be struck silent because it will be clear to every watching eye that this was no accident. This was the hand of God. Hold on, therefore, with unshakable faith. Do not let your heart grow weary. The delay is not a denial. It is a setup. God is setting the stage for a revelation that will not only change your life, but also testify to His greatness in the presence of those who thought you were finished. They expected to see you fall, but they will see you rise. They expected to see you broken, but they will see you restored. They expected to see you diminished, but they will see you enlarged. For the Word of God declares that when He opens a door, no man can shut it. And when He shuts a door, no man can open it. That is the authority of God. And that authority is moving on your behalf even now. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten the tears you have cried in the secret place. Every tear that has rolled down your cheek has been seen. Every silent prayer has been heard. Every broken moment has been gathered into the hands of the Almighty. Nothing you have endured has been wasted. God is a redeemer of time, a restorer of what was stolen, and a multiplier of what was lost. And when He restores, He never gives back the same measure you lost. He gives back an overflowing abundance. When God prepares a blessing, He prepares it in such a way that it makes the years of pain seem small in comparison to the weight of His goodness revealed. There are those who plotted against you, who rejoiced at your setbacks, who celebrated your downfall. They believed your silence meant defeat. They thought your hidden season meant you were finished. But what they fail to understand is that God often hides His greatest work in silence until the appointed time. Just as the roots of a mighty tree grow strongest beneath the soil where no eye can see, so too has God been strengthening you in the hidden place. And when the time comes, what emerges will not be fragile. It will be unshakable. The very ones who mocked your waiting will be silenced by the strength of your rising. The world may measure your value by titles, possessions, or the opinions of others, but God measures differently. God sees faith where others see weakness. God sees resilience where others see defeat. God sees endurance where others see failure. And it is this unseen faith, this quiet endurance, this steadfast trust in the midst of trials that has drawn the attention of heaven. While others ignored you, God was watching. While others counted you out, God was counting every sacrifice. And it is this hidden faithfulness that is now pulling forth a blessing so magnificent that no enemy will be able to explain it away. Hear me clearly. The blessing God is preparing is not ordinary. It is not a simple solution to your current struggles. It is not a small token to make you feel comforted. No, this blessing is monumental. It is designed to lift you to a level where your very life becomes a testimony. It is the kind of blessing that does not just improve your situation, but transforms it. It is the kind of blessing that not only lifts you out of the pit, but sets your feet upon a rock where all can see that it was the hand of God that delivered you. And the beauty of this blessing is that it will not just elevate you. It will silence every tongue that rose in judgment, every hand that rose in opposition, every heart that rose in envy. This is why you must endure. This is why you cannot give up, because the weight of what God is preparing requires your patience. The depth of the blessing requires your endurance. God is not preparing something shallow for you. He is preparing something eternal, something lasting, something so glorious that even generations after you will feel the impact of it. The blessing will not only silence your enemies in the present, it will echo as a testimony to the faithfulness of God long after the voices of your enemies have faded. Do you realize what happens when God decides to honor someone? It confuses the plans of the wicked. It frustrates the schemes of the envious. It overturns the lies of the accuser. When God blesses you openly, He does it in such a way that those who doubted you are forced to bear witness to His glory. The same people who dug pits for you will see you elevated. The same people who closed doors on you will watch as God opens doors no man can shut. And the very people who thought they buried you will stand in shock as you rise higher than they ever imagined. This is the power of a blessing prepared by the hand of God. But listen carefully. God's blessing is not simply about your vindication. It is about His glory. God blesses you not so you can boast in yourself, but so you can point to Him. God blesses you so that His name may be magnified, so that others may know there is a God who sees, who cares, who defends, who delivers, and who exalts those who trust in Him. And when your enemies see the blessing upon you, they will know it was not by your cleverness, not by your strength, not by your influence, but by the hand of God alone. That is why your story matters. That is why your endurance matters, because when the blessing comes, it will not only change your life, it will shine as a light to others. People who once doubted the goodness of God will have no choice but to reconsider when they see how God has lifted you. People who once laughed at your faith will be confronted with the evidence of its reward. People who once mocked your prayers will be silenced by the undeniable answer that falls on your life. That is the kind of blessing God is preparing. There are moments in life when everything around you seems to conspire against your progress. The voices of critics grow louder. The betrayals cut deeper. The disappointments pile higher. And yet in those very moments, the Spirit of God is working in silence, shaping a destiny that no adversary can destroy. Your enemies may think they have you surrounded, but what they cannot see is that heaven surrounds you with a greater power. They may think they have written the final chapter of your story, but the author of life has not lifted his pen. God is still writing, and when His chapter unfolds, it will not just shift your circumstances, it will silence your enemies with the undeniable weight of His favor. Remember this truth. Enemies are often the unwitting witnesses to your blessing. Their opposition is not greater than God's plan. In fact, it often becomes the very stage upon which God chooses to display His glory. The pits dug for you will become the ground from which your testimony rises. The words spoken against you will be drowned out by the thunder of God's blessing. And the faces that once looked upon you with scorn will one day look upon you with awe. Not because of who you are, but because of what God has done through you. Do not despise the fact that you have enemies. Sometimes it is the presence of enemies that signals the nearness of breakthrough. A barren field has no thieves, but a fruitful vineyard always attracts them. If your life feels under attack, it may be because heaven has marked you for fruitfulness. If opposition has risen against you, it may be because the blessing is near and the adversary trembles at what God is about to release. But take heart, no scheme, no trap, no plan devised in the shadows can stand against the word that God has spoken over your life. When God prepares a blessing, He prepares it with a shield that no weapon can pierce and a seal that no enemy can break. Lift your faith higher in this season. Do not let your eyes rest on what is seen. Fix them on what is unseen. For the unseen hand of God is more powerful than the visible schemes of man. The blessing that is being prepared for you is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is not shallow. It is a blessing rooted in eternity, secured by the decree of God and destined to outlast every season of trial. When it comes, it will come like a flood, sudden, undeniable, overwhelming. And those who opposed you will stand powerless in the face of it. Understand this. The purpose of the blessing is not to humiliate your enemies, but to glorify your God. When your enemies are silenced, it is not because they have been crushed under your hand, but because they have seen the evidence of God's hand. And in that moment, their words lose power. Their accusations lose weight. Their opposition loses credibility. They are silenced not by your defense, but by God's demonstration. And the demonstration of God is always greater than the argument of man. You may ask, and why does God allow me to go through so much before the blessing arrives? Because the greater the testimony, the greater the impact. If you had never been betrayed, the vindication would not be as powerful. If you had never been rejected, the acceptance of God's favor would not shine as brightly. If you had never walked through the valley, the mountain of blessing would not stand as tall. God allows the trial so that the blessing carries the weight of undeniable contrast. Your enemies will be shocked not only by your rising, but by the fact that you rose after everything you endured. So I say to you, hold your ground. Stand in faith. Keep your hands lifted even when your heart feels heavy. The blessing is nearer than you think. God has already written the date of your deliverance. God has already prepared the door of your breakthrough. God has already commanded the provision for your need. And when the fullness of time arrives, nothing will be able to delay it. It will come suddenly. It will come powerfully. And it will come in such a way that no one will be able to doubt that it was God and God alone who lifted you up. Think of it this way. Your enemies may have the first word, but they will not have the last word. The lies may have been spoken. The accusations may have been thrown. The judgments may have been passed, but none of them carry eternal authority. Only God's word stands forever. And when He declares you blessed, no enemy, no circumstance, no season of hardship can overturn it. The last word belongs to God, and the last word over your life is blessing. There will come a moment when those who tried to bury you with lies will no longer be able to speak. Their tongues will fail them because what they said will be proven false in the light of what God has done. And when that day comes, you will not even need to defend yourself. The blessing itself will be your defense. The evidence of God's hand on your life will silence every critic, dismantle every false story, and erase every trace of shame that was unjustly placed upon you. For what God vindicates, no man can condemn. Do you understand how powerful this is? God is not preparing something ordinary. He is preparing something that will demand attention. He is crafting a blessing so undeniable that even your adversaries will be forced to acknowledge it. This is why you have walked through seasons that others could not understand. This is why you faced opposition that seemed unfair. This is why the trials pressed against you so heavily, because God was setting you apart for something that could not be birthed in comfort. Great blessings are born out of great trials, and those trials have only made you ready for the glory that is about to unfold. The world may think that silence is defeat, but in the realm of God, silence is often strategy. God hides you until the time is right. He veils you until the stage has been prepared. And when the curtain lifts, He reveals you not as the broken vessel people assumed you were, but as the refined vessel He has shaped for His glory. Your blessing will not appear too early, nor will it appear too late. It will come in the appointed moment. And when it comes, it will strike like lightning. Sudden, undeniable, impossible to ignore. Many of you have been carrying questions in your heart. Why have I had to suffer so much? Why have I been overlooked? Why have I been betrayed by those I trusted? And the answer is this: God was preparing you to carry a blessing so weighty that lesser trials would not have been enough to shape you. You needed the fire because the blessing carries fire. You needed the pressure because the blessing carries authority. You needed the pain because the blessing carries healing. Without the trial, you would not be ready for the triumph. Without the breaking, you would not be ready for the breakthrough. But now the hour of preparation is giving way to the hour of demonstration. God is preparing to move in such a way that even the most hardened skeptic will be left speechless. And when this blessing falls upon your life, it will not be subtle. It will not be something you can hide. It will radiate so brightly. It will echo so loudly that those who tried to diminish you will have no choice but to step back in awe. They will not be able to steal it. They will not be able to explain it. And they will not be able to deny it. They will simply have to admit that the hand of God has done this. And I say to you, do not be afraid of their shock. Do not be afraid of their silence. Do not be afraid when those who once mocked you are forced to witness the blessing upon your life. For this is not about vengeance. It is about testimony. God is not blessing you to destroy your enemies. He is blessing you to reveal Himself. And sometimes the silence of your enemies is the loudest testimony of all. Because when they have no words left, when they cannot explain it, when they cannot touch it, the only conclusion left is that this was the work of God. Take courage in this, beloved. Your life is about to shift from hidden struggle to undeniable blessing. The same people who turned away from you will have to watch it as doors open that no man can shut. The same people predicted your downfall will have to watch as you rise higher than their imagination ever allowed. The same people who laughed at your faith will have to watch as that faith produces fruit in abundance. And the shock in their faces will not be your glory, it will be God's glory. It will be the visible proof that no one who trusts in God is ever put to shame. So wait with faith. Stand with confidence. Do not look at the ground when your head was meant to be lifted. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not invisible to the eyes of heaven. Even now, the wheels of divine preparation are turning. Even now, God is aligning the pieces. Even now, the blessing is taking shape. And when the moment comes, it will be unstoppable. No man will be able to delay it. No adversary will be able to divert it. No scheme will be able to destroy it because it was not prepared by human hands. It was prepared by God Himself. The hour is coming when the very ones who whispered behind your back will whisper in astonishment, not because of what you have done, but because of what God has done for you. Their eyes will widen, their hearts will tremble, and their voices will falter. For the blessing about to manifest in your life will not be explainable by logic or effort. It will only be explainable by the power of God. That is why the Scripture tells us not to put our trust in men, not to lean on the arm of flesh, but to trust in God with all our hearts. Because when God blesses, He blesses beyond the reach of men, beyond the imagination of enemies, and beyond the limits of this world. And let me tell you, when God prepares a blessing, He does not prepare it in fragments. He prepares it in fullness. He prepares it in a way that overflows. The cup will not merely be filled, it will run over. And when it runs over, it spills into every area of your life, your home, your relationships, your purpose, your destiny. This is not the kind of blessing you will have to explain. It will speak for itself. The light of it will radiate. The fruit of it will testify. The abundance of it will silence every argument. And all who see it will know that only God could do this. Some of you have been in a season of questions. You have asked, Khan, when will the break tears end? When will the struggle cease? And I say to you, God is not late. God is not delaying without purpose. God is preparing. And the preparation of God always takes longer than the expectation of man. But hear this. When the appointed time arrives, it will happen suddenly. Suddenly the chains will break. Suddenly the doors will open. Suddenly the blessing will pour out. And those who thought you were stuck will stand, stunned as they watch you rise. Do not be moved by what you see now. Do not measure your destiny by your current season. What you see today is not the end of the story. It is merely the setup for what is coming. God often allows you to walk through a valley so that when you stand upon the mountain, the contrast will glorify His name. He allows the storm so that when He speaks peace, the testimony will shake the hearts of those who doubted. He allows the breaking so that when He brings the blessing, it will carry a weight that cannot be ignored. And make no mistake, this blessing is not just for you. It is for the generations that come after you. It is for the communities connected to you. It is for the lives that will be touched by your testimony. God never blesses in isolation. He blesses in multiplication. When He lifts you, He lifts everything connected to you. When He opens the door, He opens it wide enough for others to walk through after you. When He shines His light upon you, it becomes a beacon for others still trapped in the dark. And your enemies who thought they could stop you will have to watch as the blessing ripples outward beyond even your own reach. Think of how powerful this is. The same mouths that once spoke curses will have to admit the truth. The same hands that once pushed you down will not be able to reach you when God lifts you up. The same eyes that looked upon you with scorn will now see the evidence of God's glory shining from your life. And this will not come because you begged them for recognition. It will not come because you sought their approval. It will come because God Himself has chosen to honor you. And when God honors, no man can dishonor. Hold on then with unwavering faith. The shaking you have endured was not to destroy you. It was to prepare you. The fire you walked through was not to consume you. It was to refine you. The silence you endured was not to abandon you. It was to strengthen your dependence on God. And now, as you stand at the edge of breakthrough, know this: the blessing being prepared has already been decreed in heaven, and nothing on earth can stop its arrival. Your enemies will be shocked. Not simply because you were blessed, but because you were blessed beyond their expectation. They thought you would survive, but they did not expect you to thrive. They thought you might rise, but they did not expect you to soar. They thought you might recover, but they did not expect you to overflow. This is the nature of God's blessing. It goes beyond what men imagine, beyond what enemies expect, beyond what the world can calculate. Let me tell you, when God prepares a blessing, He does it in such a way that even time itself must bow to His plan. The years you thought were wasted, the seasons you thought were stolen, the opportunities you thought were gone forever, God redeems them all in one moment of His favor. And when that moment comes, it will not only restore what was lost, it will multiply it. That is why your enemies will be silenced, because the blessing will not simply put you back where you were, it will place you far beyond where you would have been without the trial. They expected to see you crawl out of the ashes, but instead they will watch you soar above the flames. This is the mystery of God's power. He allows the fire to test you, but then He uses that very fire to illuminate you. He allows the valley to humble you, but then He uses that very valley to exalt you. He allows the enemy to rise against you, but then He uses that very opposition to showcase His deliverance. What was designed to break you becomes the evidence of His blessing. What was meant to end you becomes the very testimony that establishes you. And when your enemies see this, they will have no words left, because it will be undeniable that the hand of God was upon you all along. You see, man's recognition is fragile. It can be given and taken away. But when God marks you, no enemy can erase it. When God sets His seal upon you, no adversary can remove it. And when God lifts you, no power in heaven or earth can push you back down. That is why the blessing He is preparing is not dependent on the opinions of people, nor is it limited by the schemes of your enemies. It is anchored in the authority of God, and that authority cannot be challenged. Some of you have been asking in your heart, why did God allow the betrayal? Why did He allow the rejection? Why did He allow the pain? And the answer is this: the betrayal was the classroom for your blessing. The rejection was the training ground for your strength. Pain was the fire that forged your endurance. Without it, you would not be ready for what is about to come. Without it, you would not have the resilience to carry the weight of the blessing. God never wastes a wound. Every scar you carry has prepared you to handle the glory that is on its way. And when it comes, those who cause the wounds will be silenced by the very greatness that their actions prepared you to receive. Do not be deceived by appearances. Right now you may feel hidden. You may feel small. You may feel overlooked. But what looks like hiding to man is often protecting to God. He hides you until you are ready. He covers you until the time is right. He shields you until the blessing has matured. And then when the hour strikes, He reveals you in such a way that no enemy can deny, no critic can discredit, no voice can diminish. That is the preparation of God. Quiet, steady, intentional, until the moment of unveiling that shocks the world. And hear this, the blessing is not just about lifting you, it is about positioning you. God blesses you to put you in a place of influence, a place of testimony, a place where your very life speaks louder than any sermon. And that is why the blessing shocks your enemies, because it places you in a position they never imagined you could stand in. They thought you would stay in the background, but God places you in the forefront. They thought you would remain forgotten, but God makes your name a testimony. They thought you would remain small, but God expands your territory until their envy has no words left. This is the way of God. He takes the stone the builders rejected and makes it the cornerstone. He takes the forgotten and makes them favored. He takes the broken and makes them whole. And when He does, the world stands in silence because there is no argument against what only God can do. That is the blessing being prepared for you. A blessing that not only lifts you, but transforms the perception of everyone around you. So walk with boldness even in the waiting. Speak with confidence even in the silence. Carry yourself with dignity even in the valley, because you are not waiting in vain. You are waiting in preparation. The tables are turning. The stage is being set. The breakthrough is approaching. And when it comes, it will come with such force, such clarity, such abundance that your enemies will be left in awe. They will not be able to deny the truth that it was the hand of God and God alone who has done this. And so I say to you with every ounce of conviction in my soul, do not give up. Do not look back. Do not allow discouragement to rob you of the victory that is already on its way. The blessing that God is preparing for you is greater than the pain you endured, greater than the lies that were spoken, greater than the betrayal that cut you, and greater than the enemies that rose against you. It is a blessing designed to shock, to silence, to overwhelm, not to humiliate your enemies, but to glorify your God. Not to exalt your name, but to magnify His. The waiting has not been wasted. The tears have not been ignored. The prayers have not been forgotten. Every season of hiddenness has been building toward this moment. And when it comes, you will stand not in your strength, but in the strength of God. You will rise not because of man's approval, but because of God's decree. You will walk in blessing not because of luck, but because of divine preparation. And the beauty of it all, that those who tried to stop you will have to bear witness to what they could not prevent. Lift your head high. Walk in faith, for expect with boldness. This blessing isn't a fantasy. It is an assured reality. It sits just beyond the horizon. It's coming quickly. And when it arrives, it will leave no room for doubt. Your enemies will be silenced. Your critics will be confounded. And your life will stand as proof that when God ordains a blessing, no power in heaven or earth can stop it. Be courageous, for your season is close. Stand firm, for the promise is secure. Trust fully, for the one who declared it will bring it to pass. And when it comes, give all the glory to God, who alone is your protector, provider, and lifter. The blessing is on its way. Its certainty is unshakable. Its arrival is near. When it descends, even your enemies will be stunned. Beloved, let me start by asking you this. Have you ever cried so deeply that you questioned whether joy would ever find its way back to you? Have you walked through nights that felt unending, storms that showed no mercy, valleys where your soul seemed crushed beneath the weight of sorrow? Some of you are here right now still carrying the wounds of disappointment, betrayal, or loss. You have wept in secret behind closed doors. You have whispered prayers through trembling lips. You have wondered if God truly heard you in those shadowed hours. But take hold of this truth with everything in you. God is turning the page to a chapter of joy. Your story does not end with your season of tears. The ink of His mercy still flows, and the next page is already written with a light your current darkness cannot overcome. Every tear you shed was seen and counted by the hand of God. When you felt abandoned, He was closer than your own breath. The very moments when you thought your pain would consume you were the very moments God was preparing a breakthrough. Your tears were not wasted. They were seeds planted in the soil of faith, and God does not allow the soil of your suffering to remain barren. There is a harvest of joy, and it is nearer than you think. For every tear that has watered the ground of your life, God has written a promise of restoration. For every sleepless night, He has marked a dawn of rejoicing. For every broken dream, He has prepared a future beyond what your mind can imagine. The enemy wants you to believe that your season of tears defines you. He whispers that the pain is permanent, that the scars will never fade, that your life has been reduced to fragments. But God declares something greater. God declares that the scars are not the end, but the evidence of survival. They are proof that you passed through the fire and were not consumed, that you walked through the flood and did not drown. The hand of God sustained you when your own strength failed. And because you endured, because you refused to give up, even in your weakness, God is ushering you into a chapter of joy that no force of darkness can close. Some of you have lived years under the shadow of sorrow. You have carried wounds from relationships, from failures, from betrayals that cut deeply into your soul. You may feel as though the story of your life is one long lament. But let me tell you today with conviction, the pen is still in God's hand. The next chapter is not sorrow, but not defeat, not despair, but hope. Your tears have been temporary. Your grief has been a night season. But God has promised a morning of gladness. Morning always comes whether the night wants it to or not. And God Himself is commanding the dawn to break over your life. Think of how many times in your life you thought it was over. Yet here you are, still breathing, still standing. You thought you could not survive that heartbreak, yet your heart still beats. You thought you could not endure that disappointment, yet your feet are still planted. You thought the loss would destroy you, but it refined you. This is not by accident. This is not by chance. This is the faithfulness of God at work in your story. And the same God who preserved you in the tears is the same God who will lift you into joy. Do not let your past tears chain your future joy. Do not let yesterday's grief steal tomorrow's laughter. God is not only able to heal the wounds of your past, but He is willing to restore the years you thought were lost. The God who created time can redeem it. The God who spoke galaxies into existence can rewrite your story. What seemed wasted will become fruitful. What seemed broken will become whole. What seemed hopeless will become a testimony of His power. Some of you need to hear this. The pain you endured was preparation. The sorrow was shaping you for strength. The valley was building a foundation that the mountain could not. God allowed your tears not to destroy you, but to deepen you, to draw you closer to Him, to purify the desires of your heart. And now that the preparation is complete, He is turning the page. The tears you once shed will water the laughter you are about to embrace. The nights you thought were endless are giving way to mornings of clarity and peace. God has seen your faithfulness in suffering, and He is faithful to reward you with joy. When God opens a chapter, no one can close it. When He declares a season of joy, no enemy, no betrayal, no circumstance can shut it down. People may try to remind you of your past tears, but God is rewriting your future. Circumstances may look impossible, but God specializes in impossibilities. The enemy may throw accusations, but God's word is final. He has decreed that your sorrow is ending and your joy is beginning. And what God has spoken, no power in heaven or on earth can overturn. You may ask, but how will I know this joy is real? How can I believe when the pain still lingers? Listen carefully. Joy from God is not the absence of pain. It is the presence of His peace in the midst of it. It is not the denial of tears, but the transformation of tears into testimony. The joy God gives is not shallow, not temporary, not dependent on circumstances. It is a joy rooted in His eternal presence. It is a joy that says, though I weep, I am still held. Though I stumble, I am still carried. Though I do not see the full picture, I trust the one who holds the pen. Do not measure your future by your past. Do not think that because you have cried for years, you must cry forever. God is not bound by human timelines. He can change your story in a moment. One act of His favor can reverse years of sorrow. One touch of His hand can heal wounds you thought would never close. One word from His mouth can bring life to what you thought was dead. God does not need permission to bless you. He does not need circumstances to align. He simply decides and it is done. And He has decided that your season of tears is giving way to a chapter of joy. This message, beloved, is not just for your ears. It is for your heart. Receive it not as mere words, but as divine truth. Your tears have not been ignored. Your pain has not been overlooked. God has recorded every moment, and He has promised that joy is coming. You will not cry forever. You will not suffer without purpose. You will not remain in the valley of sorrow. God is lifting you. God is restoring you. God is opening doors that were once sealed shut. And behind those doors lies a joy so abundant, so overflowing, that your past tears will pale in comparison. Your new chapter is not written in the ink of despair, but in the ink of divine promise. It is not filled with shadows of yesterday, but with light that cannot be dimmed. Walk boldly into it. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Wipe your tears. God has declared it. The chapter of joy has begun, and nothing can stop it. Beloved, hear me now with every ounce of faith you can muster. Your tears have not been wasted. Those nights of sorrow, those lonely hours, when your heart felt crushed beyond repair, those groanings too deep for words, all of them have been seen by God. Not one tear slipped down your face without His knowledge. Not one cry escaped your lips without His ear bending close. Do not think for a single moment that your suffering has gone unnoticed. God has kept record, and He is faithful to reward you with a joy that will not only replace your sorrow, but will overflow beyond measure. For God does not merely restore, He multiplies. He does not only heal, He makes whole. And He does not simply close a painful chapter. He writes a glorious one that eclipses everything that came before. You see, the very tears you cried were not signs of weakness, but evidence of endurance. Each tear was a testament that though your spirit was pressed, it was not crushed. Though you were struck down, you were not destroyed. Though you walked through valleys deep, you were not abandoned. And this is the very proof that God has preserved you for this moment. If He allowed you to reach this day after everything you have endured, then surely it means He has prepared something greater than you could ever imagine. The valley was not your home. It was a passage. The sorrow was not your identity. It was a season. And seasons, beloved, do not last forever. God alone ordains their beginning and their end. Some of you right now are standing at the threshold of a divine turning point. For too long you have carried burdens that weighed down your soul. For too long you have lived under clouds of regret, disappointment, and betrayal. For too long you have convinced yourself that sorrow was your destiny. But let me tell you with the authority of God's Word that sorrow is not the final chapter of your story. God Himself is lifting the pen and declaring a new season over your life. What once was covered in tears will soon be clothed in laughter. What once was buried in despair will soon blossom with joy. The author of creation is rewriting your narrative, and your future is radiant with promise. I tell you this truth because so many people have accepted their tears as permanent. They have built homes in the valley of despair. They have decorated the walls of grief and resigned themselves to a life of sorrow. But God is calling you out. He is saying, "Rise, for your time of mourning has passed. Step out, for your mourning has come." And when God calls, you cannot remain seated in sorrow. When He declares joy over your life, you must respond with faith. Do not hold on to your tears when God is handing you laughter. Do not cling to your sorrow when He is pouring out His peace. The next chapter cannot begin if you are still rereading the last one. Your story is not defined by what broke you. It is defined by what God is building in you now. Do you not realize the pain you endured has enlarged your capacity for joy? The wounds you carried have made your soul more sensitive to healing. The nights of weeping have only intensified the sunrise of gladness. When God brings joy after sorrow, it is not ordinary joy. It is a joy born from the ashes, forged in the fire, and unshakable by the storms of life. It is a joy no one can steal because it is rooted not in circumstances but in God Himself. Some of you may say, "But my sorrow has lasted so long, my tears have fallen for years. How can joy find me after so much?" Beloved, remember this. God is not bound by the limitations of time. He is the one who holds eternity in His hands. 1,000 years to man are but a day to Him. What feels like endless waiting to you is only a moment in His eternal plan. And when His appointed time arrives, what He releases will be so overwhelming that it will redeem every year, every month, every moment you thought was wasted. In one divine moment, He can reverse years of sorrow. In one act of His power, He can restore decades of loss. In one word from His mouth, He can silence the voice of despair and fill you with songs of deliverance. Let your faith rise. Lift your eyes from the tears of yesterday to the horizon of tomorrow. God has already decreed joy for you. The ink has already dried on the page of your destiny. The season of sorrow has served its purpose. It humbled you. It refined you. It taught you dependence. But now God is saying enough. Now He is saying it is time. Now He is commanding a shift in your spirit, a transformation in your heart, a renewal in your soul. This is not wishful thinking. This is divine reality. Do not underestimate the power of God's hand to change your circumstances. Remember, He is the one who turned the barren wilderness into rivers. He is the one who transforms mourning into dancing. He is the one who exchanges garments of heaviness for robes of praise. He is the one who commands the night to give way to morning. If He can command the sun to rise each day without fail, do you not think He can command your joy to rise again? If He can breathe the galaxies into existence, do you not think He can breathe life into your weary heart? The problem is not whether God can. The question is whether you will believe. Will you dare to trust that joy is your portion? Will you dare to let go of the sorrow that has defined you? Will you dare to lift your face toward heaven and say, "God, I am ready for the next chapter"? Because joy does not simply come to those who sit in despair, yet it comes to those who rise in faith. It comes to those who prepare their hearts to receive it. It comes to those who believe that God's word is greater than their pain. Beloved, I sense so strongly that someone listening to this has carried grief for far too long. You have lived as though your life ended when tragedy struck, as though your story was over. But when betrayal cut deep, as though your purpose was buried when loss came knocking. But God is resurrecting your hope. He is calling forth your joy. He is reminding you that your story is not over. The chapter of tears is closing. The chapter of joy is being written. And when God writes, He writes with abundance, with purpose, with glory. Do not allow despair to silence the sound of your laughter. Do not let pain rob you of the promise God has placed within you. Do not let fear close your eyes to the light that is already breaking across your life. The Lord has not carried you this far only to leave you behind. He sustained you in the valley so that you could stand upon the mountain. He guarded you through the night so that you could step into the morning. And beloved, the morning is here. This is not a simple word of encouragement. This is a prophetic declaration spoken into your spirit. Your tears have been counted, and their measure has now run dry. Your sorrow has served its season, and that season has closed. Right now, a holy exchange is unfolding. God is trading the ashes of grief for crowns of joy. He is lifting the weight from your back and clothing you with garments of praise. He is breaking the burden that once crushed you and filling you with peace beyond all understanding. Beloved, let faith grip your heart today. Stand tall, even if your knees still tremble. Lift your head, even if tears still blur your eyes. Smile again, even if sorrow whispers in your ear, because the truth is greater than the lie. The promise is stronger than the pain, and the Word of God is final above all else. The chapter of joy is not a possibility, it is a certainty. It is not a dream, it is reality, and it begins now. Beloved, let me tell you plainly, when God opens a chapter, He does not write with ink that fades. He writes with eternal authority. Your story is not slipping through the cracks of time. Your destiny is not dangling by a thread. It is secure in the hand of the one who commands the universe. The season of tears you endured was real. It broke you. It humbled you. It tested you. But it was never meant to define you forever. It was a bridge, not a home. And now the same God who allowed you to pass through the valley is calling you into the meadow of joy, the garden of peace, the river of laughter. Do not be surprised that your tears lasted as long as they did. God does not rush the seasons, for He knows what each moment must accomplish in your soul. The winter must be cold so that the soil can rest. The night must be dark so that the stars can shine. The sorrow must run its course so that when joy arrives, it does not arrive shallow. It arrives rooted, unshakable, and eternal. Your tears were not without purpose. They were watering seeds you could not yet see. They were softening the soil of your heart so that joy could take root more deeply. And now, because of those very tears, your joy will not be fleeting. It will endure. Listen to me. The same lips that trembled with prayers of desperation will soon tremble with songs of thanksgiving. The same hands that were heavy with grief will soon be lifted high in praise. The same eyes that poured out rivers of sorrow will soon with the light of gladness. This is not my promise to you. This is God's promise. He has declared that mourning may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And that morning is not far from you. The first rays are already breaking through the horizon. Some of you have been asking, but why did I have to cry so long? Why did my heart have to break so many times? Beloved, sometimes God allows the breakings so that He can rebuild you on a foundation that cannot be shaken. Sometimes He allows the sorrow so that He can teach you a depth of compassion you could never know otherwise. Sometimes He allows the night so that when the morning comes, you will treasure it like never before. Pain carves deep places in us, but those same places become reservoirs for joy. Without the night, would you appreciate the sunrise? Without the storm, would you honor the calm? Without the tears, would you understand the weight of laughter? Let me speak boldly to your spirit. Your identity is not your sorrow. Your identity is not your failure. Your identity is not your wound. You are not defined by what broke you. You are defined by the one who is healing you. God is not labeling you by your tears. He is preparing to crown you with joy. Do not call yourself forsaken when God calls you chosen. Do not call yourself forgotten when God calls you beloved. Do not call yourself broken when God is calling you whole. Think of it this way. Every tear you shed was like ink on a page. But those pages were not the ending of your book. They were the preface. They were setting the stage for the story God is now unfolding. If the tears were that powerful in shaping you, imagine how powerful the joy will be in completing you. If the sorrow was so deep, imagine how vast the laughter will be. God never subtracts without multiplying. He never allows pain without preparing restoration. He never permits loss without arranging gain. You may have thought the night would never end, but even the darkest night has a limit. No storm rages forever. No winter lasts eternally, and your tears, as overwhelming as they felt, had an expiration date set by God Himself. He has declared over you, "This far you have come, and no farther will sorrow." Beloved, the expiration date of your grief is now. The chapter of tears has closed. The ink of sorrow has dried, and the fresh page of joy lies open before you. But I must tell you this with love and truth. Do not drag the ashes of yesterday into the garden of tomorrow. Do not rehearse the pain when God is trying to teach you a new song. Do not cling to the memories of sorrow when He is flooding you with hope. Too many people sabotage their joy by clinging to their tears. They refuse to let go of the familiar ache. Even though God is offering them unfamiliar gladness, but you, beloved, must be bold enough to release the pain, to lay it down at the feet of God, to say, "I will not carry this sorrow into my tomorrow." For when God opens a new chapter, He does not ask you to edit the old one. He asks you to step forward, to turn the page, to walk by faith. Joy is not meant to be analyzed. It is meant to be embraced. It is not meant to be explained. It is meant to be lived. It is not a concept for your mind. It is a reality for your heart. Lift your head. Square your shoulders. Breathe in the air of a new day. The heaviness that has lingered is lifting. The shadow that has hovered is fleeing. The door that has been closed is opening. God is saying to you now, "Behold, I make all things new." And when He makes it new, it is not patched up. It is not halfway restored. It is brand new. Joy that is untainted by yesterday's pain. Peace that is deeper than yesterday's chaos. Strength that is stronger than yesterday's weakness. Beloved, the chapter of joy is not just a promise. It is your inheritance. It belongs to you because God Himself has spoken it. And when God speaks, creation bows. When God decrees, the universe obeys. When God declares joy over your life, sorrow has no authority to remain. Beloved, lean in closely because this moment is sacred. God is whispering to your weary heart, your sorrow is not forever. Your mourning is not your identity. Your tears have reached my throne, and I am writing joy into the very fabric of your future. Do you hear it? Feel it. Heaven is not silent about your pain. Heaven has moved on your behalf, and the chapter you are about to enter will not comfort you. It will overflow. It will overflow. It will overwhelm. It will cover every barren place of your life with abundance. Let us not pretend sorrow is easy. Tears are real. They stain our pillows. They blur our vision. They weaken our knees. But never forget this. Tears are powerful when they fall before God. They are not wasted. They are collected. They are stored in the vessel of His remembrance. And at the appointed time, God pours out joy in proportion to every tear you have shed. You may have thought your weeping was weakness, but in reality, your weeping was worship. Each cry was a declaration of faith that even in your brokenness, you turned to the one who could heal. Each sob was a confession that though the world failed you, God never did. And because of that, your tears have become the ink with which He is now writing your joy. I tell you the truth, beloved, a joy after sorrow is always deeper than joy that has never known pain. When you have tasted despair and then tasted hope, the hope is sweeter. When you have walked in darkness and then walked in light, the light is brighter. When you have been crushed and then lifted, the lifting feels higher than the mountains. That is why your next chapter will be unlike any season you have ever known before. It is joy refined, joy mature, joy anchored in the unshakable faithfulness of God. And here is something I want you to hold tightly. Joy is not simply laughter on your lips. It is strength in your bones. The joy God gives will sustain you when storms rage again. It will anchor you when life trembles. It will silence the accusations of the enemy. For the joy of the Lord is not fragile. It does not crack under pressure. It does not dissolve in trials. It does not vanish in difficulties. This joy is eternal, unmovable, undeniable, and once God writes it into your story, no man, no devil, no circumstance can erase it. But I must speak plainly. You cannot enter the chapter of joy still clutching the chains of sorrow. You must release the grip of yesterday's pain. You must stop rehearsing the wounds of the past as if they define your future. God is saying to you now, let it go, my child, lay it down. Hand me your grief, your regrets, your unanswered questions. Let me carry them so you can walk freely into the joy I have prepared. If you carry yesterday's ashes into tomorrow's garden, you will trample the flowers He is trying to make bloom. Release the ashes. Let Him crown you with beauty. Some of you feel disqualified from joy because of your mistakes, your failures, your regrets. You believe sorrow is all you deserve. But God is not giving you joy because you deserve it. He is giving you joy because He is merciful, because He is faithful, because He delights in lifting His children. Do not insult His grace by believing you are too broken for joy. You are not too far gone, not too damaged, not too late. The God who brings rivers into deserts can bring laughter into your life again. Beloved, imagine it with me. A life where the tears of yesterday no longer weigh you down, where the pain of the past no longer haunts your steps, where the bitterness of sorrow has been replaced with the sweetness of joy. This is not fantasy. It is your destiny. God has already written it. He has already declared it. He has already promised it. And the one who promised is faithful to fulfill. Lift your head. Do you not see the horizon glowing with the first rays of dawn? Do you not feel the heaviness lifting off your shoulders? Do you not hear the sound of laughter rising even from the depths of your soul? That is not imagination. That is the Spirit of God awakening you to the truth of what is coming. Your morning is ending. Your night is passing. Your sorrow is bowing. And joy, glorious, radiant, overflowing joy, is stepping onto the stage of your life. So walk into it boldly. Do not crawl into this new season as though you are a beggar. Walk as a child of God whose Father delights to bless. Walk as one who has been carried through the valley by divine hands. Walk as one who knows that the pen of your story belongs to the author of eternity. And let your life testify. Yes, I wept. Yes, I suffered. Yes, I thought it would break me. But God wrote joy where there was once sorrow, and He lifted me higher than I ever dreamed. Beloved, this is the truth. Your chapter of joy has already begun. Receive it, live it, rejoice in it, and let every tear you once shed become a fountain of testimony that God is faithful. Beloved, let me speak to the deepest part of your heart. Your life is not over because of the tears you have shed. Your destiny is not diminished because of the pain you have endured. Do you understand? The very sorrow that tried to bury you has become the soil in which God is planting a greater future. The tears that soaked your pillow in the midnight hour were not wasted. No, they were sacred offerings laid before the throne of heaven. And God, in His infinite mercy, has gathered every one of them. Not one drop has fallen unnoticed. Not one cry has risen unheard. Not one groan has been overlooked. The God who sees all, the God who knows all, the God who reigns above all, He has declared that joy will follow your tears. You may have felt abandoned in those lonely seasons. You may have thought your prayers bounced back from the ceiling unanswered. You may have even questioned whether God cared. But hear me clearly. The silence of God is not the absence of God. His quiet was the preparation of your answer. His delay was the maturing of your blessing. His patience was the weaving together of a story so magnificent that when the joy arrives, it will leave you speechless. Beloved, God was not ignoring you. He was orchestrating a future that required the tears to water it into life. And now comes the declaration. The season of tears has completed its course. It has carved out depth in you. Depth of joy is about to fill to overflowing. The sorrow has hollowed out a space in your heart, and God is pouring His gladness into that very place. Where you once felt empty, you will feel abundance. Where you once felt broken, you will feel whole. Where you once felt despair, you will feel unshakable hope. That is the power of the God who turns mourning into rejoicing, who transforms ashes into beauty, who replaces heaviness with praise. But let me tell you this, beloved, with holy boldness, do not look back. Do not chain yourself to what God has already broken. Too many lives shackled to their past tears, dragging yesterday's sorrow into today's joy. But God is saying, "Behold, I do a new thing. Will you not perceive it?" The page has turned, the chapter has shifted, the author has written joy into your script. Why would you reread the chapter of sorrow when God is inviting you to experience the chapter of laughter? Why would you rehearse the words of grief when He is placing a new song of praise upon your lips? Your sorrow may have convinced you that joy could never return, but joy is not gone. It was waiting for its moment. Joy has been standing at the threshold of your life, waiting for the command of God to step in, and that command has been spoken. Heaven has issued the decree. The gates have been opened. Joy is now flooding into your life like a river. Unstoppable, uncontainable, undeniable. Let me give you a fresh insight. Tears do not diminish your strength. They amplify it. Do you not realize that you are stronger now than you were before the tears fell? Every sorrow you endured trained your spirit to lean harder on God. Every disappointment you faced pushed you deeper into His presence. Every loss you carried enlarged your heart to hold more of His love. So when joy comes, it will not come to a weak soul, but to a soul refined by fire, strengthened in battle and matured in faith. The sorrow did not break you. It built you. And now the joy will not simply bless you, it will crown you. Do not be afraid to embrace this joy. Some of you fear joy because sorrow has been your companion for so long. You fear that if you laugh again, the tears will return. You fear that if you hope again, disappointment will strike. But hear me, this joy is not fragile. It is not a fleeting moment. It is not dependent on circumstances. It is anchored in the eternal promise of God. The one who brings this joy is the same one who holds the universe in balance. Do you think His gift is flimsy? Do you think His promise is unstable? No, beloved, His joy is eternal. His promise unshakable, His word final. And let me speak even deeper. God's joy is not just about your ladder, it is about your testimony. Your story will be a living witness to others. The people who saw you cry will see you rejoice. The ones who whispered about your downfall will watch your rising. The very lips that predicted your end will marvel at your new beginning. Because when God opens a chapter, it is not only for your blessing, it is for His glory. Your joy will be proof of His power. Your laughter will echo His faithfulness. Your testimony will draw others to believe that if God could do it for you, He can do it for them. Beloved, let me remind you of something powerful. The night is always darkest just before the dawn. The tears are often heaviest just before the breakthrough. The sorrow often feels endless just before the joy bursts forth. That is because the enemy knows what God is about to do. He tries to convince you to give up just before your season shifts. But do not quit now. Do not give in to despair now. Do not surrender when you are on the edge of victory. Hold on. Stand firm. Keep believing, because God's word will not fail. His promise will not falter. His joy will not be delayed. Lift up your spirit, beloved. Let the chains of sorrow fall from your heart. Step boldly into the joy that has been written into your story. Do not crawl. Walk with confidence. Do not whisper. Declare it loudly. My God has turned my mourning into dancing. My God has written joy after my tears. My God has made me laugh again. And let the whole world know that the hand of God has done this. And it is marvelous in your eyes, beloved. This is your moment. This is your season. This is your chapter. And it is written not with the ink of sorrow, but with the ink of joy. Walk forward with the certainty that God never lets your story close in sorrow. He always seals it with victory and glory. Dear one, hold this truth deep within. The nights of tears may have marked your past, but they will not dictate your destiny. Pain may have lingered for a while, but it cannot step with you into the new page ahead. For the Lord Himself has set a boundary, and beyond it flows joy that words cannot contain, peace that cannot be shaken, and strength that cannot be broken. Lift your eyes toward heaven and proclaim with boldness, I am no longer defined by my nights of weeping. I am who God has called me to be in this dawn of joy. Let sorrow drop away like garments that no longer fit. Let grief lose its hold upon you. For the hand of God has replaced mourning with laughter and despair with songs of gladness. This is the moment. This is your morning. This is your chapter. Step into it with courage. Celebrate it with fullness, and embrace it without hesitation. For the author of your life has declared his final word. The season of tears is over, and the chapter of joy has begun. Have you noticed that God often reveals Himself in the moments and places you least anticipate? Have you ever sat in your darkest hour when the silence felt endless, when every door was locked, when every chance seemed gone, only to sense a shift, a stirring, something far greater than you ever dreamed? My friend, that wasn't luck. That wasn't coincidence. That was God Himself setting the stage to bless you right where you thought nothing could grow. God is preparing to release a blessing in the most unlikely of places. Not where the world told you to expect it. Not in the places where the crowd gathers. Not in the safe zones of life. But in the very corners of your existence you thought had no value, no hope, no purpose. God is about to turn the wilderness into a spring, the desert into a garden, the silence into a song. And if you dare to believe it, if you dare to lift your eyes beyond what you can see, you will witness the hand of God moving in ways that no human plan could orchestrate. Too many people are waiting for their blessing in the same predictable places. They think if they network with the right people, if they climb the right ladder, if they sit at the right table, their lives will finally change. But God does not need permission from people to elevate you. God does not need a recommendation letter or an invitation card. God blesses in ways that defy logic, in places that shock the proud, in ways that silence the critics. God's blessing is not tied to your background, your education, or your bank account. God's blessing is tied to His power, and His power knows no limits. That is why when He moves, He will bless you in unexpected places so that no man, no woman, no system can take the credit. Think of it. How many times in your life have you cried out for a breakthrough and you thought it would come from one direction, only to see it come from another? That is because God is not confined to the pathways of human expectation. God is not bound by the maps you draw. He does not walk only through the doors you see. God carves His own roads through the wilderness. He raises rivers through the valleys, and He places fountains and deserts that men declared lifeless. When you think the story is over, God writes another chapter. When you think the curtain has fallen, God lifts it again. And when you think the crowd has left, God brings His presence to fill the silence. You see, the beauty of God's blessing